Shah had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world where romance might expire, he'd gather gold with wit and flair, pledging his heart beyond compare. For in the shimmer of that old dear gold lies a tale of love, both brave and bold. Bring back the dowries, let's make it clear, a token of love that's sincere, building bridges.
Hey, Mr. Pitt, welcome in, man. Shout out to you. Don't know if we'll get a lot of viewers tonight, but hopefully we'll get some of the usual folks in. So here's hoping, man. Hope the week's been good. Might be a slow night tonight, man. But you know what? Even if it's just you, we'll still do the stream.
Simple yet profound, to bring old traditions back around.
Give it a few minutes. If you're watching this after the stream, I'd forward it. Hopefully we see some of the folks. Hey, Suvaya, how you doing? Great to see you in here. Thanks for stopping by. Hope things are going well for you. Much appreciated. Absolutely. I'm gonna get your the music videos uploaded here soon. So I made it in time. Yes, you did. That's more than I deserve. I hope tonight's show's interesting for you guys. To be honest, it'll be kind of chill. I got some fun stuff for us, but I mean, if just is just gonna give you the preview here, so we probably won't have, you know, very highbrow discussion tonight. So, you know, it's probably gonna be more fun than anything. Hopefully the music's not too loud for you guys. It's good. It's my birthday. It's your birthday. Well, hey, shout out to you. I wish I had a birthday sound effect. Happy birthday. Hope you have a fantastic birthday. I appreciate you spending time on your birthday hanging out with me, so I'll try to make that special for you. Birthdays are great, you know. And you know what? Contrary to popular opinion, I appreciate people who still have fun on their birthdays and celebrate their birthdays the older they get into adulthood. You know, it's not just for kids, it's for everybody to feel special. You know what I mean? When my birthday comes around, I try to avoid having to eat a piece of cake, but my family usually finds me and makes that happen somehow. But wishing you a very special happy birthday. I'll probably say that a few more times during this stream. Peter Wright. Hey, Peter, great to see you in here. Big shout out to you. I was supposed to do chapters, I think it was 7 and 8, or was it 8 and 9 with the Post Millman this week, but I got kind of sick on Wednesday. I had a little bit of a stomach issue, so I had to push that off. But next week, you know, we'll be doing that. We'll be having that uploaded. So fantastic to see you here. Thanks. I'm officially 40. The big 4-0. Hey, well, you know, it'll probably be like a blink of an eye, and I'll be right there too. Tell you what, at this point, I round up to 40, so it may as well be that. I actually got my first white hair that I noticed recently, and it's actually on my beard. I don't even know if it's visible. It's like here somewhere. I could rip it out, but you know, I may as well just gently become a silver fox. Seems to be the direction I'm going. So we'll just allow that to happen naturally. Klaus says, hello, Shah. Hey, Klaus. Man, now we got a party going. The show is ready. Klaus is in here. Great to see you, Klaus. Hope you're doing well out there, man, in Germany, and things are going well for you. I know you're a busy guy, and hope you've been having some fun out there. Hope that lady with the Porsche, she's still after you, trying to give you a ride in her expensive sports car. Or are you playing hard to get? Is she quick enough? She quick enough to catch you, Klaus? Oh, I gotta get that second song on. Also, yeah, by the way, guys, I'll be in Canada next week, so I'm not gonna have a Saturday stream next week, but if I'm responsible, I'll at least make some more content for you guys. So it's looking a little bit more cowboy every day for me. I'm going to a rodeo over there, and I got my hat. I even got some cowboy boots to complete the look. So I think that's the future of the channel. We're just getting more Western by the day. I don't think I'll be able to stop it. You know, hat today, boots. Gonna get a belt with the big buckle on it. I can't remember who that one guy is, but I'm slowly becoming that guy. Let me see if I can find him real quick. You guys know who I'm talking about. That, you know, he talks like as a man. Hope I didn't click on anything crazy. I accidentally spelled Instagram wrong and it just went all bad. You guys know I'm talking about, that cowboy guy. Oh, let me see if I can find. I know I saved something of his before. Yeah, man, I'm going to Calgary Stampede. That's what it's called. So that'll be fun. Gonna go hang out with some buddies that I've been, you know, hanging out with for a long time. Dang, do I not have the video anymore? That sucks. That sucks. How do I get to the search page? I don't even know how to find the explore page on, you know, maybe I can do it on my phone. That's too bad. Yo, Marcus Gray, welcome in. Gazno, it's great to see you. Mad Villainy. It's a blessing to have you here. Gazno, this might be the first time I'm seeing you. All right, where's that cowboy guy? Not the Liver King. The guy that tells us how to be a man. I can't remember his name. It's all right. We watched the video. You know what? He's on my channel, actually. I cannot for the life of me remember his name. Let's see. All right, come on, cowboy. Sorry, guys. This is gonna be a slower show. Right there, this guy. You guys remember? You guys remember this guy right here? This guy right here. We're slowly becoming that guy. I'm sorry. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But that's where we're going. I didn't want the show, you know, I didn't want the channel to end up pretty much, but you know, how about this? We'll be the first gold pill cowboy. Right? Instead of TradCon cowboy, we'll be gold pill cowboy over here. So yeah, fair warning to everybody. Let me just catch up with the chat. You going to Calgary, enjoy the Stampede? Yep, man. Should be fun. Never been there before. Marcus, you're a legend. It's Jason, by the way, from Canada. Not sure why my username changed. Oh, I see. Oh, well, welcome in, Jason. Good to see you, man. Uh-oh. I don't know what that music is. Never heard of that before. You know, a buddy of mine actually made another jazz song. Let's go and just play that just to honor him. He sent that to me during the week. See if I can find it. Here it is. Shout out to you. You know who you are. Shout out to Rinku. We don't have a graphic for it, but we'll play it for a bit.
But I got an old school plan in mind.
Hopefully it's not too long.
Back the dowry, make love refined.
Hey, Elena, welcome in. Good to see you. Great to see you. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I can't remember his name.
It ain't about gold, it's the thought that's rare.
Let me get my big chat up. It's not, dude. I'm Jason from Canada. You helped my break. Oh, I remember you, bro. I remember you. You helped my breakup with that post-nut chicken, remember? I'm brown, too, and I love biryani. I remember you, bro. Hope things are going well, man. Believe me, dude, you're going to feel fantastic after a few months. I bet you're feeling better already. And if she tries to hit you up again, just ignore her. So, you're doing great, man. Making it to your live stream is honestly the highlight of my birthday so far. What? Sounds like you've been busy. I mean, you gotta, hopefully your family will take you out for a nice dinner maybe tomorrow or whenever you guys can all get together. I'll be honest, when my birthday comes around, like the only thing I feel like I gotta do is just see my parents, because I figure it's more their day than it is mine. So I try to, say hi to my parents and just, say thanks for creating me. It's been great, Side say if nothing else, maybe call your mom and dad and say hello. I'm sure that'll make them feel real special. All right, well, yeah. Hey, I think we got about as much people as we're going to have. We're hitting 11 minutes. Yeah, we may as well get the show started. It's probably going to be a little bit of a quiet show today. I don't know what's going on, but people are doing what they're doing out there. So we'll get that going. This is what we're going over today. We're going to be just having a fun time reacting to this Andrew Tate versus Bonnie Blue. I think we've all heard of this lady. She's the 1,000. She's the lady that slept with the 1,000 guys. I think she's from the UK. There's her, and then there's the one that slept with the 100 guys. So this is the 1,000 lady one. And I think what makes her special lately is that she recently got banned from OF or something. So she did that, or she did something, and people were just like, hey. Oh, here it is. So she's saying Bonnie Blue says it's unfair and frustrating she got permanently banned from OnlyFans for posting extreme content. Got to make sure this is safe. So yeah, she's not happy about that. They came after the money, and she's going to be talking to Andrew Tate, who, as you know, has been banned from some things before too. So that's going to be an interesting conversation. These two are both manifestations of our current society, My view of Andrew Tate is Andrew Tate to me is like kind of a cartoonish person, right? Like he's this hyper masculine, sort of like, it's like if hyperbole was an anthropomorphized human, it would be Andrew Tate. If like the manly, macho, most masculine stereotypes you could imagine were put into a guy, it would be this guy, right? And she is the product of industrialized, I don't even know what to call it, just sex work, I guess you can say, all concentrated and, with the help of, Silicon Valley and tech, and this is what we got, right? So these two folks probably share stuff in common. He used to make money doing webcam stuff. He used to scam guys out of their money. We got video footage of him describing that on a podcast. I know he's got a lot of fans, but maybe we'll take a look at that footage. I do have some of that pulled up. He'll describe, kind of how he did what he did. And then they started coming after him. I don't really keep up with them so much anymore. I think he can travel from Romania now. They're still figuring out his case. We don't really know if he's guilty or not. That's still up in the air. But yeah, so we're going to see a conversation between them. So that should be fun. I'm not promising anything hugely insightful here. So just to, take it there. My vision is a little off today for some reason. Shah, the 1,000 cock stare is real, and once you see it, you can never unsee it. Ever witnessed it? I will tell you, man. There's some women that I know, and there's something in the eyes. There's just something there, and you just see that, and you're like, oh, okay. You know, I don't know if that is the 1,000 cock stare, but I think that might be what the folks are referring to. But it's just like something is there, and it's just like this. I don't want to call it. I don't know if predatory is the right word, but there's just something about it that you're just like, oh, you know. She is the epitome of what's wrong with modern society. I want to hear some cowboy twang when you discuss alpha opinions. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. I've been trying to practice for the Stampede. You know what I mean? I could even just put the hat on, you know. If you want to see some real cowboy stuff. Uh-oh. Almost got trapped here. This hat right here, I purposely put this hat way up high so I don't touch it because I almost injured myself with this. And by almost injured, what I mean to say is I actually did injure myself with this hat. And it's a long story, and there actually is a YouTube video, which is not public, about it. It's a long story. We don't have to go there. But, yeah, I wanted to take this hat up to Canada, but I'm not going to do that. So I have this hat, basically. And I had to make this headband bigger in order to fit this new hat that I got. Do not play with this. This is not something that you play with. This is not a toy. Children should not be allowed here. I got to take that tag off. But yeah, so, you know, we can get real TradCon if you want. How do you injure yourself on a snake? It's a long story, and it's just maybe at the end of the stream I will show you guys what happened because it's all on video. I was streaming when it happened, but this is back when I streamed on Twitch. And the problem is nobody's going to believe me, but I have it all on video. So let's just leave that alone. And I gotta be careful with how I see, like my reflex is to take the hat off this way, but you don't want to do that when you got this guy. You want to take the hat off that way. Okay. So let's go and just move that out of the way for now. Okay. Before we get to the main video, I wanted to share something else with you guys because I think we have our first gold pill overdose. What I'm about to show you is someone who's, I do appreciate. And you know what? Frankly, I'm with it, but I think what might have happened is he got his hand into the gold pill jar and he took way more than the recommended dosage. So we're going to be looking at our first gold pill possible overdose. We'll see what you guys think about that. Both of them have soulless eyes. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm sure there's a male equivalent of that. Nice to see the extreme manifestation of feminism get banned for once. Yeah, well, that is interesting, actually. I don't know what the extreme content was that they banned her for. Maybe she had like a new plan. Oh, here it is. Blue, whose real name is Tia Billinger, was banned from OnlyFans in June after she promoted a petting zoo where she planned to have coitus with 2,000 men while tied up in a glass box. All right, well, shout out to her. During her candid interview from Friday, Blue explained how she reacted to a situation, saying it's clearly unfair and frustrating because I've been singled out. So, okay, yeah, so we're going to get into that a bit. Watching you is always insightful, Shah. Well, thank you, Elena. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Shark eyes, dead eyes. It is predatory. It's crazy you use that term because that's exactly how I described it. Yeah, but it's like predatory, but there's like something off about it. Like it's weird. You know what I mean? It's weird. I can think of that, encountering that. How do you injure yourself on a... We'll get to that. It makes me so proud to be a woman when I see women making money off of depravity and stupidity. But for the women to be predatory seems almost unfathomable. I'm dating again and came across one. Yeah, dude, I know what you mean. Me too, man. It's weird. They'll do strange things. Just saying, I agree with a lot of what Andrew Tate says. Listen, man, when I look at Andrew Tate, I kind of see him as like a 5-hour energy drink. I get it. Like I get the freaking motivational appeal of it. He's a fantastic speaker. He's charismatic. He can get you hyped up and all that kind of stuff. But his solution is get rich and move. He literally just posted that on ye old Twitter here. And, it's just like he represents to me a kind of hyper masculinity and something that really is not attainable for a lot of guys. And when I say a lot of guys, I mean the vast majority of guys. Essentially, Andrew Tate to me is the Barbie. He is the male equivalent of the Barbie standard for women. And what happened with the Barbie standard for women is that they created this ideal that was so high and that many women could not ever hope to reach. Because, let's just be honest about that. You know what I mean? And it essentially imploded on itself. And this whole thing is pretty much in the Barbie movie that came out probably like 2 or 3 years now, of which I didn't voluntarily watch. Well, I guess I did, but I got convinced into watching. It's a long story, probably also not important. But anyways, that's in there, so it creates this. Oh, dang it. I forgot how to search. I forgot how to do the ye old search. I'll have to go to my bookmarks. Hopefully you guys can't see any of that. I don't want you guys to see what I've been bookmarking, lest I embarrass myself. Let me just find that. Anyways, just going more into that. That's what Andrew Tate represents. So he represents like that equally high, largely unattainable standard for men. And it's inspiring. You can sell a lot of, products with that. It's like you can sell a lot of beauty products to women. You could sell a lot of improvement products to guys and doing this kind of stuff. But the fact is on a long enough timeline, that is going to implode because the vast majority of guys aren't going to be able to attain that. It's not sustainable. It is not a long-term solution. And we're just basically watching two short-termers talk to each other in this discussion. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to give up. I will find this tweet, which I have screenshotted already. So, if I can't find it there, I'll find it somewhere. I just can't remember how to... Oh, there's a separate search icon there. Never mind, guys. There it is, right here. This is Andrew Tate. The only answer is to get rich and move. So, even if this guy needs to move, it's just the hyper-masculine thing isn't the long-term solution we want unless everybody can do this, which is, frankly, unsustainable to a point. I'm sick of hearing about Bonnie Blue. That was the kind of thing I was worried about. I figured people probably weren't that interested in watching this reaction, and I'm not mad at you guys if you didn't want to, because I think a lot of people have been reacting to this, and I guess it's not super important. Plutarch, hi, tell Plutarch I said hi. Shout out to Plutarch. I'm sorry, I'm going to skip some of these. I know there's a lot. No more nuts. When has Tate say become like me? Says it right here. The only answer is to get rich and move. That's his answer, which in a way I think could be become like me. Tate has never said that. Tate just says level up. And tells the truth. Okay. W incognito browsing. I don't have that on. Tate says become the best man you can be. I think maybe more recently, but prior to that, let's be honest, he's all about shaming guys for not doing that. And I've seen Pearl respond to tweets of him doing that, standing up for the average man. So maybe he's changed his tune recently, but that wasn't something that he did back then, especially when he was big. So I think, it's right to call him out on that. So, that's how I look at it. Let me see if I could find that older tweet. Let's see. I think it's this video. Here it is. this is just like one example. It's from a long time ago. 95% of people are lazy losers who just want enough money to smoke some weed, marry a six, and play video games. Stuff in that vein. I support the Tates, but this stuff is out of touch. Shout out to Pearl. 45% of men do the infrastructure jobs that allow content creators like us to do what we do. Number one employer of men in the U.S. is truckers. We cannot do what we do without the men doing the average jobs in society. So that's how I'm coming at it from this angle, basically. Tate's not weak for telling men to move. He's realistic. He knows the West punishes average men. So instead of whining, he tells guys to level up and play where the odds are better, in my opinion. I mean, that's, essentially passport bros. I was actually surprised with the Barbie movie. It was a little on the feminist side, but it also pointed out how women make ourselves do too much and then complain that we are doing too much. I think it was a well put together movie. There's a lot of interpretive value there, which is what I appreciated. And I think a lot of people will look at it and probably interpret it how they want to interpret it, but that's what makes it fun. I've always kind of wanted to do a Barbie movie analysis because, they did make it in a way that lends itself to a kind of interpreting, which was fun. Elena says, I wouldn't watch the full interview with them, but I would watch you breaking it down. Thank you. All right. So we've, done enough talking. I do want to take you over to our first possible gold pill overdose. All right, here we go. Gentlemen.
You're my baby boy, and I love you more than anything in the world. You know that. And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks on how to find a dumb lady that loves just tanning and comes from a family full of perhaps oil money.
Hey.
And then you can be a spoken for, well taken care of trophy husband and surf every day. And then maybe someday grandpa can also get on the money train and be a part of your rich wife's life. Son, there's nothing I want more for you than to be wealthy, healthy, and wise, but not work, okay? She just needs to have money. This is the Southern California dream, and I believe you can do it, buddy.
Oh, it's beautiful. All right, I'm going to put a poll in the chat real quick, and I'm going to ask, has this guy overdosed on gold pills? Oh God. I'll say I get where he's coming from. This may be the mindset we need to adopt in order to push back against the delusional other side. Like if the other side is that delusional, maybe it takes delusion against delusion in order to bring this back to some kind of accord. You know what I mean? Like they start high, you start very low, and you reach some kind of middle. This is all part of the negotiation right here. And I think he found out how to start the negotiation. Has this guy overdosed on gold pills? Yes, he is drunk. No, he took just the right amount. Let me add another option. He needs more, frankly. He needs more gold pills. All right, I'm starting the poll right now. And we're gonna watch it again just to give you guys a fair squeeze here.
You're my baby boy, and I love you more than anything in the world.
Hey, people love their kids, and he probably just became a father, and he's like, this is my son. I want what's best for him. I don't want him getting screwed out here. What are his options?
That. And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman.
Yep, we know that.
Sorry, it's my right.
So this is going to be a reverse hypergamy.
As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks on how to find a dumb lady that loves just tanning and comes from a family full of perhaps oil money. And then all
right, see, now he's thinking. Kanye West was doing this recently. He was like, dang, why did I marry the assistant when I could have married Paris Hilton? He was like, I could have owned hotels by now. From the divorce or whatever, right? Because, we see people circumambulating around something, right? There's something that seems to be wanting to come alive here.
You can be a spoken for, well taken care of trophy husband and and surf every day. And then maybe someday Grandpa can also get on the money train. And
this is where I think he might be a little overdosed. I mean, Grandpa, huh? That's a new one. I will say this. The strange part about this video that I couldn't help but think when I saw this is that this is how we raise women today, right? Like this is the exact advice pretty much that, you know, especially, you know, you can say tradcon women are given. You know, it's like try to, you know, for them, it's okay. It's okay to want to marry a guy that makes good money because it's, you know, your job to protect and provide. And that's how masculinity is viewed. And it's like, you know, I love my daughter and I just hope you marry some good man who makes plenty of money and takes care of you. And instead of the father-in-law getting on it, it's the mother-in-law. It's the mother-in-law who comes in and now she wants to start living off the guy too in some respects. Or this woman comes in, you know, with the sad story about how her family needs something. And you're just like, all right, let me just poop out 12 grand real quick, help them take care of whatever BS problem they got. And then this person's sick and that and whatever sad story you can think about starts coming up. And it's this situation, but reversed.
And be a part of your rich wife's life. Son, there's nothing I want more for you than to be wealthy, healthy, and wise, but not work, okay?
Not work. Ooh, see, now, I mean, I think the gold, you know, pillars, like we're just looking for an even match. That's kind of what we were talking about as far as how the dowry works and endogamy, economic endogamy, you know, the check against hypergamy. What he's suggesting is fighting fire with fire over here. Now, I mean, in some cases that might even be necessary. Maybe this is the, you know, this is the proikateris that we read about in that Greek article, right? The dowry hunters. This man is teaching his son to be a dowry hunter. Is this the kind of thing we need to be doing with our young ones? I don't know. Let's see what the poll says real quick. And then we'll look at the comments here. All right. The poll says 60% yes, he is drunk. 40% says no, he took just the right amount. Okay, 0% says he need more. All right, well, that's honestly kind of split. That's kind of split. But, you know, the majority of us are like, okay, maybe that's taking it too far. This is definitely a reverse hypergamy. Now, I will say this was good enough to become my newest sound effect.
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks.
That's going to be our new sound effect. All right, so when you guys hear that, now you know where it came from. Man, my vision is off today. I don't know what's going on, but we don't stop out here. We keep going, even if our vision's a little foggy. With Tate, you can just take what you can from his advice. I think that's true of probably anybody that gives advice, man. It's probably the best way to go with anybody who's out here telling you things. And again, you know, there's going to be positives from them. There's going to be positives, going to be things you don't agree with. And that's okay, man. That's just called being a thinking human. This is Trophy. Elena's liking this. What's her dowry? Yeah, oh yeah. This is the best advice a dad can give.
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman.
That guy, man, he found the gold pill stash and went crazy on him. Women don't want men. Hey, marriage causes divorce. Good to see you, man. Shout out to you. Black pill. All right, we got our black pill brothers in the chat. Black pill greater than red pill greater than gold pill. Okay. Black pill is a special kind of pill. You know, black pill stuff I get. And it seems like sometimes a lot of red pillers are frankly black pilled, you know, at this point. And I tend to jibe with black pillars so long as they don't bring the green frog up. As soon as I see anybody and they're having a good time with the green frog, I'm like, this is where I gotta exit stage left. Because that's when it starts to get really bad. Oh my God, did I miss super chats, by the way? I hope I read every... Okay, sorry. I got worried for a second. I don't know why. Oh no, I did miss the super chat. Holy crap, dude. I'm sorry. Oh, it didn't show up on my little thing, but that's from Giovanni. Giovanni, if you're still here, brother, thank you so much for the $5 and for here showing some love. which is probably a better kind of love than what romantic love has done to marriage. So shout out to you. It didn't pop up in my little thing where I can make it big on the screen, so I apologize for that. Giovanni, if you're there, thank you. I also want to shout out Suvaya. Suvaya with the $5. Oh, look at you giving me a super. It's your birthday. We're supposed to be giving you birthday gifts, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Appreciate that. Shout out to you. He has definitely overdosed. Also, I'd be very interested in the Barbie movie review. Yeah, that was my plan. You know, the tough part, it's, you know, obviously it's copyrighted. I was going to take stills from it. And I've been talking about this for like a year and a half and still haven't done it. You know, the whole dowry thing kind of got me onto a different quest. I do want to go back in, though, and look back at the Barbie movie. But, you know, it starts off beautifully. You know, if anybody's watched 2001: A Space Odyssey, and if you guys remember the opening there where they see the monolith, it's interesting because the Barbie movie starts off with like that same scene, except instead of a bunch of monkeys, it's a bunch of like little girls playing with dolls, kind of symbolizing motherhood and them being brought up to be moms and live in that that role, right? That society, you know, especially traditionally, you know, had for women. And what happens is they're all out there on the savannah or whatever, and then they see this giant Margot Robbie like monolith looking figure. And it's essentially the Barbie ideal. So we can borrow from this movie, you know, Stanley Kubrick from the 60s, and what it means. And then when all the little girls holding their dolls see this Margot Robbie Barbie, like this giant Barbie doll monolith, they all pick up their dolls and they start smashing it on the ground, right? Kind of symbolizing not wanting to be in this role anymore. It's like, you know, okay, motherhood becomes devalued in favor of becoming a sex icon, which is the Barbie ideal, right? So that's a whole interesting thing. And then the whole rest of the movie is about how, you know, there's this Barbie world, and every girl that has a doll in the real world has a Barbie or something. And there's an interesting kind of thing there. So there's this ideal world. And then when Barbie goes into the real world, she finds out that a lot of the damage that the Barbie ideal has done to women psychologically, and a lot of them aren't too happy with her, and there's this kind of deconstruction. So we can kind of watch the deconstruction of the feminine ideal, so to speak, in society. And this movie is kind of almost created to sort of give us a certification on that, or a kind of stamp on it. So it's interesting. You know, I think it's definitely worth discussing. There's a lot of stuff in there too that was interesting. I mean, we can get into it, but that kind of deserves its own thing. So anyways, I appreciate that, Suvaya. Thank you again. We'll have to make that happen for you. Peter with the $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. For the overdose dad story, be great to post this part of your stream as a YouTube short. Yeah, I'll have to do that. This is too good. Oh, and again, you just remind me, I have to... let's look at the comments here a little bit. Yeah, my buddy sent me this, and I couldn't believe like nobody reacted to it already. It was just so funny. It was just so funny to me. But the craziest part is, again, this is how women are brought up in our society. But it's normal. It's normal when it's women, and it's like this is almost a commentary on that instead of like saying, "Hey, guys, do this," because it's like, look how ridiculous it looks in the other way and unfair. But most people can't recognize it when women are the ones that have these expectations. Suvaya says, I have a lot of theories about Barbie and her influence on women and feminism. Well, yeah, I would love to hear that. You know, I know you do a lot of stuff on Twitter, and if you ever do YouTube and stuff like that, that'd be some great discussions there. And all that stuff is worth discussing because it helps us to chart out better, you know, kind of what happened. And it's like, you know, it's almost like as the dowry system falls out of favor, the love match takes over, women start maximizing themselves as a kind of sex icon, you can say, in order to have more of an edge in the market, instead of these other things. I mean, there's a big discussion there, so there can be a lot of fun with that kind of thing. Again, thank you again for the super chat. Very generous. I will do some of these comments, and then I'll look at some of the chats, and then we'll get to the main thing here hitting 40 minutes. I was the trophy husband until my baby girl's born. Now I'm the stay-at-home dad with zero time for myself. My role in life now is to teach her to avoid your son. My great-grandma, married 76 years, had this to say. First, marry for love. Be happy. Easy for a woman to say, especially if you're looking for a provider. But whatever. Next, next, marry for money. Uh-oh. Hope she has some money that she's bringing with her in that deal.
Dowry, it's my right.
Find a doctor who is really busy and can afford to take care of you. Okay, so she's looking for concubine. Haven't gotten to the second part yet, though. Okay, so she's working on it. She's working on it. All right, hopefully she's still married and doesn't do that. That's me. I'm a trophy husband. All right, shout out to you. Join the Coast Guard, then you'll save some rich parents or someone from their family who has a hot daughter. And then you'll meet and live happily ever after. This is the American dream. While all my friends were surfing the QS, I don't know what that is, I was at the skilled nursing facility trying to find the woman of my dreams. They had it all backwards. This guy has a long comment. If my dad had this talk with me, I wouldn't have fumbled the bag. I wish my dad was like you, John. Hey, it's resonating with some of these people. My mate's mom said to him, it's just as easy to fall in love with the rich girl as it is to fall in love with the poor girl. Okay, well, hey, shout out to the gold pill mama here, trying to spread some gold pills. There's actually something somebody put in my Discord. Let me see if I could pull that up. I think it was actually, oh, D'Augusta. Yeah, so D'Augusta here. Oh, by the way, we got to do a big shout out to D'Augusta. He did a fun stream with some other Spanish folks. And they had a great discussion there where he introduced the gold pill to them more and talked about it. And that was really fun. I'll see if I could pull that up too. But we got some interesting technology going. So this was a Spanish speaking, this was a Spanish short, but we have technology. Technology has translated this for us. So we're going to listen and see what she's got to say.
Sweetie, don't go out with women who have no money. How many times must I tell you? And yes, I know they've drilled into your head that men and women want different things and that it's romantic to only care about having someone with you, to give you peace, to give you love. Basically, just the bare minimum to have a relationship. But sweetie, let's be honest. A woman today without money is not a woman who is a basic functional adult.
Okay. Oh, damn. Did you hear that? That almost hurt my feelings.
Be honest, a woman today without money is not a woman who is a basic functional adult.
A woman today without money is not a basic functional adult.
And in real life and not in the world of influencers who speak from their privilege as business owners or the wealthy for 90% of people today, it takes 2 incomes to have a decent family life.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, she's speaking on some honest economics here. A lot of us might not want to accept that, but that's what a lot of us are dealing with that aren't getting rich and moving.
Listen, I don't want to take away your desire.
It's not an AI video. It's a real video, but AI translated it. So I can show you the real one after. Shout out to D'Augusta for sharing this in the Discord.
To prove its strive, work hard, succeed, but the only woman who will truly appreciate your work and effort is one who knows what it takes. And that's a woman who works and has her own money.
Okay. A lot of tradcons aren't going to like this. A lot of red pillars aren't going to like this either. Hell, maybe even some feminists won't like that. But
that's not all.
I don't know, guys. Are we witnessing something?
Look for a woman who shares earnings, not one who says what's yours is mine and what's mine is mine.
We heard that a lot.
That's not being ethical. Yes, I know you'll say, Lauren, but there are hardly any women like that anymore. Sweetheart, raise your standards. You teach people how you deserve to be loved. Raising standards makes it harder to find a partner, but prevents bad experience.
Okay, yeah. Hey, at least I can give her credit for thinking about this differently. That's all I'm saying. Dan the Man, this is the original video.
Con mujeres sin la cabeza que hombres y mujeres nos
Isn't that crazy? Like AI took her accent and translated it to English.
Appreciate your work and effort is one.
Isn't that crazy? Look at this.
En cosas. Es una que sabe todo lo que conlleva.
So, shout out to D'Augusta there real quick. I do want to find D'Augusta's video here, his stream, which he was on a few days ago. quite a legendary. Dang it, where did I put that stream? I did have that. Man, there's just so many things going on. Let me see if I can find it on my profile. My problem is I repost too many things. Like if you follow me on Twitter, I don't like post things. Oh, here it is. I found it, guys. All right, yeah, this is it right here. Oh, dang. Oh, here it is. What is this it? Oh, yeah, so we got our brother, D'Augusta, talking with a pretty big channel there in the Spanish part of YouTube. See if I can bring that up. There it is right here. And what's nice about this is you can go in there and you can do a... Where's the captions? Oh, my bad, guys. It's not letting me do the things. Oh, well, oh, here it is. Yeah, see, it's translating it automatically in English. This guy up here said something really interesting, and while D'Augusta was telling him about the gold pill and the dowry and stuff like that, he said it reminded him of a movie that it's his mom's favorite movie. And the movie is called The Quiet Man, from like the 1950s. And I looked up the movie and it's really interesting. It's really interesting. Let's see if we can find it. And it's basically about the dowry. The movie was really interesting because it is about the dowry from the Irish perspective. And it's about an Irish American man who comes to the US and he makes his life here. And then later on, he goes back to Ireland and he falls in love with the woman. And there's this whole thing, but basically there's an issue about the dowry. Her brother doesn't want to release the dowry to him. And he's like a romantic love guy. And he's like, well, I don't want the dowry. And even she's like, no, the dowry is what makes me respectable in marriage. It's what puts me on a footing with my partner as a wife. You know what I mean? In a way, like it renders it respectable. And the whole community is like, no, yeah, you can't get married without that. And it's something that's an interesting commentary to show kind of how American culture and where it was moving to, especially in respect to the dowry. And I love that it kind of gives us some background on Irish customs, right? So yet more proof of other folks doing the dowry as well up until very recently. So yeah, shout out to this gentleman here for telling us about Quiet Man. I do plan to watch that by myself a little bit. Let me see if I can find it. There was an AI overview that I had on my phone, which I really enjoyed. See if I can find that. Sorry, guys. This is going to be a little bit of a slower stream for Shah. The Quiet Man, Mary-Kate's dowry is a point of contention and represents more than just money. It's a symbol of her dignity and social standing. Her brother, Redwill Donaher, initially withholds the dowry, 350 pounds, which is like the equivalent of like, I think, $20,000 or something in today's money, or something like that, somewhere around there. After learning of the marriage, learning to conflict with Sean Thornton. For Mary-Kate, the dowry is tied to her honor and independence, not just financial security. The dowry, in the context of the film, the dowry is a sum of money, 350 pounds. And no, not the kind of 350 pounds you might be familiar with today when it comes to women. I'm talking about a currency. 350 pounds and furniture that Mary-Kate's brother is obliged to provide upon her marriage. So she's coming with furniture for the house, the furnishings, and she's coming with what's the equivalent of like 20 grand. Furniture ain't cheap either, by the way. Mary-Kate's perspective, this is the woman at the center of it. She sees the dowry as essential to her social standing and self-respect as a woman in the community. It's not just about the money, but about maintaining her dignity and being seen as an equal partner in the marriage, according, whatever that is. Sean's perspective, Sean, a more modern American, initially doesn't understand the significance of the dowry, viewing it as just money. I don't know if you guys remember, but we looked at a Dowry American article, and it was again about an Irish guy who went back home to Ireland, where he was from originally, and he told the woman's father who he fell in love with, that he didn't care about the dowry, and the dad is like, are you like, is something wrong with you? I don't even know if you should marry my daughter, because I think you got a few like screws loose in you, basically. So we have 100-year-old article confirming that. So yeah, more fun there. The conflict and resolution. The withheld dowry leads to conflict between Sean and Red Will. Sean eventually confronts Red Will and secures the dowry, symbolically burning the money to demonstrate that he values Mary Kate's honor more than the financial aspect. But see, what we're witnessing is the change of how honor is viewed. Now there's this romantic love version of honor, and, you know, we got this kind of, basically it's becoming this, you know, it's this, right? This is the honor, right? Prior to that, though, the whole but there's a community honor that the dowry symbolized, basically. So we're moving community honor over to the side, practically throwing it out of the window of a moving car, frankly. And we're putting this new kind of honor, which is based off of this individual romantic love, which goes against the tradition that these Irish folk were doing back then. Okay, so interesting stuff there. I plan to watch that movie. Need to get my hands on it. I hope I didn't miss. Oh, God. Okay, I'm gonna try to just catch up with the chat. Then we're gonna get into this. Whatever it is, the Bonnie Blue thing. Man, my eyes can't see that clearly. That's so crazy. That's too bad. Just how it be sometimes. Cash is king. Young women want Chad. Old women want money. W epiphany phase. Okay, she has money. What's her dowry and how much does she contribute to the family expenses? Good question. Red pillars know what's up. Old women want money after the epiphany phase. I guess you're talking about post-wall women. I hear Spanish. Dang, AI is crazy, and not just for making dowry songs. I know. Man, the translation game is about to change out here. It's changed. Tradcons encourage women to go after money providers rather than going after Chad. Wouldn't a functional adult contribute to at least half of the family expenses? Well, they'd do that, or at least, you know, bring a dowry in the beginning.
Dowry, it's my right.
You know, meaning they've saved something, or they're from some family of coherence, and the proof positive is the dowry. It's saying we have values. Here's the proof that we live by those values. Instead of these intangible, oh, I'm submissive, or, you know, whatever, masculine or feminine. These are things that can be easily taken away or reneged on. Spanish media will paint D'Augusta as the Spanish Andrew Tate. Hey, well, shout out to D'Augusta. I would like to think, I don't want to speak for D'Augusta, but I think he'd like to be seen more as the Spanish Paul Elam. But if they want a boogeyman D'Augusta, that's what they're going to do, unfortunately. She isn't wrong. Women should bring some kind of real value to the relationship, just like men do. Otherwise, they're just dead weight. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, or, I mean, listen, if they're not going to do that, then, I mean, not worth signing a marriage contract with. Women's have jobs now, so don't need to bring a dowry now. That's where the gold pill pretty much says that, you know, the dowry's not coming back. That's been the overarching view of gold pill discussions. I've said it on Paul Elam's. I've said it on Pearl's show. Other places too. We know that. You know, I mean, that's a lot of people will say, well, you know, it's not going to come back. That's not something we haven't seen already. You know what I mean? But the point is to recalibrate how we're looking at this. Because prior to that, Tradcons had us all gaslit that this made you not masculine. So the point is to show, like, no, actually, this is how it was done. And so this gives us a new view of what's masculine and what isn't masculine. It's okay to, you know, stand up for yourself. Caesar, I hope I didn't miss anything else from you, man. I'm really sorry if I did. My eyes, I don't know why. It's just like I need to make this bigger, but I can't. That's too bad. Just how it be sometimes, I guess. What's the... They could be pushing the romanticized love. Oh, this is exactly what's going on in that movie, Elena. This is the use of the new film medium. This is the propaganda, right? This is the Hollywood sort of, you know, ideal, I guess you can say, right? So that's peak. And then it gives you an idea, right? Like this is the destruction of cultures. This is exporting a kind of corrosive acid onto other cultures, right? This is soft power. This is, I love American movies, even though I live somewhere else, and I want the love story too. This is how you change cultures, and this is, you know, kind of a struggle between cultures, and you watch how things move and change. It's an interesting dynamic environment. It's a shaky concept, Shah. Women date sideways or up. So even if she makes money, the moment she earns as much or more, hypergamy kicks in and respect fades. This is if you leave it unchecked. The question of the dowry is to put a check on it, right? So if guys on the other side can get past this sort of slave masculinity that they've been used to, it can, I think, reorient the market. I'm going to tell you something. The biggest benefit of the dowry is, the point of the dowry is if you want monogamy in a society, you have this problem of the high value man, or the high status man, as I like to call him. And in order to get a monogamous society, you have to wrestle down the high status man. You got to put him into monogamy. You know what I mean? Otherwise, what incentive is there for a guy to not be polygynous, basically? Right? So in order to do that with someone like Andrew Tate, he's going to be like, hell no, I'm here with the webcam hose, and I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Pimpin' ain't easy. I love it. I was born and bred for the game. If you have someone that is that high status, what would you say to him to wrestle him down into monogamy? Right? I mean, what it would take, basically, is somebody saying, okay, I like the money this guy makes. I want his resources and I want his ability, not just for my daughter, but also to be more focused on my family, creating a family alliance, okay? So, I don't know, some guy in Romania that owns a lot of property says, listen, I got a whole province that's going to be my daughter's dowry. You know, I don't know how it works in Romania. Whatever. You know, a large amount of land that's profitable land, incomes come from it, you know, whatever it happens to be. And we'll throw in a shipping lane in a you know, I don't know, a railroad company or whatever the hell it happens to be. That, you know, I guarantee you he would think about it. He'd be like, damn, okay, I can keep with the webcam hose, or I can create a new conjugal estate with this guy's daughter that links me with this family, and it'd be a very good bond. He'd have to think about it. That's how that guy gets wrestled into monogamy, economically speaking. And once you do that, then this creates a balance on the whole market, positive assortative mating, you know, matching, basically. And that's how it used to work. Now, you know, now you have the question of, okay, is that possible? Technology, birth control, women's rights and liberation, is that really going to happen? I don't know. I can't tell you. But what this at least does is it gives us a pushback on the TradCon shaming of like, well, you need to, you know, man up and marry these hoes. That's what we've been hearing for a long time. So that's the important thing about it, and that's kind of the fun there. So, you know, there's this thing about hypergamy where it's like people tend to worship almost. This concept of hypergamy has become sacred in the manosphere. And my aim is to kind of sort of make it not sacred anymore. That's where this discussion comes in, because we've kind of become slaves to this idea of hypergamy. It's not this completely impervious thing. I would like to see it a crack in its armor. You know, even if we could just get that, would be interesting. Otherwise, you're kind of resigned as a slave to hypergamy, basically, you know. So that's fun stuff there. Cutting edge. Maybe we are getting a little highbrow.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Women only submit to men they see as better. The dowry was at one-time investment from woman's side, but the man was expected to provide continuously for life. His total contribution far outweighed hers. That's another interesting point too. Back then, obviously, family law would have protected you somewhat, so that would make sense. I wouldn't say it always far outweighed hers. You actually, you don't know that. And there are, I don't know if there are exception cases or what the norm is, but it's like you can look back and see big dowries where, if the woman left and took her dowry with her, the man couldn't afford to run his household. So I think we got to be careful there. But, you know, I can give you that. That's why the dowry concept doesn't hold up today, in my opinion. Dowry represents a traditional custom of doing marriage. Most women would laugh at dowry today, asking for a lump sum, plus continuous income is like charging admission to a job. At that point, she's investing more than the man. I don't think that's true. It's about matching assets, and it doesn't matter. So she laughs at you. Can you not laugh back? That's the point. That's the point of this conversation, is to say, is when you're out here and you're on the field with these women, whether or not you're sleeping with them or not, when this conversation comes up of, don't you want to settle down someday? What are you looking for? And you could be like, yes, marriage is a fantastic thing. We should have the marriage discussion. And then you get in there and you grill her. And you're just like, okay, you're 28. How much have you saved? 0? You have debt? Laugh at her face. Why aren't you doing the same back to them is the question. And typically the answer is because you don't feel like a man, or you think it's your job to do that because you've been gaslit and you're still on the slave plantation, so to speak. Another lighthearted dowry show was Bonanza, the Dowry, episode 97. I think I remember you sending that to me before. I'll have to really look more into that too, where the dowry gets stolen, the dowry chest. I'm submissive and yet reveals her chesticles on social media. That's the thing. I mean, you know, if that's going to be your benchmark, which I get it, you can do that. Maybe some women, you're basically looking for a unicorn is all I'm trying to say. This is something that can be revoked later on. Dowry is never coming back. It would be seen as toxic and purchasing a woman. Well, that's the thing. I mean, so we have new technology. We have a whole different family law. So that's what makes all this different. The interesting thing about Gold Pill is trying to find, okay, we now understand this better, and trying to forge a new path to look at the long-term solution that makes sense. That isn't, you know, sort of held down by these prior bonds that both Red Pill and Tradcons put on men. Dowry would be seen as selling woman. That's not true. It would not be seen as selling woman. A concubine, if you were buying her and the money was going to her family, you can make a case for that. Her coming with the dowry. What you're saying, basically, you're just revealing you don't actually understand what the dowry is. Yep, I agree with you 100% on propaganda. The Bonanza episode was also about America's fixation on romantic love being superior to petty dowry traditions. That's a lot of stuff too, right? And that's your romantic novels. You're seeing those debates in the newspapers. That was the fun of that. Great recommendation. Evolutionary biology, women risk their lives giving birth, so men had to work and provide. I think that's just a bunch of stuff thrown together. I don't buy that exactly. You know, there are plenty of, I think women that are living in a highly urbanized environment and eating garbage are going to have trouble with it. But if you go, you know, into more rural areas, there's a book. It's a good book called Nutrition and Physical Degeneration by Weston A. Price. And what was interesting about him is he was a dentist. So he looked at dental caries in these newly urbanized city centers. And there was still plenty of people living rural lives. And he found that the women in the rural areas had a much easier time giving childbirth. Some of them giving birth to multiple children and able to get back in the game real quick because they were still eating proper food, where people in the cities are eating white flour, jams, jellies, basically garbage. You know, so I don't buy it exactly, frankly. And it also doesn't create a parity, bro. Because the parity to that, if you're going to go that direction, is that men get drafted and go fight in war. So no, that cancels out. The math on that cancels out. So that's all. That's her quest to fight as a woman, and she should be a strong woman and do that without complaining about it, the same way that a man goes out into the field and walks into a wall of bullets. So what you're saying kind of amounts to just more gynocentric nonsense. You are a gynocentrist, and I don't mean that in a mean way, but I have to tell you that's gynocentric thinking right there, basically. So his incentive to be monogamous was one woman's loyalty and submission, but if women no longer offer that, it's like asking man to sign exclusive contract with no perks. High value men don't play that game anymore. Female uncontrolled hypergamy feeds straight into the feminist delusions. Britfalt's law, that's more gynocentrism. I think monogamy is superior and contributes heavily to a balanced society. How we achieve it is complicated part. Prenup greater than dowry. Well, if you think it's going to hold up in today's environment, Cesar Quintana with the $20 super chat. Thank you, sir. Oh, man, I got to sit here and find all this stuff. I'm sorry. There's Giovanni's. Shout out to you, Giovanni. Thank you. The dowry doesn't hold up today because you got tradcons and most red pillars saying things like women are born with their value. Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's what we've been hearing basically from both of them for the past however many years. And that's part of the issue. That's what we're trying to push back against, basically, and say, hey, listen, I mean, this is what we saw in history. This is what we see in anthropology. Why is that the case? So we're trying to look at it from a new light, basically. Thank you, Caesar. I do appreciate that, sir. Serial monogamy is greater than lifelong monogamy. Interesting. Late to the party here. Good to hop in for a while. Thank you, man. I appreciate you being here, Luke. It's always a pleasure. Scientifically and biologically bring value in terms of being able to give birth. Okay, we talked about that. Exactly. We are being sold on ideological monorail. Exactly. Oh, man, that reminds me of the monorail song from The Simpsons. I'm just going to kind of skip some of this, guys, just so we can get to it. I think that's about it. I got Caesar. I hope I didn't miss anybody else's super chat. It's the only thing I'm concerned about. So, all right, guys. Yeah, let's go and just get into this. So I think we've done enough background on that. Looks like it was a fun conversation. You know, a lot of people enjoyed it. I don't know how much of this we'll look at. It's a long conversation. It's 2 hours, 28 minutes. I'll probably call this at the 4 or 5 hour mark, depending on how I feel and if my energy levels are there. But I'll try to make it 5 hours, guys, because we're unfortunately not going to have a stream next week since I'll be in Canada.
I'm just a clever slut.
You are the perfect.
All right, let's just get to the beginning.
Sex.
We don't have time.
And I think.
Women
sleeping with
All right.
7 men.
How?
Andrew, what do you think of Bonnie Blue sleeping with 1,057 men?
1,057 men. Okay.
How honest should I be out of 10?
11.
I want you to be honest.
You want me to be honest? Honest.
Yeah, go on.
I don't understand why men sit here and try and lecture you about it. I don't understand why men sit here and say you shouldn't do it. It's
Yeah.
your body, your choice, right? This is the world we now live in. This is the end result of feminism. You are the perfect end result of feminism. In the world I believe in the conservative, traditionally masculinely ruled world, a man would be in charge of his daughters until they're handed over to their husbands or boyfriends. And
Now, I hope he's handing over his daughter with one of these.
Your dowry, it's my right.
If we're going to talk about traditional, masculine world, just so he knows, I hope someone reminded him.
Dowry, it's my right.
Now, I'm sure Andrew Tate in his position would have no problem doing that.
there would be a degree of masculine guidance. But feminism didn't want that. Women complain that men don't want to get married. We did actually want to get married.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing that was interesting about feminism that we saw, in the newspaper articles is that, and part of it could have just been propaganda from their end to newspapers, have slants and biases, is that once a lot of these women in England weren't getting dowries anymore because it started falling from the culture and they were relying on playing this game of love, in which a lot of people lose the game of love, and there's a lot of spinsters, they started saying, well, women should be working. Because if we don't find a husband, then we should have some education or some certification in something. In the case that we end up, failing at the love match game, right? So there's almost this, as the dowry system goes away, there's almost this justification for the woman's movement, so to speak, because they aren't getting this handoff, basically.
Obedient virgins, but they disappeared and they complained about the patriarchy and they were tired of us giving them a house to live in and kids to raise, and they wanted to make their own choices. So she's making her own choice. That's a fantastic thing.
All right, yeah, he's basically kind of saying this.
Being a freak is not against the law of the United States of America. Being a sexual deviant.
Yeah, I mean, it's not illegal. This is her choice.
I have a lot of respect for you because you own it and you're honest about it.
What if it was your daughter?
Well, that won't happen.
But
Well, the only way that's not going to happen is this.
Your dowry, it's my right.
I hope that's what if he does not have that Sir Andrew, I mean, it probably will happen.
She's her own person.
I never said my daughter's her own person. I said I said women
gonna
want to
be
be their own people. But my point is,
I think his leverage over his daughter is going to be, if you do that, you're cast out. You know, you're written out of the will. He may not use the word dowry exactly, but that will be his leverage.
there's so many women who go to Magaluf for a
Yo, Talut Bora, shout out to you, man. Great to see you here.
weekend and do something very similar, and then they come back to England and get with some fucking guy and start asking for presents from him and talking about how they deserve a traditional relationship and they want to get married and they want a Christmas present and all this bullshit. Most women do exactly what Bonnie does. I don't see you any different than most women. And I'm not saying that in a degrading way.
Most women don't sleep with 1,057
One-
men.
I mean, you'd probably, some of these ladies out here, it's probably not 1,000, but I'm sure some folks would be surprised if they heard real numbers.
in a day.
1,000?
Oh, in a day. Yeah, come on.
Does it fucking matter?
I think it does.
I don't really think it does.
So there's-
It's
there's
all
no-
disgusting.
You know, that could be a poll. At what point does it matter for you? When is it too many? Here, I'll add a couple options. I'll do 0 through 2, I guess, because we're asking about too many. Or then we'll do 3 to 5. Nah, it's not big enough. Okay, look, 3 to 5. Okay. I'll put as many options as I can. I think I'm limited to 4, though. 6 through 10. Screw it. 6 through 15. I don't know how many I can add. Through 100. Oh, that's where it ends. All right, screw it. I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to put 1,000 in there, but that's where we're at. Luke Neal says, dude thinking he can control his children. He literally admits later on that he has children on their own. What say or leverage does he have on them? Yeah, and not to mention what he practices. Why shouldn't some other Andrew Tate guy come and seduce his daughter? Unless he's going to challenge that guy to a duel, which they also got rid of, around the same time that, dowry and all these other kinds of facets of traditional living. So, yeah, I don't know. She might find her love story and dip out, right? This guy might use the lover boy method on his daughter. He's going to need to have some sort of incentive to stop her from doing that. That maybe isn't just, her being raised in a masculine household. So, yeah. Dowry worked when women couldn't earn, so they brought assets to secure provider. Now they earn and have endless options. Well, they could earn, but the thing is there just wasn't jobs that provided economically as much as typically what guys were doing. We didn't have all this technology, right? So a lot of work that guys were doing just fetched more money. Women were working and doing work. It's just that comparatively speaking, you can hire a servant to do it, probably for not that much money, and they would do it. So they would work, but what they're bringing in terms of coin isn't the same thing as what a guy's bringing in with his labor. And a lot of times, women would be working, the whole family would be working to contribute to the daughter's dowry, even the mom, everybody, and scrimping and scrounging and saving. So,
To me, if I met a woman and she said, I just sucked a dick yesterday, I'd say, well, I find you repulsive. I don't want to sleep with you. Goodbye.
So you're only going after virgins?
Well, it's not about only going after virgins, but I think if you're a straight man, the idea of having a bunch of men fuck a woman that you're with is pretty repulsive.
But everyone has a past.
But see,
When
this
you
is the
prefer
kind of
your
shit
girls
white
have
people say.
experience.
I don't know what's wrong with you people. Everyone has a
white
past.
people taking strays today.
That's not acceptable. In fact, let's analyze that. Everyone has a past. You're right. Everyone does have a past. It's true. But isn't the primary objective of a man to find a woman with as little past as possible? Would you argue that's one of the precursors to finding a wife? Considering that wives were supposed to be virgins. This was the deal. The reason I'm proud of Bonnie, and I am genuinely proud of you, I like Bonnie. I like what she's doing. Because the deal was...
Are you not, contradicting yourself here?
In what way?
Well, you're proud of her sleeping with 1,057 guys, but women should be virgins.
No.
Well, I guess, I don't know if that trips him up because it's not like he's looking at her to get married. He'd probably look at her to pimp out and say, well, you can be on the team and then I can sit behind the keyboard and tap things while, and convince the guys to send more money.
I'm saying that the social contract, the construct of society that made family function, was women were obedient virgins and they found a man who provided for them and they listened to that man. Women have then said, we don't like the patriarchy. We're tired of
and they came with the dowry.
being provided for. We're tired of being taken care of. We don't want to listen to anybody. We want to make our own decisions. That was women and feminism that ended the traditional family unit. And now women can make their own decisions. So I'm glad that Bonnie's making her own decision.
Yeah,
I'm not
because
here to
people
tell you not to
say
do it.
I take women back 100 years. I'm like, no, I'm the clear example of how to be empowered. I use my body. I do what I want, when I want. And this is the thing you've been
That's an interesting thing there. You know, a lot of people might not want to use the word empowerment there. I don't know her background. I don't know if she grew up rich or poor or what the deal is. But, you know, this goes into, you know, we had a discussion about freedom last week, I believe. And I was thinking about it more too. And it's like this concept of freedom is interesting because it's like there's different levels of freedom that society could be talking about at any given time. It could be freedom, meaning that you're not a slave. Like you're not in a state of bondage, right? You're a free man, Mr. Freeman, right? So you have freedom because you're not, you know, a slave as they used to be in society, or an indentured servant or whatever, something, I don't know, something like that. Then there's like, I don't know, freedom, you know, no taxation without representation, or there's freedom of press, you know what I mean? Or there's the freedom to own guns, right? Like people, that can just be the freedoms that people say, I live in a free society because those can do things. But then freedom, this idea of freedom encroaches into other things. Then it's like, well, the freedom to step out of my gender role or something, or people step out of their gender identity, or the freedom to, I don't know, twerk on a sidewalk or do something that just isn't, you know, proper in keeping with society's values, or in her case, the freedom to sleep with 1,000 guys in a day and set that up and make a whole, you know, I don't know, circus out of it, right? So there's this question of what is the freedom that we're talking about, right? What are the most important freedoms there? Or is freedom this kind of thing that just keeps pushing on boundaries and keeps pushing on boundaries, and we're conditioned to love freedom, but as you do that, it's more than just about freedom from slavery, or, you know, freedom of whatever, you know, taxation without representation or whatever it happens to be. And it goes into all these other things like the freedom to basically profane what is sacred and go against societal values in that way. So fun conversation there. Not a fan of hers. Hey, Attitude, welcome in. I think if that's Sassy Attitude, shout out to you. Haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing well. Marriage cause divorce. Are you a lawyer? Would you be interested in talking about prenuptial agreements with us? Suvaya says women need to be humbled. That's a dream of mine, to help as many women be humbled by reality as possible. Andrew Tate states a lot of truth, but he's not what I would call a well-adjusted man with wisdom and virtue. Same for the 304 he's talking to. You know, I think he kind of fits the mold of a lot of folks that kind of live the fast lane life, which is on a long enough timeline, you kind of do step in a landmine or in a big pile of poo. And you know what's interesting? There's this book called The Game by Neil Strauss, I think. I haven't read the whole thing, but I started reading part of it. And that was a book that was pretty influential in the whole red pill space a while ago. But it was this guy who basically got into pickup, like it's a book about pickup artistry. And he knows these legends like Mystery and Ross Jeffries, and he spends time being mentored by them, and he goes through his whole pickup journey, and it's interesting in that way. The interesting part of the book is it starts out with him in Mystery, and him having to take Mystery, this legendary pickup artist who gets laid like it's nobody's business, to essentially a mental institution, because Mystery has this mental breakdown and loses his, like, he just has this attack, like it's really bad. And this guy, the main character, you know, the person whose eyes you're viewing the book, the writer has to take him into a mental institution. And it's just interesting that it's like this book that was so influential in the pickup community starts with this guy having a nervous breakdown, or, you know, stepping into a pile of dookie. And this is after getting the most validation I guess if you want to call it that, that you could from so many different beautiful women and going in there and winning so many of these pickup battles or whatever. Andrew Tate, you know, in so many ways kind of ended up in his own situation like that, where it's like you're living this fast lane life, then it comes back to haunt you. I think Roosh V had some issues there in Canada with something similar. So there's just these, you know, there's these interesting kind of things there when you really talk about it. So Luke, I don't know. I just think there's something to what you're saying there. I get why my eyes can't see. It's because I got this fan drying it out right above it. 1 second, let me turn this off. So yeah, that's kind of fun there, Luke. I like your idea, man. But there is YouTube attorney called Jonathan Noble who would probably do this. Hi, it's my birthday. We logged onto YouTube to watch a movie and saw you were live. Wow, there's two people's birthday today. It's literally Suvaya's birthday. I think it's also Elon Musk's birthday. I might be wrong about that. But it's also your birthday. Well, hey, shout out to you. Happy birthday. We got 2 birthdays in the chat. Wow. I hope you have a fantastic birthday. And I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. I don't know if you're still in the gaming scene, but hey, if you are, I've been in the retro gaming scene. I got the CRT TV, and that's been keeping me happy. So I got that going on, which is pretty nice. But yeah, shout out to you. I think Neil Strauss has become a Christian conservative now. Okay, well, that's interesting. I haven't followed up with them, but that would be another guy maybe who did that. So Suvia, why do you want many women to be humble? Just curious. Hey, Post Millman. Shout out to you, Post Millman. I know we got to do our next discussion. The book, The Game, is almost as good as the book, Chivalry. It is a good book, definitely. Attitude says, I would have been more of a fan of Bonnie if the people who participated in her parties were posted on a public list. So us gals can make informed decisions on if we want to avoid those dudes. Well, shout out to you. Yeah, I think probably currently what they have is a bunch of masked people. So that's interesting. Elena says, because it's better than remaining delusional. All right, well, let's get back to this.
Been on about for years. And when I get hate, like when I click on the comments of these women that are like, oh, you're taking us back 100 years, then in their bio it says stay-at-home mom of 2. I'm thinking, what the fuck was you rooting for?
That's
because
right.
you have just stayed
That's
at
right,
home.
Bonnie. See, this is the future.
I want to hear that one more time.
Comments of these women that are like, oh, you're taking us back 100 years. Then in their bio it says stay-at-home mom of 2. I'm thinking, what the fuck was you rooting for?
That's
because
right.
you have just stayed
That's
at
right,
home.
Bonnie. See, this is the future.
Yeah.
This is the future. This is fantastic. It's exactly what Western society is headed to. So why are we going to sit here and pretend this is not? Why are we going to sit here and pretend that most women who go on girls' holidays aren't doing something similar to what Bonnie does just because it's not on camera? Why are we going to sit here and pretend that these men who walk around with their wives in the pub in England, they're like, oh, my wife, yeah, everyone has a past. Oh, no, she's done the same shit. What's the difference? Who gives a fuck, right? We're either going to care and accept that women are judged on their past and judged on their innocence and judged on their naivety and judged on these things like it used to be, or we're going to sit and say it doesn't matter, everyone has a...
I'm trying to think of like an It's Complicated channel style question. If women can be shamed for their body count, does that mean that women actually can be held accountable?
Past. Well, if everyone has a past, everyone has a past. Who gives a fuck? Does it really matter?
Oh, crap. Let me look at the last poll. Maybe we'll make another poll. I don't know. I'm trying to fashion an It's Complicated style question. I'm doing a bad job. What I'm trying to say is, well, on the one hand, if women are shamed for their body count, does that mean that they're held accountable? But at the same time, you usually hear that women aren't held accountable or can't be. When is it too many? 46% says above 2. 26% says 3 to 5. 6 to 15 say 13%. Or sorry, 13% say 6 to 15. And 13% say 16 to 100. Well, hey, shout out to everybody in here. That was a fun poll. Yo, Base FCZ. Hey, thanks for coming in, man. Great to see you, man. Shout out to you. I know we still got to do our discussion. We will make that happen. We will make that happen. Suvia, forgive me. I think I say both interchangeably. Elon Musk, Rob Deck. I'm sorry. This is not coming out. correctly. Kathy Bates, Mr. Miyagi. Okay, John Cusack. Some of the coolest people were born today. And to add to that, Suvaya and Attitude in the chat. Sassy Attitude. With the simple facts, the truth shall set them free.
So
Any more?
What would you do if it?
You know what? I'm just gonna put that in the poll. I'm just gonna put, can women be held accountable? Let's just keep it basic. We'll just do a yes or no. We're just having fun, guys. You know, things don't gotta be perfect in here. Things don't gotta be perfect. True. We will. Right now, I'm supporting you. Thank you, man. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Marriage causes divorce says, if women can't be shamed by their body count, does that mean body count is important? That's another good question too, Marriage. I like that. Suvaya says, do you think the truth alone will change their mind? Oh, that's a good question. So if truth isn't enough, then the only thing that could probably change their mind is some kind of consequences, I guess, like actual physical ones. Doesn't have to mean doing anything to them, but it just means that them having bad outcomes. But even if there are bad outcomes, will they take accountability for the bad outcomes? So these are all questions, you know. I think one thing that can help them is if other women have an edge in the marriage market. And Peter Wright was talking about this with me. And he was saying, because we were talking about, you know, I know, you know, like bringing dowry back or not. But what would happen if there really was, let's say one TradCon person actually did give their daughter a dowry. Let's say it really happened. Let's say one guy Don Quixote'd his way into saving up a dowry for his daughter and was just like, all right, F it. We don't stop out here. You know what I mean? Let's go hard at this. You know, we're driving straight into it. We're going to make it happen, and saves the dowry. What if that dowry gives his daughter an edge in the marriage market and other TradCons see his daughter's experience and think, damn. And other women see that too and say, I want what she has. Women may, if they don't want to take blame, maybe at the very least they can say, I want what she has. And if it does give them an edge, then who knows? Maybe it'll have some bearing on it. Giovanni says one partner more than me is too many. LOL. Yo, Nasuji in the chat. Yo, shout out Nasuji, my brother. Nasuji. Nasuji, cowboy boots are in. Cowboy boots are here. The guys were asking about how I injured myself with this headband, and I told them at the end of the stream I might show them. Nasuji personally has all of that documented, by the way. So the only person who knows how I hurt myself with this is Nasuji. Actually, Sassy Attitude also knows. So, you know, if we got time. Yo, Nasuji, by the way, man, my buddy I was going to hang out with tomorrow actually came over today. So if you want to do some gaming tomorrow, I'm down to do the gaming tomorrow. So let me just take this off in a way that's safe. Here before I get myself in trouble again. Okay. All right. Well, let's just get back into it, folks. I hope I didn't miss anything. Suvaya, JP, shout out to JP. I just want to say hi to JP. He's one of the legends. Hope I didn't miss anybody else. All right, here we go, guys. Shalvakir has entered the chat.
What's your daughter, though?
But why are you asking impossible questions?
Well, it's not an impossible question.
Of course it is.
How?
Oh, here we go. As this is important.
Who gives a fuck? Does it really matter?
So
Any more?
What would you do if it was your daughter, though?
But why are you asking impossible questions?
Well, it's not an impossible question.
Of course it is.
How?
It can't happen.
But anything can happen.
It's against the laws of physics.
You know, eventually when his daughter gets old enough, this is something that he's going to have to contend with. And who knows? I mean, she may have that great serpent in her spirit that he has, the one that drove him, you know, to be a hunter out there on the field. Women have that too. And, you know, being his daughter, that great hunter spirit might be in her as well. And he'll have to come head to head with that. Now, without this, I don't know what he's going to do. It's not going to be enough. And he's been playing the game of polygyny. You know what I mean? So it's like, this goes against a lot of how the world works in terms of, you know, rights and freedoms and things like that. At best, you have incentives. Well, if you do X, then you won't be able to take advantage of Y. So we'll see how that goes.
It's not.
I mean, if your
It's
daughter opened her
not.
legs and took 1,000 dicks, it's not impossible.
Of course it is.
What? I
Why
mean,
is
the
it
dicks would
impossible?
enter her pussy, therefore
It's
she's
lit-
taken.
It's literally
Oh gosh,
impossible for
I
my
was gonna
daughter.
make
What,
fun
are
of
you
it,
going to
but
be
I
there
didn't.
against your daughter's pussy saying that dick's not entering it?
No, my daughter just wouldn't make that decision
But why?
because I still raise her in a household where she is masculinely guided, and she'll.
Personally, I think he has to have some incentives built in there. If he masculine guides his daughter all he wants, but there isn't the other practical things of life that she needs, which he has the means to give her. He does have the means to give her. She'll be a concubine at best. You know what I mean? Or, you know, so I just think his argument would go better if he talked about more incentives to make her make, you know, a different choice. Yo, JP, thanks for the super chat, man. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Hope your night is going well as always. Just tuning in. Hope everyone's night's going well. Had to show some love. Man, thank you so much. You know, I really appreciate that, man. Honestly, that's hard-earned money right there. And it's tough out there right now, man. So people, you know, people work hard for their money, and I appreciate you gifting that to me in the form of a super chat there. I'll try to be responsible with that. We're having a pretty good night, you know. I don't know. Things are going all right. We got 2 birthdays here. Nasuji's in the chat. Like, everything's just going, you know, not bad for a stream. But again, thank you, sir. I do appreciate that. Luke Nielsen says he has the delusion that many such men have. Lead more, bro, and your wife and children will follow. Yeah, I mean, all it takes is one slippery guy. Listen, man, you know, like, there's going to be a younger Andrew Tate that's going to go after this. That's going to go after his daughter. I mean, it's just live by the sword, die by the sword. That's just how the game goes, you know? So he's going to have to think, how can I incentivize her from not doing that?
Be guided by me until I hand her over to some other man.
Okay, so he's talking about the handoff. Now, is the handoff going to come with one of these?
Your dowry, it's my right.
And is the other, you know, I don't think he's going to expect the other man to be monogamous, just kind of keeping with what he does and how he lives his life. So, you know, it'd be interesting if he talked more about that. So I don't know exactly what his plan is, but it's an interesting discussion, you know. How much control do fathers have over their daughters? Now, his advice is to get rich and move. So, you know, maybe the daughter's only going to grow up in Dubai or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is there. Kind of reminds me of that Dubai princess story, or was it the Saudi princess? This was from like a decade ago, and then she like ran away. And then they got her. It was a whole thing. He really is delusional to believe he can control those that are not himself. It's the difference between reaching the daughter and authoritarian ordering her. If he taught her about life, it'll stick. If he just ordered her about, he risks her rebelling and messing up anyway. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what'll happen. And, you know, if it's, I think what you're saying is possible. You know what I mean? And I don't know, just going off kind of his at least way of operating in the past, maybe you could say he's different now. There's probably going to be a bunch of seducers out there, depending, you know. Women have to be willing to follow, but good luck with that. I don't think they will voluntarily, not when the system pays them for non-compliance to male authority. Oh, there you go. I hope I get old enough to see Tate eat his words when his daughter meets her first chat. All I'm saying is, yeah, I mean, that's going to be, you know, her. Time will tell. If you have married her, you have already effed up. Suvaya, are you married? You and me both. Like, I hope to see the cosplay hipster, wannabe grifter, tradcon comment at the Daily Wire. He's really good at motivation. I give him that. It certainly motivates me to stay as healthy as possible. Yeah, I mean, that's one of his strong points. Yeah, I said it at the beginning. It's kind of like taking a sip of coffee, or you listen to a short of Andrew Tate and it gets you going. You know, all that stuff is cool. It's like drinking a 5-hour energy or something.
However, I believe when women are left to their own devices, they will only ever make stupid decisions.
Was mine a stupid decision?
I wouldn't say it's any more stupid than most decisions women make, to be honest with you. I think that most women, to some degree...
That's an interesting question. Was that a stupid decision she made? I don't know. Will Bonnie Blue be able to get married and have kids? It happens with nudie stars all the time. I mean, I think you see that. Some of them get married and have kids. Now, some of them end up in some dark places and do some not so nice things to themselves also. So it's really tough to say. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe, you know what? Maybe we can make that a poll too. Can women be held accountable? 64% say yes, 35% say no. Well, that's interesting. 17 votes there. 17 votes there. Okay. 64% of chat are delusional for marriage causes divorce. Let me do another poll. Did Bonnie make a bad decision? Question mark. We'll just leave it yes or no for the sake of simplicity. All right, let's move in.
We are sex workers anyway. Like,
I mean, yeah.
let's be honest about it, right? Most women look at Miami or Dubai. What's your job? Oh, I've got a boyfriend.
Well, Miami and Dubai are two places. Now, I mean, to be charitable to him, I get what he's saying. Yeah, you know, I mean, listen, I'm in neither of those places, and I've met women that have admitted to me about being on the spectrum, or it's like, oh, and you know, when they tell you, they make it like, oh, I just tried it and I really didn't like it, but they were full in on there. You know, if you do a little bit of the math, oh, it was just this, or you know, they just, you know, oh, they just did that. It wasn't all the way, but I was on that site for a bit or whatever it happened to be. And it's like, oh, okay. And this is, you know, this is over here. So St. Miami or Dubai. Didn't some guy marry Bonnie? I don't know. Is she married? You know, let me check that out, man. I actually don't know. Is Bonnie Blue married? Is Bonnie Blue married? I mean, and she's got IVF. I mean, she's got plenty of money and she's got IVF to help her with the kids if she doesn't have any kids yet. So that's all I'm saying. Yes, Bonnie Blue, the actress. Yes, the actress is married. She married her high school sweetheart. What, in 2022? Hey, man, the high school sweetheart was all about it. He was just like, baby, I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting all this time to marry you. Damn, so she married the high school. Man, this is some real cake and eat it, too. She slept with 1,000 guys. She made the OF money. She married the high school sweetheart. She got the romantic love aspect of this. It's just going well. I mean, for her, you know, so all right, there you go. Well, you know, behind every great OF actress is up. You remember that saying where they say behind every great man is a woman? I'm trying to tool that for every, you know, woman who slept with 1,000 guys or something like that. It's there somewhere. Well, Dan the man, thank you. You are correct, sir. You are correct, sir. Some guy will marry Bonnie recently married Nala. Yeah, well, it looks like some guy already did. If your only measure of success is cash, you don't understand life. Someone even married Kim K. Well, yeah, I think, has she been married more than once? I can't remember. No. She went out with some guys. I don't know. I think she was only married to Kanye. Kanye-zy. That's why the educational system in the West needs to be dismantled. That's where a lot of the issues begin and are solidified. Married in the religious sense, but not the legal sense. Well, shout out to you for going with that. Shout out to you. Shah, women already facing the consequences of their choices, divorce rates are up, antidepressant use is rising, and despite more freedom than ever, they're reporting less happiness. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that about the antidepressant use and the less happiness. Behind every 304 is a simp. Add a small detail here. Behind every man is a public 304. Love it, Shah. Kim has been married 3 times. Oh, she was married before. Okay, I couldn't remember. Yeah, I have not done a good job of keeping up with who were her husbands. Let me look this up. Whew. Kim Kardashian's husbands. Okay. So Kanye West, Chris Humphries, and Damon Thomas. Man, I better drink some water, man. I better drink some water, guys. I can just kind of feel it a bit today. That's just how it be. All right. Well, thanks, Base, for that. I didn't know that. Okay.
So your job is being a girlfriend. And why does he give you money? Because you give him sex. So most women are sex workers anyway, to be honest.
Concubines.
But isn't
I
that
mean-
what you said the family unit was?
Well, then you're a sex worker with one customer. You know, which is nice.
So this is kind of how you view the world if you view all women as sex workers. The monetized dating marketplace, shout out to Coach.
I guess it's better. It's more efficient.
But what about if you're raising children? That's not sex work, is it?
No, that's being a mother.
Yeah.
All right, so that's interesting, Rob. Rob said this, not me. So they're either virgins, sex workers, or mothers. Are those the three categories?
I think you're putting words into my
I
mouth.
think that's what Rob just said.
Can they be all three at different times? I'm going to end the poll, guys, just to do that. 73% said Bonnie made a bad decision. 27% said no. All right, interesting.
Those are the three categories.
I'm just sat in the middle.
And women have to choose to be one of them.
So is that what you think?
I think that when a woman becomes a mother, she has a purpose. And I think that women should be having children as soon as possible. And I think it gives their life a direction. And I think it's the most important thing to preserve society, especially if you want to talk about geopolitics and talk about race and all of these things. If you want
geopolitics, race. Where's this going?
Country that looks like the country it used to be, you need to have the original people from there having children. I think all of that is true. Absolutely. I think every day a woman goes without having kids is primarily a waste of time. But once again, what does it matter what I think? Rob, I've given up. I've given up trying to say.
Is Andrew Tate blackpilled? Yo, marriage causes divorce. I think Andrew Tate's actually with you now.
World. I've given up. No, Rob. I've given up. I've given up on misogyny and all this shit.
No, you haven't.
They attacked me with the Matrix. They keep throwing me in jail. I am now all for women empowerment. I think women should run around fucking as many men as they want.
Okay, well, looks like we got a little bit of a perspective shift coming from Andrew Tate.
I like what Bonnie's doing. She's getting the bag. She's getting rich. Most girls out here don't want to have kids. They just want to get Birkin bags and Instagram likes. Good. I'm a feminist, a pro-feminism. This is the world now. How the world's going to end up, who gives a fuck? Who cares about the future? Doesn't matter.
See, women go around, use sex.
Marriage causes divorce. 72% of the chat doesn't understand why women have sex. It's ultimately for provision and survival. That's an interesting thing. Maybe we can make that a poll. I'll tell you this, if that's the case, I don't know, okay, then why would women have sex with like the Pookie or the bad boy, right? Like if he's not going to come in provision for them. Like, I mean, I've seen plenty of child support cases where we can't get a dime out of this guy because he's working the corner and he doesn't, he's not in the picture. So, I mean, maybe on some primal level of, I'm trying to be charitable what you're saying, like some primal level of, this Ooga Booga man has the, biggest fists or something like that. But at the same time, a lot of times women will I seen a woman whose boyfriend was going to prison and he's there now. I mean, I watched this unfold over a course of a year and she had his baby just to do that before he went to prison, which effectively takes away both the provision and the protection and the survival because he can't protect her while he's in jail and he can't provide for her while he's in jail. And child support can't do nothing about that because child support orders get set to 0 if someone's in jail for a long time, like this guy's going to be. But she was like, I need to have his baby. And I watched the whole thing happen. I saw the whole thing happen. So could you say that woman primarily had sex for that kind of thing? I don't know. I'm just, you know what I mean? Let's just make it a poll. Just make it a poll. Make it a yield poll right here. Crap. I can't. Where did it go? The silverback gorilla. Provision and survival. All right. Do women primarily? I don't know if primarily is a qualifier that can be there. Whatever. Did you say primarily in your thing? Look at it on my other one. Sorry, guys. This is going to be a little bit of a slower night for Shah. It's ultimately for provision. Okay, do women... I'm going to use your qualifier. Do women ultimately have coitus for provision and survival? Question mark. Start ye old poll. Just a yes or no. Maybe I could have put other options in there, but let's just do this.
Their advantage, but then are happy to cry about it straight away, saying, "Oh, he took advantage of me." And it's like, You're the one that wanted to do sex to have like the job promotion, or you're the one that wanted to have sex to get more attention or try and be more liked. But then they cry about it. And that's what I get frustrated about. And even with porn stars, like people in my industry, they'll do this for a few years, get the money, get the boob jobs, get the house. And then suddenly they go, oh my God, I was forced into the industry. Oh my God, someone took all my money.
Have you ever considered a job as a lawyer? Because I could do with you. You're 100% right. So this is the false dichotomy of society, right? So this is the reason when I said I like what Bonnie does, because Bonnie completely 100% owns what she does. And she says, it's my decision. And I've seen people try and lecture you. I've seen people sit there and try and lecture you.
Okay, that's going to be the TradCon lecturing. The TradCon lecturing right there. I think really the top reason for most women 18 to 45 really have sex to either keep a man or for pleasure. It's not really done as a favor or because she cares about the man, really. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting thing to think about, too, because it's like if a woman is doing it for survival and provision, well, if she already has a man who provisions for her and protects her, whatever the other qualifier there was, why would she cheat on that guy with the pool boy who isn't going to do any of those things for her, ostensibly? You know what I mean? Like, okay, maybe you can make the argument for a hypergamous Brant swing if someone could do that better. But I feel like you don't see that all the time. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just observing wrong here. But they'll do strange things. I mean, and then you got some of these teachers out here that I keep seeing on Twitter that do things with, you know, people that put them in jail when it gets found out that they did those things with them. So it's like I don't know. I think there might be different motivating factors there for that, you know, back and forth fun time, if you know what I'm saying. So yeah, that's an interesting discussion. Suvaya says it is survival instinct. That's why women easily use it for manipulative purposes. Maybe you could put that down and say it's for power. I mean, that could go into survival, I guess. It would be more interesting if that poll had options if you are answering as a gal or dude. Dang it. That would have been nice to put in there. Now I feel like, yeah, maybe on the next one we can do that. I feel like it's kind of too late, but that would be good to know. Women sleep with the bad boy because he signals strong genetics, confidence, risk-taking, dominance. He's nature's gene donor. Okay. The provider type is often the one she settles with later because he offers stability and resources to protect the offspring. Okay. Exactly. It's just biology and survival. One gives the genes, the other raises the child. Women play both sides to chase the bad boy for his genes and keep the provider for his resources. One for excitement, the other for security. It's not personal, it's evolutionary strategy. Okay, Suvaya, I don't think it's not a survival mechanism when she F's a bunch of dudes. Oh, man. Yeah, I forgot about that, Elena. Yeah, that's a thing, too. Yo, coffee enjoyer, man. Great to see you. How's the stream tonight, Shah? We're having fun out here. We're just hanging out. You know, nothing too crazy. I don't know why the colors keep changing here. This is crazy. There we go. Was that the one? One of these two. That's weird. Anyways, great to see you, man. I had 2 cups of coffee in the morning, by the way. Men have fun with the whore, but marry the nurturer. Both sexes have mating strategies. One for pleasure, one for legacy. You know, you can call that the Madonna whore complex or the prison guy, you know, or provider beta dichotomy on the other end. Chad, poor boy equals good protector evolutionarily. Yep. Power and manipulation are not survival. Survival is when she has no other options. She stays with one man. Sorry, Shah type, it's not survival if she is a 304. Got it. It only been made into manipulation in modern era, so I doubt it's a survival thing, more like a cultural thing in the West. Yeah, I don't know how much of it's survival, though, if she will sleep with the guy that's just going to dip out on her after. I guess if you're going to go the gene thing, then yeah, okay, the kid might have strong genes to survive on their own or in an environment where food maybe is easier to get and there's less competition for resources. Maybe in like a very older nomadic society when the population of humanity drops so low or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting conversation. Base FCZ says, but here's the problem. Why wouldn't a woman just find a good man that is strong? Why is there a dichotomy where none exists? Why chase a biker when you can smash a kung fu master? LOL. It's a good question. Shah, what are you describing is what Rollo calls Alpha F's beta bucks. That's the dual mating strategy. Effing around is pure tingles. All right, let's get back
and
to
say
this.
like, oh, but you're a creature of God and you shouldn't be doing this. No, you should do whatever the fuck you want.
Exactly.
It's up to you to do whatever you want. And you're not saying anybody tricked you into it. It's your decision. And let's be honest.
That's kind of interesting with the trick. Now, that's what Andrew Tate's being accused of doing to women and saying he led him over there and did the lover boy method and then tricked him into doing the webcam stuff. That's ongoing. We don't know if that's true or not.
So when they talk about taking women back 100 years, let's actually be very honest here, Rob. No disrespect.
No disrespect.
There's always been whores.
It's the oldest profession.
Ancient Rome had whores.
Well, I'll tell you this. One of the oldest surviving stories, I think, is the Epic of Gilgamesh. A good story. And somewhere in there, in the beginning, God, I can't remember his name. I think it was Enkidu, which becomes Gilgamesh's buddy. And Enkidu's like this wild man, and he like lives amongst the animals. And he's having a good time out there. And then something happens. I think Gilgamesh and Enkidu get in a wrestling match. But basically, Gilgamesh wants to tame the raw power of Enkidu and civilize them or something. So he hires a prostitute. I can't remember her name, but I think it starts with an S. And basically, that prostitute sleeps with him for like 7 days and 7 nights. And they enjoy cakes too, which I wonder what those tasted like back then. They were probably made with honey and other interesting things. Maybe they had dates back then. I don't know. But man, that would be really good right now. Anyway, so they do that for like 7 days and 7 nights. And then this makes him ready to basically enter civilization. So this civilizes him. So somehow this thing kind of takes away, when he goes back out into the wild, he finds that he can't really communicate with the animals like he used to. It's an interesting thing, basically. And then, yeah, Enkidu and Gilgamesh become buddies. And they go on adventures, which is pretty sweet. And then Enkidu dies. And this really affects Gilgamesh in a way that's tough on him. And then Gilgamesh basically goes looking for like immortality or the secret of life. And he goes on this big adventure. And then he meets this kind of precursor of Noah. I think his name was Utnapishtim. And Utnapishtim tells him to swim to the bottom of this lake or ocean. And he finds this flower there. And then I think he's resting or something. And then a snake eats the flower. And that's why snakes molt, basically. Because the snake ate the immortality thing. And Gilgamesh didn't get to do that. And there's some big lesson at the end that I can't remember right now, but I'll have to go back and read about all this stuff. Anyways, all that to say is, yes, the prostitutes have been here for a long time. Coffee and George says, I would argue it certainly makes women act differently than in the past. I probably missed something. Enkidu, no dowry will stop her from smashing the Chad pool boy. Well, it'll incentivize her. She'll at least lose something if she does that, is the key there. Marriage causes divorce. Alrighty, I'm out. Hey, take it easy, Luke. I appreciate you hanging out, man. It was great seeing you, bro. I got other things to do tonight. The point is they'll have skin in the game, which is the big thing. Enkidu, thank you, Sassy, for that. Coffee George says, one could argue because of marriage set up these days, the need for survival is highly diminished if they can get child support regardless in most cases. Well, yeah, I mean, if that's their primary concern and they can use the state to do that for them, then it's easier to pull the ripcord on the marriage. I guess you could say there's a wealth transfer mechanism. If they're relying on the husband's wealth, they can also get jobs easier. You know, you could work in an air conditioning office or do other things and get by that way. So interesting. Women sleep with the alpha for strong genes, even if they leave right after. Then they find a beta to provide and raise that kid's alpha. It's biology using 2 men for 2 different roles. 1 for genes, 1 for support. And Suvaya says, that's another piece. Sorry, my vision's failing me again. That's another piece of our ancient relationship dynamics that we tend to overlook. Women are more corruptible. All right, moving in.
There's always been whores. The Aztecs had whores. You think there weren't concubines in the fucking Ming dynasty? Sucking little
I mean, you know, concubines in China go together like peanut butter and jelly.
Chinese pee-pee? Of course there were. There's always been whores. It's the oldest profession in the world.
Exactly.
So do you think it's a legitimate job?
Well, I mean,
I think he just kind of iterated that.
check her bank. I'm sure she's making fucking loads of money. So here's where do you draw the line? If we're going to live in this false dichotomy, because the world was very simple once, not too long ago.
I don't know. Was it? And the poll. Oh, we got 50% here. That's like a 50-50. Do women ultimately have coitus for provisionist? Well, that's interesting. That's more than I expected. Okay, so we're kind of split here on that. We're split here on that.
And men had this terrible misogynistic view, which I, of course, don't agree with, that women can't make their own decisions because they're naturally chaotic. And when women decide anything, life's fucked up. In fact, these men, in their disgusting... these men in their disgusting misogyny believed if you gave women the vote, we'd end up with open borders and drag queen story hours. So they didn't give women the vote. Then they did give women the vote, and society took a particular direction. But when men were in charge of things...
Bradley Gruner asks, why is Tate always yelling? Hey, shout out to you, man. Good to see you in here. I don't know. That's a good question. I guess that's part of his presentation. Perhaps it signals masculinity or alpha-ness or hyper-masculinity.
Women didn't have to worry about what they can do with their life because their father took care of it and then their husband took care of it. But now we live in a brand new world where women can make all of their own decisions. And the path she's chosen, I don't think is any different than most paths women take. I think she's just more honest about it and more upfront about it. If you're going to go to Dubai and meet a girlfriend and you think she hasn't been fucking for money the entire time she was living...
Hey, didn't we learn about the hymenoplasty like a couple of weeks ago? And like, that's what they get done in Dubai. Like they make themselves plastic surgery virgins again. Man, that is just wild. That definitely does not sell me on wanting to go visit Dubai. I went to Dubai one time and it was just to transfer a plane. And I was there for 8 hours. I went to a hotel. I felt the desert air on me. And the hotel actually had this pretty good buffet, which was pretty good. And you know, it was interesting, but I didn't really do much there. But you know, I don't really care to go to Dubai. Gazzo says, just like women split roles between the alpha and beta, men often chase excitement but settle for stability. Now is excitement good or bad for one's life in the long term? A man might enjoy casual flings for thrill, but commit to a partner who supports the household and family. Yeah, that's fine. But if you live life in the fast lane, are you likely to step in a pile of poo or step in a landmine? Kind of like what happened to Andrew Tate here, right? I think what you're saying is that those are two evolved mating operations for survival. I don't believe that. I think there is one thing for survival, and then there's an exploited biology. So you could say it's biology, but it's also more of an exploitation. It's like eating sugar. We didn't evolve to eat sugar in the form that we have it today. We evolved to eat fruits and to look for the bigger, sweeter fruit. Later on, because of humanity's consciousness, you know, and our ability to step outside the bounds of nature, we created this, you know, devil food, which is this white crystalline sugar, and that exploits our biology. It's kind of the same with these mating strategies you're talking about. Yeah, on the one hand, chasing the whore is fun to do, but that can ruin you, which is why, you know, religious texts have warned against doing just that for a very long time, and men can lose kingdoms chasing that sort of dragon feeling. On the other end, you know, is the other thing you're talking about, which suits itself better to long-term and building something. So I don't know if they're necessarily different. One of them is just like a sugared version of whatever the natural impulse really is. So that's one way of looking at it. So the question is, you know, can you be a slave to it or not? Both sexes balance pleasure and legacy in their own way, Shah. Just because a public hoe is more honest about what she does and her body count doesn't make her wife material. We're suffering the consequences of demoralized society. All of that sounds like someone making excuses for their own split pursuits. Thank you, Sassy. The only way to get women to have skin in the game is to be the best version of yourself, Shah. Dowry won't cut it anymore. That's actually not true. How is being the best... All right, I'm going to ask you that. How is being the best version of yourself the way to have skin in the game? That only you have skin in the game. She can screw you over anytime she wants to do that. That doesn't have skin in the game. At best, she desires you, but once she gets what she wants from you, then she may not need you anymore, and she might leave. So I don't necessarily agree with that. That's not how you do that. The only way, that's not her putting skin in the game. That's you putting all your skin in the game. At least that's how I see it. You've got to be the best man you can be, bottom line. I'm not telling you, just so we're clear, I'm not telling you not to self-improve or not to be the best man you can be. You should do that. What I'm saying is that this is a cartoon version and a hyperbole, and something that, you know, only the top 0 point whatever percent of guys are gonna be, which is great. And it's like, hey, strive for that, and you might be one of those guys. That's the only thing. So still, you should self-improve and do all these kinds of things. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just trying to be pragmatic and realistic about because to have a functioning civilization, you can't do that with everybody being the 1%. It's literally going to unravel at the seams if that's the case. And we're going to lose higher orders of complexity. That I was just hanging out with my electrical engineer buddy today. We went and got breakfast. It was a good time. He was talking to me about the airport he's been doing a big job at. And he was explaining to me how all the electrical pumps there work and how it gets wastewater from where you clean the planes and all that kind of stuff, and how, you know, his job is to make sure all that stuff is working right so that it pumps the waters into the main city water recycling treatment or whatever the hell was going on. And it was all very interesting. And then he was explaining to me how the whole neighborhood's pumps work and all that type of shit. Let me tell you, if everybody's trying to be top 1% a guy, this whole thing is going back to whoever can club each other in the head. It's just going to be mass chaos and people killing each other. That's what it's going to be. We're going to go backwards. So that's all I'm saying is like, that's not what's going to, and even this guy gave up on it. Even he gave up. He's just like, this is all going down. He's blackpilled. I mean, from this conversation, he's like, get rich and move. And it's like, if being the best version of yourself is the only thing that works, why do you still have to move according to your hero over here? If this guy couldn't do it by becoming the best version of himself, and he still had to go to some faraway planet, you know, where monsters rule, and it still isn't really working out that great for him, then being the best version of yourself ain't going to solve this problem. Man, I missed a lot of stuff.
Dubai, then you're an idiot. If you're in Miami and you got girls on your boat and you think they're not fucking for money all of the time, now they may not say per hour, but they'll be fucking a guy they barely like to get their rent paid, or they're fucking a guy they barely like because he has a car.
Yeah.
So women are fucking for money all the time anyway. That's all women do now. The entire Western world is women fucking for money. So how hypocritical would it be for me to sit here and say, Bonnie, who's honest, who monetizes it directly with her own media empire, who's upfront about it and makes money from it, is a worse person than the girl who walks around like she's goody two-shoes and then sucks dick in a Magaluf toilet? Because that's what most girls are doing anyway. Mm-hmm. Rob, the world's fucked.
That's pretty black pill right there. But all right, you know what? I get it. Smokey of Stormer. Hey, shout out to you, man. Great to see you in here. Imagine being bald. You know, there's a lot of good men and women. Well, I don't know about women so much, but a lot of good men out there who are bald, and we take our hats off to them, and some of you guys take your toupees off to them. But shout out to all the bald legends who have taken the time to teach us amazing things. Was that a Monster Rancher reference? That's exactly what it was. And shout out to you for knowing that. Man, I remember that show from back in the day. Man, I got to try to find that on DVD now to add to my growing, collection over here of DVDs for my CRT television, which cost me $40 from a 7-Eleven parking lot. Man, that show was so cool. I never finished the show though, because you had to catch it on TV. But I remember there was like that blue wolf guy, and then there was like that yellow one-eyed dude, and then like the stone guy. It was pretty cool. Klaus says, yep, making yourself a more lucrative target for gold diggers won't work out long term. Anyways, yeah, shout out to the bald guys.
They're all like this. Rob, they're all the same.
Are you trying to say I'm not special now?
No, I'm saying you're special, actually, because you've gone so far through.
Okay, so he's saying there's no unicorns. They're all the same. Okay, well, then his daughter is going to be the same. If they're all the same, then yes, his daughter is subject to this. Now, he's kind of describing keeping her within the palace walls, so to speak, and raising her, you know, that way away from the kind of maybe corrupted influences of the world. And there's going to be this clean handoff.
You've come out as the queen of it. Congratulations.
But didn't you say this kind of thing is the demise of Western society?
I mean, if I was a misogynist...
I don't even know if it's just the demise of Western society. I think it's the demise of, I mean, you can say any higher order complex civilization. You know, how about that? Monogamy tends to be associated with higher complex ordered civilization, and it tends to be more successful. People are foregoing giving into their natural instincts and urges and desires. They're saying no to putting the sugar on their tongue so often in order for, you know, long-term success, which then you can say kind of builds up on itself to create the opportunities that we have, right? And all that's very carefully ordered, and it's guided by different values and religious principles and all these kinds of, you know, interesting things. And if this fails, then yeah, guys, get your freaking clubs ready. And it's going to be a free-for-all out there.
I would believe this is the final end result of feminism, and the end times are here, and that nobody's going to have kids anymore, and that the idea of a beautiful marriage between a man and a woman is now completely gone. I mean, if I was a disgusting misogynist, but since they keep raising...
But you don't have one beautiful marriage, do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah, because, I mean, he says he's, you know, he's polygynous.
I don't.
Closed on their end, open on his end.
You slept with 1,057 women.
At least.
Man, I don't think anybody's really keeping count of that kind of thing. Like, come on. Like, if you actually pass 100, like, you're going to sit there and remember everybody. I mean, he's not giving a precise number. Maybe he really has. But the only person who can say they actually know their count is hers, because it's all on camera, so it's archived. Like, she can go back. Like, somebody can dig into that. You know what I'm saying?
So are you quite similar?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it's the male's prerogative.
The best way to hedge against her lack of investment is to stay focused on your pursuit. She either follows or she doesn't. I don't know, man. I mean, listen, I get what you're saying. That's sort of that's the red pill thing. That's that. I think Andrew Tate is another example of someone who's been doing that. But listen, man, the minute she's like, F you, I'm sick of this guy's BS, that's when you're going to catch a case on you. There's just so many examples of stuff going wrong. You know what I mean? So it's like, I get what you're saying, man, and I get it. You will have power. I think ultimately it's just going to give you power over short-term options. Any one of those short-term options, though, can become a landmine for you. And once that happens, man, it's like it can thwart, you know, whatever you're doing pretty badly. So I don't know. I think discipline and all these kinds of things, which goes into being the best version of yourself, but that's more the important part. So I don't know. I like the kind of high value target look at that thing. I don't think just self-improving fixes the long-term issue of dating. I think it makes you more attractive. But if your version of self-improvement is just about making more money, I mean, you're just attracting people that are probably going to want to get that from you. But, you know, I don't know. Like, again, I get it. You know, you might be able to build a beautiful castle with high walls, and you'll wall her in there in the palace gardens. And, I mean, she'll never care to look outside, and, you know, things will be fine.
To impregnate as many females as possible.
To impregnate as many females as possible.
It's the male's prerogative to impregnate as many females as possible. This is the masculine prerogative. This is...
you know, okay, listen. In a society... I think what he would be talking about then is in like a base state of nature, right? So there's this, if this is the thing, I don't know how this interfaces with civilization.
Biologically, my prerogative is to do that.
I think we should do a breeding competition. We'll see if you can get a girl pregnant quicker than I can get pregnant.
Well, I mean, that'd be a good competition. I think my prerogative is to do that.
I think we should do a breeding competition. We'll see if you can get a girl pregnant quicker than I can get pregnant.
Well, I mean, that'd be a good competition. I think I'd win. I don't know.
Real quick, Gazno says, yeah, Shah, chasing whores might burn you, but if you don't crash, it builds experience. That's how men learn to tell a good woman from a bad one. I mean, I think that's an interesting discussion. I get what you're saying. This is kind of the Myron 50 women thing. And I do agree with you in the sense of like, listen, I'll always say, like, if you can get your heart broken early, relatively low leverage, I think that's good because it'll help you spot that faster. I do wonder how what you're saying, though, if that is the best way to go about it or if society had a better way. Because if you do think about monogamy, can you have a monogamous civilization that also requires guys to chase whores in order to know how to pick the good one? I think what you're talking about is like in a world that we live in now where families aren't involved in the marriage process at all. Your best bet to try to pick this good woman is to be this sharp or you've dealt with everything under the sun, which again increases your chances of stepping in a landmine. But let's say you don't step in the landmine and you get really sharp and you get, really good at doing this. I guess it's supposed to do that. I can see your reasoning there, but if you look at the past, let's say if it really was monogamous, I mean, how were people picking good partners in the past? I mean, their families were involved, and all these kinds of things, and there was different things being checked about the background and all this kind of stuff, and maybe that's how they picked good partners, and maybe they really were monogamous. I don't know. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they were sleeping with tail on the side. Maybe this whole thing rests on legalizing prostitution, and the only way we have any semblance of civility is if, a guy's wife's being annoying and you can just, after work, go walk into the local brothel and get your oil changed for some amount of money, and that keeps the whole facade up. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying I got the answers here. I'm just saying, these are interesting things to think about. Gosh. Attitude says, in a breeding competition with Bonnie, so they each sleep with 1K and see how many babies happen. Gee, I wonder who will win. Well, I guess Bonnie's limited, per one baby every 9 months, or Andrew can conceivably impregnate a lot of them at the same time. Tate tells men to move, not because self-improvement doesn't work, but because most guys won't stay disciplined. It's not weakness. It's realistic, actionable advice. What's the point of self-improvement if you're not going to stay disciplined? I think those two things kind of contradict themselves in a way. I think he tells people to move because he's basically saying that the legal system in the West is so bad that you should go to somewhere where it's different. That's my guess. A quick vagina. Oh no. Isn't BB a man? I'd rather be celibate than walk into... No more nuts. Shout out to you, man. Walk into a whorehouse. I think a lot of people will say that and will prefer that. The unfortunate case is that a lot of guys saying that will probably still walk into it, maybe.
I'm not sure about that one, but...
The evidence of that is kind of like what he was saying, is that they've existed for so long. Like, they just keep existing, right? So maybe because they just keep existing, that's a thing. I mean, this woman literally has on camera 1,000 guys with masks walking into her whore house thing. Rented apartment, Airbnb, wherever they did that. And there was, I mean, it's not just walking into this thing where, okay, you don't see anybody else or whatever. It's literally seeing 999 other guys there for the same purpose, standing in line, taking turns. I don't even know if it is taken. I don't even, I didn't watch it, but I mean, I could only imagine the logistics of that. So that's another thing. Suvaya says there is something so demented about a breeding competition for viral purposes. Well, I guess the question about that is how many children actually survive if they're being created in that way. The only way they survive is if you're in an environment with less competition. like maybe in a nomadic environment where the population was so low and then humanity starts coming back when the climate starts making sense again. So there's no reason for people to be fighting each other because there's plentiful food. But once it hits a certain population, then competition will come back in. Mr. Pitt says, Tate telling men to move is a tacit admission that you can't out-masculine the state. Yeah, absolutely. That's not going to happen. And once she uses it against you, you don't have to be married for that. If she wants to, she can. And that's, you know, then you're dealing with that. Just imagine the smell. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a good point. Like in the Airbnb. Yeah.
It's interesting because, it's interesting because you have to look at society. When you look at these things, you have to look at society from an animalistic perspective and a societal perspective. From the animalistic perspective, it is the masculine imperative to get as many women as possible pregnant.
Yeah, but
if you want to be purely
it's
animalistic.
It's not 1512.
No, but let's be purely animalistic. Let's talk.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so I guess, this is the evolutionary stuff like you guys are talking about. From an animalistic perspective, so then have as many kids and hopefully, you know, a lot of them probably won't make it, but hopefully a lot of them enough of them survive instead of just having one. Yo, shout out Caesar. Thank you so much for the super chat. We got a lot of Andrew Tate evangelist apologists in the chat. Yeah, the Andrew Tate missionaries are with us today. Shout out to the Andrew Tate fans. Shout out to y'all. I call them Andrew Tate minions. Thank you. Thank you for that, Caesar. That is very generous of you, and I do appreciate that. Man, I mean, just I didn't miss anything. Moving doesn't make Tate's advice wrong. In fact, he's giving real practical guidance to help men succeed with today's hyper-competitive society. It's about working smart, not just working hard. Okay. Exactly. If the state is involved, masculinity is futile. Darwinism, survival of the fittest semen. I honestly doubt. I don't know why. This sounds like it can be like a freaking movie or something. Something about that. Darwinism, survival of the fittest semen. I honestly doubt these two care about the well-being of kids. Although AT might be more careful about contraception. Otherwise, she will take him to the cleaners. I mean, that's kind of what he's dealing with right now with these big lawsuits. You know, it's not like a classic child support case or alimony or something, but these people are ostensibly seeking millions of dollars from him. And, you know, that's his situation. Bottom line, men don't want to be with whores long term. Well, I don't know. Is that true? How Bonnie Blue's married? Somebody wanted to be with the whore long term. Is he not a man just as much as anybody else? Now, most people are going to say, no, that's not a masculine man at all. And, you know, okay, by that definition of masculinity, but the fact is this guy has, you know, the male freaking physiology between his legs. That is a man. So you can say that, but somebody's going to want to do it, you know? Believe it or not, a simp is a man biologically. Lawsuit is the new divorce. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams.
Talk about this like professionals.
All right, professionals.
Man is a high value, high testosterone, alpha male, whatever you want to call him, right? His imperative is to impregnate women. And he wants to take care of those women and take care of those kids. He's not overly interested in the kids. It doesn't mean he doesn't love them. It means he doesn't want to sit there and play with them all day. When you see a man who wants to play with a baby all day, that man is probably gay. It's fucking boring.
Well, it doesn't mean he wants to fuck the kid.
No, he's gay.
Oh my God, Bonnie, that's not what he meant. It's not what he meant.
He's gay. So real men just want to pregnant, money, cool. See you an hour a week. Boom, boom, boom. Now there's a lot of men who are going to disagree with me on that, but those are a lot of men I can beat the shit out of, so I don't give a fuck. That's the truth of it. The female imperative is to find a man who's obsessed with her so that when she gets pregnant, she's going to have protection and provision when she's not capable of looking after herself. That is the female biological imperative and the masculine biological imperative. I'm still living to my biological imperative to some degree.
Which seems like it's largely outside of civilization. Okay, we get that. Black pill. It's all collapsing. It's all going down. Titanic's going down, man. I get it, man. I get it. Traditionalism's not coming back. Birth control, all these things.
I were to, let's say, have 4 or 5 women, and I had kids with 4 or 5 women, and I took care of 4 or 5 women, and I was with all of them, and they were exclusively only with me, and we had children over and over and over again. That's my biological imperative. It's actually against the female biological imperative to do what Bonnie is doing, I would argue. Traditionally. But that means you break paradigms. That's great. But feminism and society and this brand new societal conditioning is convincing women that what they're supposed to do, which is find a man they love and be obsessed with him and get pregnant from
Love, there's that romantic love again. There's that romantic love.
Him, is the wrong thing to do. Well, then let's all just become sex workers now.
But you disagree with that feminist point.
I don't have an opinion, Rob, because I have 14 criminal cases. I don't have an opinion. I'm just here. I'm a commentator. I'm just commentating.
Commentators have opinions.
Well, yeah. I'm glad the host said that. Yeah, you do have an opinion, I think, if you're being a commentator.
An opinion? No, I don't have an opinion. Women can do whatever.
He said, I don't have an opinion on that, maybe is what he means to say. Sassy says, maybe her husband enjoys the millions. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there you go. There's always a low-value simp ready to wife up Bonnie. At least Bonnie can afford the dowry. There you go. Enjoy the decline, let it all burn. That was the red pill maxim back then.
Women are fantastic. We live in this great society now where women are girl bosses and better than us, while also are equals at everything, while also everything they do they regret was a man's fault somehow, as Bonnie described. They were tricked into it. So we live in this impossible situation where a man can't possibly win anyway, no matter what opinion he has. But I'm just saying it would be unprofessional and hypocritical of me to sit here and think that Bonnie is doing anything different or anything bad or anything wrong when she does the same thing 99.9% of Western women do anyway.
Okay, so Bonnie...
You get one extreme to the next. You get the women like me that are just sluts, and then you get the others that are...
Well, I mean, I don't know if she's just a slut, unless she's not charging for some of the stuff. Ostensibly, she's doing it for money on camera, because there's a difference between, a slut and a prostitute, right? One of them is making a transaction. The other one's just doing it, out there to do that. Suvaya says... Trying to pay a special attention to Suvaya's and Sassy's comments because it is both of their birthdays today, by coincidence. Feminism is why there are simps who want to marry women like Bonnie. These men are raised to think empowered women are good, and looks like there's a second comment coming. Or maybe I just missed some of that. We'll see the rest of it. Okay. Romantic love is a trick our genes play on us to get us to spread our genes before we pass away. Yep, that's the chemicals talking. Every time the conversation gets serious or vulnerable, she says something crass. It's a defense mechanism. It's an interesting thing to point out.
Lazy, won't even get on their knees and give a blowjob.
And there's
well, let's go back. There's the crass. That's exactly what you were talking about.
Of Western women do anyway.
Okay, so Bonnie...
You get one extreme to the next. You get the women like me that are just sluts, and then you get the others that are lazy and won't even get on their knees and give a blowjob.
And there's sluts...
Okay, so trad wives are getting some whips here.
No, but this is the thing. They're sluts too. They're just sluts for a different guy, or they were sluts for their ex, and they're not sluts for the new guy. These women are sluts too. It's all the same.
Like I used to be a full service sex worker, like an escort.
Okay.
And I used to judge men that cheated. And then when I actually started speaking to these men, I was like, you know what? They've got a point. They're going to work. They're looking after their kids. They're still emptying the dishes because the wife's now refusing to do that, saying it should be equal.
Okay, there you go.
And then I say, well, when's the last time she gave you a blowjob? When's the last time she fucked you? They couldn't name it. They couldn't even list the amount of times where they've had sexual intercourse. I'm like, of course you're going to need that. Of course you're going to cheat. So how...
I mean, I don't even disagree with her. Yeah, on a long enough timeline, that's probably going to happen. Now, we live in a society where that's really, that's illegal to do. You shouldn't do it. You could end up getting arrested, put on a list somewhere. So we live in this strange society where, guys are kind of, as it's complicated, likes to say, I think he's got a video on it. It's called Forced to Simp. That's kind of the situation there.
How can I ever say women are...
You know what? That's an interesting question. I don't know if it's true or not, but let's see what you guys think. If prostitution was legalized, would simping decrease? Prostitution... Oh, I spelled that wrong. Was legalized, would simping decline? How about decrease? All right. Well, let's see what y'all think about that.
Anything but lazy and poorly educated.
So do you think you're a good role model for women?
I'm a clear example of what women...
I don't I guess to be charitable to her, it's just like, well, Is that her concern to be a role model or not? I don't know. Okay, fine. But if you think about it as a citizen that wants to be good and upstanding, she's one of many archetypes of women, you know, and like, just like there's different archetypes of men. And she is one of many types of role models, I guess you can say.
And have fought for years of
What?
taking control of your body.
Correct.
Being independent. I earn my own money. I don't rely on a guy. I'm
Girl
paid
power.
Exactly. I'm paid more than other
100%.
guys.
100%.
Do you think
She is a clear example of what women have been fighting for years. Absolutely correct.
And now they've
I'm not
got it,
going to
they're
sit here and
crying.
lecture you about God. I'm not going to sit here and tell, no, that's all bullshit. She is a clear example of what women have been fighting for years.
Yeah.
Women believe.
This is the dowerless woman made manifest here. This is the end result of feminism. Interesting. Men would just simp for the hoes, LOL. Try to save them, if anything. Oh, gosh. Good point. Good point. Look what married men are driven to, having to pay Bonnie by the hour for full service. Sad. Marriage is broken. Listen, yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, listen, it also depends on how you look at monogamy, too. There's, I guess, your religious style monogamy, which is only two people ever have sex, like one person has sex with one other person forever. Then there's monogamy where it's, you can have sex with more than one person, but you only have one wife. So that's monogamous in the sense of you can only have one wife, but then you can have concubines and you can be out there on the field and seeing prostitutes or whatever, right? So that's a different kind of monogamy. And, you know, it makes you wonder, you know, in those situations where they're not having sex, I mean, can people really be monogamous where it's just one person with another person their entire life? You know what? That'll be an interesting poll question too. Sorry, we got a lot of polls here tonight. If prostitution was legalized, would simping decrease? 75% say no. Okay. Start a poll. Damn it. I forgot my question. I literally just forgot my question because I read that. That sucks. Maybe it'll come back in. That be how it is sometimes. Oh yeah, about monogamy. Damn, how am I gonna word that? Can people I'm gonna use the word strictly, really be strictly monogamous for a lifetime? Is this realistic? How about that? Is this realistic? I don't know. I'm trying to find a way to answer that. 75% said no, the simping will not stop. Okay, that's interesting. That's pretty interesting right there. No, legalization won't change much. It's the same over here. It's just a relief for the guys who can't get anything. There you go. Yeah, so it provides some service, but the simping ain't stopping. I said men, not simps. Are men not simps? See, that's the thing, because if you're going to say no, then you have to talk about masculinity and what that is. I'm trying to think of whatever the simp version of a woman is. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to say like a real man, so to speak, okay, that meets masculinity standard. But to be honest, I think that's a cop-out. Because what I think it is people not wanting to admit negatives about what men actually do. So if you say, well, that's a simp, that's not a real man. It's almost a feminine way of thinking if you want to call it feminine. I don't even mean to insult feminine or the ladies. That's actually not right. It's just a way of putting your head in the sand about certain behavior patterns of men. I prefer to look at men as a collective and what do men do in general. Well, if 80% of men are simps and they do that behavior, then men in general are going to do that. Men in general are going to make a bad decision when they see a little bit of cleavage. Men in general, do certain things. Now you could say, well, no, just the 1%. Like, no, actually, most of them are men. This other 1% are something that's different. Hell, maybe even psychopathic to some degree. Just like what women do in general. So I think a little bit comes from just not wanting to admit certain things that is kind of hard for guys to admit. A simp woman is like a groupie or like a girl that hangs around athletes and famous people. So groupies, maybe bad. Yeah, I guess you could say that. You know, or kind of like the orbiter women. Like men can have orbiters too, of like a woman that likes you and you're not into her, or something like that. She tries doing all these nice things for you. Kind of like how a simp does it for women, you know, to some extent. Talut Boris says straight up, prostitution wrecks the subconscious mind of young men by making them think they can only achieve sex by paying money. That's the interesting, you know, it's interesting because it's like there's this Madonna whore complex. But then, okay, if paying for it is bad, then what does that say about the Madonna whore complex? It's not about wanting to pay the whore. It's about wanting the whore to actually like be in love with you in some weird way, instead of just like, well, you don't get what you want from paying them or something. I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say, but I feel like there's a conversation there. Don't underestimate men's ability to simp. Yeah, men do simp. Men do simp. A simp woman is like a groupie. Being the best version of yourself always works, whether you stay here or become a passport bro. The difference is you might find more success in places less feminized. I think there's just a litany of high value targets that show that doesn't always work. But see, the problem with what you're saying, the best version of yourself has this inbuilt goalpost moving. So it's like, oh, well, you just weren't the best version of yourself because you made this mistake. Ultimately, you become the best version of yourself by making mistakes. Now, the uncertainty of the situation means you cannot control when a certain mistake is going to be a very bad mistake that you made. So some of you guys aren't going to make it. Then if you say, well, they just weren't the best version of themselves, and if they would have did this, and, you know, if they would have understood the advanced levels of the game, that wouldn't have happened to them. But all that's doing, I think, is just creating a goalpost moving in your mind to say, well, if I did this, or if I did that, or if I did that, you know, it wouldn't happen. That's for me, it just seems a little disingenuous of an idea. Investing in yourself is the best move. We don't disagree with that. The dating game won't fix itself, but you can only control your grind. Why stress over a game you can't change? You, the individual, can't change it. Society as a collective, I think, can put safeguards on it and guardrails like we used to have. Now, is it realistic waiting for that? Probably not. Probably not. But I think there are individual things you can do, at least to kind of shield yourself a bit from stuff. Like playing chess, you can't control your opponent's moves, only yours. Yeah, but it's not just you and the opponent. It's you and your opponent playing chess, and there's simultaneously 100,000 other games of chess going on, and all those games of chess have a bearing on your game of chess also. So you have compartmentalized the situation so much that you're unable to see holistically in how all of this interfaces with society, which is why things like dowry and bride price are so interesting, because it's not just about the two people. It's about how this transaction affects marriage throughout the whole society. So that's kind of where I think the limits of what you're saying is. All men pay, married men pay most. 100% defensive mechanism, very nicely spotted. Okay, let's move in.
That they can do whatever they want.
Do you think they should be able to?
Listen, brother, I have 14 criminal cases. I don't want to be called a misogynist by the BBC. That would break my heart.
I think that's a cop-out answer for him. He can answer this. I think it's about not wanting to get caught and saying they should or shouldn't. Because Andrew Tate also plays this game of wanting to have his cake and eat it too, where on the one hand, he's this new man that thrives in a new environment. On the other hand, he wants to say, I do have a bit of TradCon values. I do get to be that TradCon guy sometimes. I do represent traditional masculinity. Because if he doesn't do that, and if he says they should do it, he's going to be cast out by these other people. And in a way, Andrew Tate has kind of submitted to himself to the kind of overarching TradCon sort of mythos that we live under. So it's not about the 14 cases. It's about not wanting to give up that currency.
That's not up to me. We're all individual sovereign people, and we make our own decisions. If women want to run around and do whatever they want to do, it's up to them. My point
okay, well then, okay, but he hasn't said should.
Is
all right, good.
All women, on some scale, are doing what Bonnie Blue is doing. However, Bonnie Blue's just a...
Coach, you know, I think Coach says it best. He talks about the monetized dating spectrum, and a lot of women are on the spectrum.
Best at it. She's the best. She's the queen of it. So why? It's
not all women are doing.
Let me ask you a question. If a man walks into Starbucks and steals a chocolate bar, He's a thief. Yeah,
Not
correct.
not in London.
Well,
It's legal.
yeah. And if a banker manages to liquidate a ton of stock illegally in the stock market or rip off a bunch of people with a false investment fund, whatever it is, he's a thief.
Yeah. Or if you sit behind a keyboard and you pretend to be a woman and trick guys into giving you money, it would also be the same for you. But he used the word illegally for this stock broker thing. Okay. So yes, if you're illegally doing something to get money, then that would make you a thief.
Right? The morality is the same.
Elena says, thank you, Shah, and everyone, for another great slow live stream. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. It's dinner time here. Take care, everyone. See you next time. Well, thank you for hanging out for as long as you did, and I hope you enjoy dinner. Dinner sounds fantastic. You enjoy that, and we'll see you next time. The game of chess is rigged with a very partial judge taking away pieces from only one side at random. The only solution is not to play. It's a good one, Klaus. I kind of feel like he's just trolling her. This is wild. Are they actually agreeing? Well, it's what it seems like.
Whether you're stealing from the Wall Street or you're stealing from Starbucks, the morality of it is the same. But people will sit there and argue that the banker is somehow worse than the guy who stole the chocolate bar because of how much
Okay, a measure of quantity.
he stole. I wouldn't argue there's a difference in morality. There's a difference in capability. But the morality is the same. The banker's just smarter.
I'm just a clever slut.
You're just very good. She is very good at what she's decided to do. If you're going to be a whore, and most women watching this, and most men, hello, your wife, yeah, her, they're all whores.
And his daughter, too, if this is the world we're living in and we're not trying anything different.
Anyway, if you're going to be a whore, no disrespect, you may as well be fucking good at it. Get a media empire, get rich, let everyone know your name, and get paid. Why are you going out to the pub, getting drunk, and meeting a man who's funny, and getting fucked in a toilet for...
So this is a civilization that values money as one of its highest values, and it's all about making as much money as you can. Capitalism best, free market economics. This is freedom permeated into all of our things here. So it's like, yeah, okay, if there's an opportunity to make this in the market, you are irrational for not doing so. And this is kind of that push to the nth degree when it comes to this type of work, I guess you can say. There is certainly a degree of trolling here. He's using irony to illustrate his point. He's trying to get you to think about the topic at its extreme conclusion. You're not wrong, bro. Suvaya, he is 100% trolling her.
free. Are you dumb?
They are, though. Women are stupid.
They're stupid. So Bonnie's just the smartest. She's the Wall Street banker of this whole shit. I respect that much more than these other girls. Rob, I grew up in Luton, England, bruv. You think I don't know hoes? You think I haven't seen it? You think I haven't walked in the toilet and some bitch has got 5 dudes hanging out of her? This is the Western world. This is feminism. This is what all you white boys wanted. All you white men listening to women all the time, women get to opinions all of a sudden. This is what you built. Congratulations.
So you blame men?
Well, 100% I blame men.
Interesting. I wonder what his opinion on monogamy would be in general as far as a strong civilization goes.
Because everything's men's fault, because men are the only ones who can apply force to scenarios. Women can't apply force. Men apply force. If there's something we don't like, we apply force to the situation. We could force this away. We could force most things away.
It would take collective action working together. And men, are unfortunately very divided. And there's a lot of misandry that comes from men. But, I think he does. Ultimately, I don't think it's just one side or the other that can force it to work. If men all forced it from one side, if they can actually achieve that, it would just create women who don't want to be there, and they would be doing their best to sabotage and find the way out. The only thing that can fix this is a system of incentives that incentivizes both parties to work together to create an upward spiral of higher complexity, working together to create something better than what we have. You can only do that by incentivizing both parties. You can't do that from one side forcing the other side. If you're going to try to go the force route, then all men need to be working together. But the problem is that will not happen. That won't happen because at a certain point, once it hits a certain critical mass, certain guys are going to break rank. It's like the 4B movement and the women withholding sex. Women can never collectively come and hold sex from men because at a certain point, there's going to be someone down the line on the woman's side that says, this is my chance to get the guy I wanted. And she's going to break rank. And then the other women are going to be like, damn it, well, we got to all compete again with her in order, because she's now getting a positive from this. We all said we weren't going to do this. Now this chick that's here is like, oh, this is my time to get this guy. And this guy's like, all right, well, whatever. He takes it. And then the other women are like, damn, she got a really good deal. And that creates this prisoner's dilemma of competition. It's the same with the guys on the other end. Men don't want to admit this, but I believe nature has given men and women a parity. Nature has endowed women with the counterbalance to men's strength. And that usually comes in the form of their ability. You know, I think you can say beauty or whatever. You know what I mean? To use that as a kind of manipulation in some ways, and to whisper into corners or do whatever it is that they do. So on a certain point, they will use a group of men to fight another group of men to manipulate and get what they want. So this whole one side forcing the other thing is never going to work. It only works if there's a system of incentives that works for both parties, which is like, you know, that's what we used to have.
It's my right.
You know, we used to have
What's
that.
the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
That's what's going to work. So if you think men are collectively going to come together and do that without having the women on board, it's never going to happen. You can have the strongest dictator tyrant come in here and he wouldn't be able to do it. You can have a spiritual, you know, well, maybe, I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. You can have somebody, it's just not, you can't have it where it's going to be forced. That's not going to happen.
So everything's absolutely men's fault. And this came from...
Hold up. Nasuji asked a question. Shout out to Nasuji. Chat, how common is monogamy in today's world as opposed to the latter? That's a good question. It's a good question. Guys, you want to take some time to answer Nasuji's question there?
I mean, the feminism and the women's sexualization and the liberation, a lot of it came from beta males hoping to get some pussy. That's what it came from. Bunch of weak men, though.
There you go. You can call them weak all you want. But the fact is this dream and fantasy of everybody just becoming these strong men, and they're not gonna give into that. There needs to be a series of incentives that make that happen. Can people really be strictly monogamous for a lifetime? Is this realistic? 76% say yes, it is realistic. Okay, interesting. 23% say no. Okay. Stacks, welcome in. I think it's my first time seeing you here. Shout out to you. I might have seen you before. If we follow what Andrew talks about in regards of chasing the money, they are encouraging subservient to the bankers that finance our puppets that we call our elected representatives. I think I remember you coming in and explaining this one time. I kind of forgot what your reasoning was, but I remember it being interesting.
We told girls to be hoes, I might get a little bit. Because the natural order of the universe is the big gorilla, top G.
You know, it's interesting. This is interesting.
The natural order of them and the women's sexualization and the liberation, a lot of it came from beta males hoping to get some pussy. That's what it came from.
Okay, and probably like, as Coach would say, getting some free, I don't pay for it, ass ninja kind of peace leave.
From. Bunch of weak men, though. If we told girls to be hoes, I might get a little bit. Because the natural order of the universe is the big gorilla, top G. Smart. I'm so fucking smart. The big gorilla, top G, has a bunch of women, and then the small gorilla has nothing. This is the natural order of the universe. It's actually kind of still like that in many ways. There's a guy with the yacht with 10 wives, and then there's a guy with no yacht with no wife. It's kind of like that. But beta males didn't like that because they couldn't obviously compete with the top guy.
So what did beta males do?
So they've tried to push this sexual liberation, hoping to get a little bit of pussy, and it probably...
Well, I think it drives technological innovation. What that guy does is, you know, he makes a bow and arrow and he uses it to take down the bigger guy, and then bam, it goes that way. And then somebody else creates something, and technological innovation gets pushed that way. But you know, at a certain point, once people probably get tired of killing each other so much, some type of you know, higher level order of society gets created where it's like, hey, maybe let's not kill our neighbors so often so that we can work together and cooperatively achieve something so we can actually protect ourselves from the other tribe that's doing the same thing right now. And then everybody gets something there that way. You're not going to have a higher order civilization if all the 80% of guys are gone. It's just not going to happen. Honestly, I blame the internet and social media more than anything for these modern issues. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And, you know, I think technology is the big X factor in this. I think blaming men or being, you know, harsh to men is not the way to go. It just seems like frustration and you just need to blame somebody. I think it's just a little bit more than that. I like playing a video game. I can't control the enemy spawns or map layout, but I can master my loadout and strategy. That's where the win comes from. Strategy is important. Anuretta, shout out to you. Thanks for being in here. He's talking about feminism and women liberation in particular. Beta males want to have sex without going through the competition with other males. Okay.
Works a little bit, but society is destroyed by extension.
But yeah, and I can see that, Anuretta. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, this makes sense. I don't even know if it's about competition with other males or if it's just because if you are monogamous, there's still a positive assertive matching, meaning that they're not going to be taking more than one wife. I'm trying to look at it from the breakdown of a monogamous society. So ultimately, people are more in their station, and that includes the women too. If women are going to do, you know, commit adultery or do something bad or whatever, then yeah, they can do that, but they're disincentivized to do that. So if you have a well-ordered society, why would the simp guy be pro-feminism? He actually benefits from a monogamous society that creates positive assertive matching already. So I don't know. I guess you can say, well, the beta guy wants to sleep with more than one woman. So it's about ditching monogamy and trying to find a way to do that because deep down that's what they want. Oh, I saw that. Force only works in the short term. Matthews in Goro. Shout out to you. I think I've seen you before, man. That makes sense. I think you're right about that. I agree with you.
Now look at society for what it is, because what is society? Anything other than rearing and raising children. That's
okay, now what's the best way to do that? Is it in a polygamous society or is it in a monogamous society? And I think the question to do about that, I think most people want to reflexively say you're going to have more kids in a polygamous society. I don't know if that's true, though, because it's like in societies that practice dowry, in societies that practice monogamy, this is where 4%, and that's only 4% of out of studied cultures, out of 1,100 studied cultures in the World Ethnographic Atlas, only 4% do dowry, and they're more likely to be monogamous. They comprise 70% of the world's population. So it's these monogamous societies are the ones that experience probably a population explosion over time and were more successful. Where polygynous societies, I don't know if that's true or not. I'll have to look at like numbers even for today, but I'm leaning towards monogamy is actually better for having more children in the long run that actually survive and works.
Society should be, I would argue, society should
now,
be. Now,
technology is the X factor. If we have some new technology that enables certain things that make it so maybe monogamy is not the most efficient thing to do, if that's the goal, then that could happen in the future. I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's unknowns out here.
The primary function of it should be, let's have kids so that we have a population. We have a population collapse in the West.
Yeah, I think they should have a choice. Like, I before used to think, oh my God, I really want kids, I want a family. But it's because I was so naive to what else was open to the world. I just thought, okay, I need to get married, I need to...
So he's talking about the best thing for society is to have kids. She's just saying the opposite. She's like, yeah, I thought I wanted to have kids, but then I realized there's so much more going on, and that took a backseat for me.
You know, have children, I need to get a good job. And that was what I thought life was. And then I was like, fuck, there's so much more to life rather than just staying in that, you know, finishing school, going to uni, getting married, buying a house. And you just...
See, so from Andrew Tate's perspective, it's like the kids, that's the most important thing in a civilization. She's just like, there's more to do.
Everyone else, like, half the shit we do is because someone else has done it.
Okay, Bonnie, so let me ask you a question. I agree with you that now that we've opened up female horizons with education, with jobs, with the capability of making money, with Instagram and all these offers they get to fly around the world and all these things, women don't want to have kids, or they want to have kids later because they have a lot more options. I agree with you. But would you argue, if you were to look at it selflessly, not about the ant, but about the ant farm at large, that keeping women's horizons more narrow so they focused on rearing children would be better for society than the current society we're in, where we have to import a whole bunch of fuck knows who's into the country to try and maintain a population because the white people aren't even having any fucking kids because the white women are too busy sucking dicks in Magaluf.
Did you understand that?
To a certain degree, but I also couldn't give a shit. The world's going to shit anyway, so whether or not we've got more kids
Okay, Black Pill seems to be on top in this conversation.
in it or not, it's fucked regardless. So just live your life the best. You're going to be dead in however many years anyway.
Fair.
So don't stress too much.
Fair. And this is what I like about Bonnie Blue. Bonnie Blue is my favorite. This is my favorite everything. Fair. Because what you just said, I understand and I agree with.
But it's selfish.
But what have I
But
said?
why should I?
Well, selfish is one thing, but that's why incentives are important. You need a society that appeals to people's selfishness to some respect. This is what provides incentives to participate in it in a certain way, and it solves this societal-wide prisoner dilemma that we all have.
And why should I not be selfish? Why should I give a shit about someone else that pays less tax than me, has, sits and complains, makes shitty TikToks about me? Like, I couldn't give a shit if your life's going to shit. By the looks of it, you live in a council house, you've got a couple of kids with different dads. I don't care. So why should I sit there and think, fuck, I should do something to help you? I don't care. I should focus on myself. And if more people did that, the world would actually be a better place. But they become so fixated on other people. I'm like, where's your life? Why are you not focusing on yourself? Like, look in the mirror, you're fat. Go and do something about it. Your teeth have that much plaque on it. Like, you're fucked. Like, there's no way out for you.
No, but what
Is this a good role model?
No, yes, because but what
No,
Bonnie,
yes.
No, what Bonnie's saying is important here, and it's not about what she's saying. It's about the general attitude. Because what I want to make clear, the reason society was run by men for so long is that men have a different biological instinct to women, and we're prepared to suffer for the greater good. Women are not very good at suffering. Men are good sufferers.
Look back at the wars. There's so much evidence of it.
Well, of course. And also, let's just look at the normal family. You talked about these men who come and see you, right?
Yeah.
But happy wife, happy life is true. And the reason it's true is because if the wife is unhappy, everyone's miserable because she'll make sure of it. But if the man's unhappy, everyone else can be happy. He'll suffer. He'll sit with no sex. He'll go to work every day.
Yeah.
He won't see his friends. He'll be miserable. He'll be depressed. He'll still pay the bills. He'll still pay the taxes. And everyone else gets to be happy. Men are good at suffering. Women are spiteful sufferers. And for that reason, they struggle to do anything. They struggle to suffer themselves for any greater good. Men have always died for a greater good. Men have always said, this is bad for me, but it's good for society.
I can get what he's saying. I don't want to just unnecessarily disagree with that. I do wonder how many people it really is about that. And, it's like, well, this is for greater society and that's why I'm doing it. Or if there are more incentives to do it, like, well, I own land and my land's threatened and I'm not going to have that. Whether the good for society overall is on your mind or not, or this is the incentive that has you bought into society. Ultimately, to be part of society, there is a deal. There is a social contract. I own property here. I can't protect all this property completely on myself. We do need some type of a military. It works if all of our different bands work together and we have some type of warrior class or something. This is better for all of us in the long term. I don't think it's just out of this complete altruistic, we're doing it because it's better for society. It's because we're all bought into society. We all have rights and things that society is supposed to give us as part of the deal. And when war and these kinds of things come, we're incentivized to participate in it. Or, some people are just compelled if they own nothing. And that's the case. I think this is making it sound a little too noble.
Bonnie just quite correctly, quite pertinently highlighted the fact that she believes in living her life the best way that she wants to live so she is happy. And I agree with you. That's what you should do. That's fine. Because you're a woman. That's how women think. Women don't think I shouldn't do this because I care about society by and large. Women don't think that way. And once you understand that logic, you can extrapolate that out.
What's the solution to what?
To the fact that women shouldn't be in charge of a country ever. Because women are not prepared to take a bullet for a country, ever.
I mean, I guess I contradict myself a little bit because I help society out a lot. And I do that because do you see how many dicks I drain? How many balls I've been emptied out on my face? How many cream pies I've taken and scooped it out?
And how does that help society?
Sex workers help, reduce rape rates by over 30%.
That sound like a stat you just made.
That's an interesting stat. I mean, I would like to see where that stat is from. I've heard that before, like from people. I wonder if there really is a study on that, to where if a society has sex workers, it reduces that from happening. I don't know.
Made up.
No, Google it.
Yeah, that's probably true. Mental health, it's good for mental health as well. It
The
stops
true
men
fact is
killing themselves.
32%.
Yeah, stops men killing themselves. Sex work is an important part of the world. Sex
So
work-
imagine like if you're
Are
a
you
rapist.
saying that because you had a webcam business?
I'm not saying that because I had a webcam business. I'm saying that because it's absolutely and utterly true. The only point I was making earlier about women being in charge, I was actually trying to get to a final point. And the final point, I would argue, is that Bonnie has done no damage to society compared to giving the women the vote.
I've basically been a community worker.
Absolutely.
For example, if
do you
you're-
vote?
Not to be honest, I don't really know what's going on. in the
Okay,
world.
so do you vote?
There could also arguably be, it's not just about women getting the vote, it's about people in general getting the vote. You know, I've seen this like chart where like, it's like women will say, well, you know, we only just got the vote 100 years ago. But then if you look at when most men got the vote, also it's like just before that. And for like most of history, like either nobody had a vote or a very small minority of people had a vote. So, I mean, you know, okay, women having the vote is one thing, or it could just be, you know, it coming out of the hands of monarchs or something and going into this kind of, you know, democratic revolution where in general, people who, you know, are from top to bottom all have a vote. You know, I don't know how much of it is just women. Is it also just most people, you know, in terms of a popular vote and more of a direct democracy kind of model?
No.
Okay, she's perfect. She's out here. She's sucking
Iron
dick.
wife
She's
material.
sucking dick. She's not voting. This is the kind of women we need. This is done. This is fine. If we stop women, we take the women's vote away. If you said to me, Andrew, fix society, all the women can either vote or be like Bonnie. I'd be like, make them all like Bonnie. Give the men the vote back. We'll fix all country.
Even your daughter.
Yeah. Why would she need to vote? I'm voting.
Yeah, I don't think he'd really care about her having the vote or not.
Well,
Would it matter if nobody else's daughters had the vote? Then it's not like she's missing out.
why she need to vote when I'm voting? You're going to vote against your father. What kind of world is that? You know, it's really interesting to me.
You know what? I'm going to put that in the poll. Do you think men can successfully take the vote away from women? How about that? Maybe it's too broad of a question. I guess what I really mean to say is, like, is it really pragmatic or realistic? Like, do you think that that can happen in 2025 or whatever?
Since I had daughters, and I have a bunch, people always said, when you get a daughter, you're going to change your opinions. No, I fucking didn't. When you have a daughter, you know, you see these dudes and they have a daughter and like the daughter's putting makeup on and they're like, girl dad. Just because you have a girl doesn't mean you become gay.
I think that's cute though. if
No,
they're
but
putting
no,
makeup on.
I'm never going to put, she's never going to put makeup on my face. I'm never going to be like, oh, my daughter wants, so I guess I just
sound
gave
like a
in.
farmer when you
She
say that.
melts my heart. No, you're going to obey me because I am your parent and you are my child. My child can't vote against me ever. That's civil war. That's against the rules of, that's against the just working of the universe, sir. For me to have a certain opinion and my own offspring to have countering opinions. Then I'm going to be sitting at some fucking dinner table in 20 years. And my daughter or my sons, any of them, are going to be there arguing with me about anything. Actually, in school, I learned, you better shut the fuck up. Because you're in my fucking house. It's my mansion. It's the Tate millions. You're living on my money.
There we go. That's the incentive right there. The money. That's the only way that's going to work. It's not even about him being right.
Your dowry. It's my right.
It's about placing that incentive there. So if he believes that he can control his kids with that incentive, then why wouldn't that same incentive work for making families interface with each other and for family creation as well? That's the part he's missing. He can control them. The question is when you then parlay with another family to get this project of passing the torch down to the next generation, how is that going to be done? Well, with similar incentives is what I'd say.
Your dowry. It's my right.
Shah, what you're describing is idealism, not reality. Yeah, higher order civilization sounds great, but humans have been wired to compete since day one. You're, I think, not seeing it clearly because we've had higher order civilizations for a very long time. That's the point. They have existed. That's that's how we got here, quite literally. So I think you're kind of not seeing that correctly. Just off top, what you're talking about with, oh, well, you just got to be the best you can be, and that's the only solution, is idealism. You're literally talking about trying to reach an ideal, which most people never are going to do that. And the small 1% of people who do are not going to create a functioning civilization. I mean, it's just not going to work unless there's a set of incentives for everybody to work by. So just to hand you the ball back there, what do you want and how the world actually works are two different things. I think that's just kind of an obvious thing to say, adds no substance. Coffee Enjoyer says parents can't even get their kids off the phones. The vote is here to stay, I think, unfortunately. Shout out to you, man. Yeah. I dropped a link in the Discord content sharing channel to a study showing a 31% reduction in grape and SA when adult services are legalized. Ooh, that's Mr. Pitt, sir. Let me see if I could pull that up. That's fascinating. Let me see that. In the content sharing channel, let me pull that up. That's interesting, man. All right, here's the A-Mark Foundation, 2023. Okay, well, we got a whole summary here. Real quick, let me just take a full scroll through this. I'm sure it's safe. It's just, how it be. All right. Okay. 7 studies have found that legalization or decriminalization of sex work does not lead to an increase in crime. All right, that's good. 4 of those studies showed a decrease in grape rates, while the other 3 showed an increase in the safety of sex workers. That's interesting. I guess we could question the legitimacy of these studies, but so far it's looking positive. Proverbially known as the world's oldest profession, prostitution has been legal and regulated in some societies since at least the ancient Greeks. Today there are 4 predominant legal approaches to regulating sex work. Full criminalization, all aspects of sex work are legal. Partial decriminalization, the sale of sex legal, but the purchase of sex is illegal. Full decriminalization, okay, and legalization. Of the 204 countries and territories reviewed for this report, sex work is legal to a varying degree in 86, including in 6 whose laws vary within the country, partially decriminalized in 11, fully decriminalized in 5, and illegal in the remaining 102. Results of the research studies into the effect of crime rates have been mixed and at times contradictory. Of the studies that indicated legalization does not necessarily lead to an increase in crime, most found decreases in rape offenses, while other impacts included improvements in the safety of sex workers and a decrease in drug-related crime. Of the studies that indicated that legalization can lead to an increase in crime, a number of studies found under a partial decriminalization model, the safety of sex workers increased. Well, yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at that more just for the sake of not, beleaguering that too much so we can get to the thing here. Thank you for that, Mr. Pitt. The problem with everyone being able to vote is that it reduces elections to popularity contests of which candidate can promise the most fantastical ideas. Well, I mean, we've definitely seen plenty of that. Kind of reminds me of that episode of The Simpsons where Homer runs to be like the trash commissioner, the sanitation commissioner, and he makes that song about all the amazing things like he's promising the garbage men to do. Like the garbage men are like dressing in nice clothes and they're wiping your butts for you and they're taking out the trash from your house and getting rid of the smelly diapers so you don't have to. And then when he wins, they're just like, there's no money. Like, how are you going to provide all these services? And everybody just gets pissed and it just becomes like a disaster. Man, I got to watch some Simpsons after this. That was like one of the most excellent freaking episodes like written for that show. Shah, they chase the dream of hierarchy society where betas and alphas live in harmony or accept reality, where hierarchy exists and focus on climbing the ladder. How different... What you literally said it's not even different from the first part of your sentence. Like, honest to God, think about it, man. What do you think people are doing in this society? It's not some demarcated things. People are all trying to climb the ladder in that society you just described. Those two things aren't even different. That's what they do. That's part of civilization. I don't know how they could test this ethically. That's a good point. I don't know. There is some amount of speculation. I mean, what they can do is they can look at countries where it's legalized and they can look at countries where it's not legalized. And I think that's really your petri dishes right there. Technology will push betas towards AI, while both attractive and average women who once settled for betas will now compete for alphas. I guess it really depends. Could be within margin of error. Who knows? Technology will make it easier for alphas to attract more real women, even those who typically settle for betas, while betas get pushed toward AI companionship. I think there should be a reduction in voters. I don't think enough people would be on board with women losing the right, but maybe someday the requirements could become more stringent overall. That'd be an interesting thing. Like, well, yeah, I guess the tough part is like, because it goes into maybe if it's incentivized by doing something with the draft. So it's like, you know, both men and women have to sign up for the draft, because it's like, well, okay, if we push the voting age up to like 25 or something, then, you know, if guys can get drafted from 18, it's, you know, it's unfair to not have the vote, I guess. And right now women, you know, okay, women aren't compelled to do anything, whether that be selective service or have children. With women, you know, you can say, well, you have to sign up for the draft for at least ages 26 to 32. And if you don't have a child by then, you know, you're compelled to go if there's a draft. And that, you know, that can be one thing. Pushing the age up, I think, would be tough. But like you said, more stringent. I wonder what the stringent things could be. That's the tough part, because it's like if everybody gets drafted, then it's like the argument's like, well, I should be able to have the right to vote, you know. Honestly, I think the land ownership requirement probably made the most sense. I mean, that's how it was in like ancient Athens. It's like you had to be Athenian, you had to be male, and you had to own land. And typically the way property rights, you know, the man was the head of the patriarch in that sense and ran the affairs there. The women did have property rights in the form of the dowry. We have papers on this. So she did have a veto based off of that. But yeah, so, but you know, this is where the tough part of the conversation comes in, because it's like, are we going to upend our entire American culture? And you know, this is probably where most people who say there needs to be a giant collapse before any of this happens are probably right, because it's like, well, okay, so just the land owning class votes. You know, people will say, well, you know, the interests of the common man aren't being met or whatever. I don't know. That'd be interesting. And I don't even own any land. Shout out to you, man. Hey, man, I appreciate that. I mean, just for being like straight up about it. But one would think that landowners would generally vote in a way that improves things. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. You can do net positive taxpayers, maybe, is a thing. You can do only a vote per household. That may work, but that could be taken advantage of. If a single mom counts as a household, which technically it does, I think, in today's day and age, then, you know, that doesn't really change much. About voting, we should make a civic literacy exam mandatory as well. I can get, yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. There should be a civic literacy exam. Then there'd probably be a lot of fighting about what constitutes the benchmark for that literacy, right? And are you disenfranchising people by putting the benchmark at a certain place? I'm not saying it's a good or bad idea. I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of excited. I think that probably would be a good idea. Just like there's, you know, a test to become a citizen and all that kind of stuff. My bad. Can't see as clearly again. That's probably a net positive. A vested interest in the success of the country in general should be required. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but that's where it gets tough, right? But some kind of vested interest. You're basically saying skin in the game, right? There should be skin in the game. There's no bigger landowner than BlackRock. How far have we fallen? How far have we fallen as a society? You know, just in my own neighborhood, like that's something I've noticed. It's like watching a neighborhood become like a renter's neighborhood. And it's like, how many people really still own the house, are actual home owners versus how many people are renting in the neighborhood. is something I, think about. Let me just close this real quick. Do you think men and women can successfully take the vote? Or excuse me, do you think men can successfully take the vote away from women? 72% say no, 27% say yes. Okay, that's interesting. The bottom line, hey, shout out Iron Horse. Thanks for being in here. The bottom line is the majority of women vote in opposition to men. Just look at what they support. Yeah, and you can say arguably they're more polarized than they've ever been between men and women. I'm totally for the land ownership voting thing. I own land. Well, that explains it. All right.
You're going to do as I fucking say.
Until they're 18 or they move out?
If they want to completely cut me off and build their own version of life, I guess they could do that, but they won't do that. That's impossible.
It's how you bring them up. Like when they're 18, yes, they're an adult, but it's how you've brought them up.
Of course.
Like my parents brought me up.
Do you
as
have kids
much
though?
as... No, I don't.
No.
But like my parents, I mean, everyone says my parents can't love me. My family must have disowned me. It's not the case. My family brought me up to be independent and live my best life, how I want to live. And as much as people think that is so shameful, that's disgusting, like my life's become so much better and I'm happy. As much as people think I should be scarred, could kill myself and everything else, it's like, I am happy. I genuinely live a much...
Well, I guess that's kind of crazy. I mean, tradcons are having such a tough time with marriage. Then you got Bonnie Blue over here who, does what she does, and she's married and has I guess, ostensibly a great relationship with her parents. If we're taking what she says at face value, things are really in a place right now.
better life. So my family are nothing but proud of me. So
Are you really happy?
Really, really happy. Happy and wet
when you're
most of the
alone.
time.
You know what? I don't know. I mean, damn, I don't know. I mean, she doesn't look miserable. Let me ask you that. Do you think Bonnie Blue is happy? I mean, I'm just curious. Guys, thanks so much for hitting the like button. I can see that so many of you did hit the like button, which I most humbly appreciate.
You're happy.
She's not voting. She's great. This is what we need. Do you want to be prime minister or not really?
No.
See? Done, bro. This is it. This is what we need in society. Honest about their sex work, because all women out here are sex working anyway. When's the last... You've been in Dubai recently.
Yeah.
Find a woman who ain't sex working. That is a challenge, sir. $1 million to find a woman who ain't living off a man. Because that is sex work. You giving sex and she's giving you money. That's the game. I tweeted
It's actually
this.
so
It's concubinage.
I've never thought of it like that.
I
Like,
tweeted
when
this.
people are boyfriend and girlfriends, the
It's
majority
sex
of the
work.
time they do a low-paid job. They've not got the education to do anything better. So and they're having sex with the partners, keep them interested. The partner's paying the bills. It's a sex work.
Okay, well, if they're both working, and she said the partner's paying the bills, so she's still assuming one person paying the bills here, not this, two people and two incomes working together to pay the bills. So she's kind of going off of a more quote-unquote 1950s traditional, at least, setup here where ostensibly the guy's paying for her. The way she described it was really roundabout, though. Let's just hear that again.
When people are boyfriend and girlfriends, the
It's
majority
sex
of
work.
the time they do a low-paid job. They've not got the education to do anything better.
So they're doing a low-paid job. They don't have the education. Now, does she mean both of them or just one of them?
So and they're having sex with the partners, keep them
They're having sex with the partner.
interested. The partner's paying the bills. It's
See, she kind of made it, and one person is giving sex and the other one is paying bills. But if they're both sitting there working and they're both not having high-paying jobs, wouldn't both of them be contributing to paying the bills? I don't know. I feel like there's a weird switch here that goes from both people needing to work, boyfriend and girlfriend, to actually the guy's paying for everything, which economically doesn't make sense for most of the people out there, especially if they're having a low-paid job. So I don't know. I just feel like her equation's a little off here.
sex work with one client. just like you
100%.
said.
I said this. I tweeted.
That's assuming only one person is paying the bill of both of them. And that sounds more like a sugar baby arrangement at this point. See if I can catch up here. Suvaya says women are too much of a liability in the military. They would destroy the odds for success. Let me show you something. And my buddy sent me this, and I don't know how true it is. Bam, 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 bam. Damn it. Did they actually reveal? Oh, here we go. I don't know how true it is. I don't know how true it is. He could have sent me. Well, here's something. Female troops played key roles in B-2 submarine strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. What he sent me was supposed to be the actual picture of one of the pilots. But I don't know how true it is. There's so much garbage on the internet. But let's see. Let me just looking at my messages here, my private messages. I don't want to show that on screen on account of the type of stuff that he sends me in these, like, just all these controversial just threads and things, you know. I can't put that on black. Damn, this guy sends me so much stuff in a given. When did that bombing happen? Or when did they carry out that mission? It was like last week. Damn it. Oh, just a second, guys. I gotta go back real far. Maybe I can just do that off screen while we're listening to this, just for the sake of.
Tweeted it, and the whole world lost its mind because you know me. I'm a provocateur.
An agent provocateur.
But I said, yeah, women are sex workers. You can either have a bunch of customers with OnlyFans, or you can have one customer called a husband or boyfriend, or you can be ugly, and unfortunately, then you don't get.
Again, I think that's a. They're presenting that in a way that's very convenient for them.
But if you're pretty enough, you don't do that. You find a boyfriend or a husband or a sugar daddy, whatever you want to call him, and he's paying your bills. Go to Saint-Tropez, Monaco, Cannes, go to Miami, go to Dubai, go to Hong Kong, go to any of these cities and find a beautiful woman and ask her job. She either doesn't work because her boyfriend takes care of her, or she has some bullshit vanity project which loses money that her husband pays for. Owns a flower shop that loses money each month. Great. Businesswoman. Independent. Bullshit. Women have only ever been sex workers. Women have only ever translated their pussy into money, or pussy into provision, or pussy into protection. That's all women have ever done. Let's talk about the ancient days, when the ancient whoever's, the tribe, got conquered by another.
The ancient days. What ancient days? Are we talking about bride price, which happened for a long time? Are we talking about sister exchange? Are we talking about no gifts? Like, you know, let's hear about what Andrew Tate has to say about ancient times. I'm actually really interested. I can't find what my buddy was talking about, but real quick, Sevilla, just to finish up on what you were talking about. He sent me a picture of one of the pilots, and it was like some younger, like, I can't remember, it was some Asian woman or something. And I saw that, and I was like, well, all right, damn, I don't know. Open up the draft then. Operation Midnight Hammer. The name of the U.S. military coordinated strikes against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, but female troops played key roles. Women were incorporated. Okay, what I want to hear, at least one woman served as a B-2 bomber pilot during the mission. That official said. Another official confirmed women were on a guided missile submarine crew that launched more than 24 cruise missiles at the Iranian nuclear sites. Now, Sevilla, I'm not even disagreeing with you. Maybe in more primitive forms of warfare, they might be a liability on some things. But all I'm saying is they did the nuclear strikes with these ladies at the helm. So let's just go ahead and get this selective service stuff adjusted. We can get them signed up too. We can just go from there, you know? Just go from there. Feminism's greatest success has been to destigmatize shameful behavior in women. I think as economic environment becomes more competitive, things like this are shamed less and more normalized. So I would guess her parents are not proud of what she does, but perhaps glad she is well off finance-wise. I think that's a pretty well-rounded way to look at it. As a U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force vet, I've met some awesome men and women in service and some horrible men and women as well. LOL. Yeah, to be honest, Giovanni, I agree with your sentiment as well. We have that in Plato's Republic also. He would agree with you. Now, he did say more men would be suited to the task, but he did say some women would make good soldiers as well, as part of his ideal city and speech there. That was his view, which was interesting from 2,400 years ago. But yeah, I mean, so you got, like, you've got freaking women that can do some of this stuff. You know what I mean? And of course, higher order civilizations exist. That's how we advanced to where we are today, but that doesn't mean competition ever disappeared. Okay, so what's the point? Since when did we say competition wasn't part of a higher order civilization? It's you know what I mean? There's cooperation and competition there. So the fact is that they're more successful there, and then they're overall more competitive, better than other civilizations, at least from this like caveman type of stuff that they're talking about, on this video here. Just look at communism. Even in a system built on equality, those in power always kept more. The competition just got quieter, not weaker. Well, it pretty much just created this underground economy. That's where you get your nomenclatura, and then you get all these backroom dealings, and it's pretty much just done a lot more inefficiently. And the thing is with them, they tried to get rid of that or whatever, and so everybody, lived off of that. But I still don't think what you're saying makes sense. It's like, yes, there's competition in society, and it's sublimated in a way that makes sense. And you're competing for things in a way that makes sense, whether that's for money or whatever it happens to be, instead of going around and dueling everybody every 10 minutes. You know what I mean? And just destroying your civilization because good men and women just keep getting taken out by a freaking revolver because somebody insulted somebody. I don't know. So I'm still not entirely sure what you're getting at. Okay, let's move in. All right, let's hear what he's got to say about ancient days.
Tribe. Ancient whoever's, the tribe got conquered by another tribe. You're sitting around, there's 100 men, there's 100 women, the 100 men go out to war, they lose, the conquering tribe comes and takes over the ground, takes over the women. What do the women do? Here's some pussy, don't kill me. Please.
It's not...
Okay, yeah, they get taken in as slaves or whatever. Okay.
1,500 anymore.
No, but it doesn't matter. That's what that's all they've
They basically become slaves. Yes.
ever done. And I'm telling you now, you watch Hunger Games and there's fucking Katniss Evergreen running around with her bullshit fucking bow and arrow. When World War III finally comes, you're just going to see a whole bunch of women hooking. That's all they're going to do. They're like, shit, World War III, I need money. I need a man who can protect me. Here's some pussy. And
I don't know. Will they? I mean, are they doing that now? Will they be incorporated into the military like we saw with those B-2 bombers? I think technology, again, is the X factor here. So we'll see what happens.
I would have fucked Hitler to survive.
Of course. Women will fuck anyone to survive. Look at France in World War II. You hear about the war brides? They all had their heads shaved. You don't know about that?
What if, that's assuming Hitler would have wanted to have sex with her. Hitler seemed like a very different kind of guy. Maybe Bonnie Blue would have went up to him and he'd have been like, get your ass away from me. No, thank you. I don't know. That's assuming a lot.
Oh, you didn't know. I'll tell you. The Nazis kicked the fuck out of all the French. Then the Nazi soldiers turn up to Paris. Nazi soldiers have money. Average French man, he either lost in war, lost a leg, and has no money. He's a brokey. The Nazi guy, he's got money. He's got the German Deutschmark. He's got a nice uniform. He's a winner. All the French women were fucking the Nazis. They killed their husband. They're fucking the next guy a year later. Why? Because he can provide, he can protect. They give him status. They get to go out and party. They all had their heads shaved afterwards once the Americans kicked the Germans out of France.
I would have been bold straight away.
Well, there you go. This is what women do. Women say, okay, let me look at the world. I'm not as strong as a man. I'm not as determined as a man. I'm not as intelligent as a man. I can't do any of these things men can do. What's the one differentiator I have? Pussy. So let me turn my pussy into what I want. That's not a bad thing. That's just understanding the world.
Real quick, let me just read your thing, Iron Horse. You mean prioritizing hiring women and lowering the standards to allow them to compete? I've worked with enough of them, and most of them had no business being there. I don't know if it's about lowering standards. If that's what you think they did with the B-2 bombers, maybe they did lower standards for women to get in there. I think as technology comes in, different jobs open up, and the way we do warfare is different. I don't know. Maybe some of the best drone pilots will be women. Who knows what their role's going to be there, or not. So I think that's the difference, right? So I mean, a B-2 bomber isn't, hand-to-hand combat or something like that. So whether that's lower standards or not, I'm not sure exactly. The mustache man hated the decadence and degeneracy of the Weimar Republic. Yeah, I mean, he probably would have said no to Bonnie. I'm just saying, I don't know, is she a natural blonde or is that actually brown hair? I mean, the eyebrows seem to give it away. I don't know. That's all I'm trying to say. Sevilla says women are a liability in the front line combat, but they could serve as airmen and in various support roles. The majority of women wouldn't hold up under pressure. There are always exceptions. Yeah, I could agree with that.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you think this is a positive message for society?
I'm not here giving any messages. I am a commentator, sir.
I'd say if anything, it's factual.
A commentator
I'm a
give messages.
commentator, sir. I see the I'm not playing football. I'm commentating on the game.
Okay.
That's all I'm doing.
And
I'm
people are listening to you.
Well, they're listening to me commentate. I'm telling everyone how it works.
Everything we've said you'd learn in history at school. Everything we're saying is factual. It's not. We're not
what
just
would you
saying.
learn in history at school about?
Well, I didn't really listen
sleeping
too
with
much at
people?
school, but yeah, I learned at school that people had their head shaved.
Yeah.
Like you learn about what happened at the war, and that happened. That's factual. You didn't ever learn at school, oh, the women went to war. No, of course they didn't. They stayed at home. They cooked. They had the house ready. Like so, it stayed the same. Everything we're saying is factual.
Yeah, like Rob, what have I said that's incorrect? And the reason I'm saying all these things is to highlight how it's awfully hypocritical for anybody in modern Western society, anybody who believes in women's liberation, anyone who believes women should be allowed to vote, anyone who believes in women are allowed to lead a country, anyone who listens to their wife's stupid opinions on anything, to give Bonnie a second of hard time. Just because it's all the same thought pattern. It's all the
let's see. Klaus says, well, the bad man was with Ava Braun, so I'm not that sure about it. I can't remember. Did they say, like, maybe it was just speculation, or they thought, like, maybe he really was, like, a virgin or something the whole time. I don't know if that's true, if that's just, like, BS. So, you know, my history on that is a little hazy. I haven't seen any kind of documentary on him in, like, over a decade. I remember Netflix used to have some way back in the day. Sometimes those were interesting. The one I remember more is Goebbels, because he was the propaganda minister. And like the film, like that stuff was like new back then. And he was busy incorporating that to create these propaganda films. And that's the only thing I remember because it had to do with cameras. And I like cameras. The military needs gamers to be drone pilots. I mean, that's what seems like it's going to be doing. Actually, in the Ukraine war, a lot of the drone pilots are women. Oh, there you go. They might even make better soldiers. Maybe they're more ruthless than men. I don't know. You know what I mean? On the one hand, we'll say women are ruthless and they can just leave their husband of 20 years and not feel bad about it. On the other hand, it's like, well, you know, they wouldn't be able to pull the trigger. Maybe that's just who would be able to pull the trigger. I'm talking in general, not specifically to the military. I worked in an industry with heavy equipment. Either they're causing trouble or they're hurt. I hear you, man. I hear you. Listen, I think there is a part of a lot of guys that, you know, might see her get on the forklift and then check their ass a few times and think like, yeah, you know what? Let me make sure I'm out of the pathway here. Let me just make sure I'm out of the pathway and cover my butt here, basically. So yeah, I ain't doubting you, man. Oh, let me just end this poll real quick. End poll. Do you think Bonnie Blue is happy? 50-50. Well, hell, okay. 50-50. I mean, most people are taking those odds.
The same thought process. If you're a man who says, I have a wife and we got married when she was a virgin.
To be honest, I would tip that over 50. I think she's happy. She seems fine. I don't know. Now, I could be totally wrong. I say that now and then, like, you know, God forbid something happens and like, well, you know.
And she doesn't vote and she obeys me absolutely and I'm the king of this household. Then maybe you could have an opinion. But if you're going to sit there and go, oh, my wife has a past, but I love her anyway, then fucking shut the fuck up. And that's 99% of men. Rob, do you understand that about 3 times?
She probably happy. Shah, she gets to play both strategies. She sleeps with the guy she desires while getting provision by her simp husband. Yeah, I mean, she seems happy. I mean, you know, you hear about these nightmare stories, but ostensibly she seems happy, so I don't disagree. The male equivalent would be a man hooking up with models on the side while his rich wife pays all the bills. He gets sex and security, best of both worlds. Yeah.
Times a week, I see a woman I've plowed get married on Instagram. Do you understand? I see it. I see the man walking down the aisle holding her hand, doing the whole humiliation ritual. I see the whole thing. He got on one knee. And I just watch it. I was like, bro, what the fuck?
But I don't think there's anything wrong with that, though.
No, but there is.
But why? Like,
because I know what happened that night.
But people
so
have
it is.
Well, I mean, she's got 1,050. But I don't know. The difference between the situation Andrew's talking about and her is that I guess her husband knows about all this stuff. Or I don't know. It looks like he got married to her before this stunt was pulled or whatever. Andrew's talking about a woman that didn't reveal that to her husband, ostensibly.
Aren't you under investigation for things like that?
Give a fuck. But the point is this. If that man's going to go, everyone has a past, then who is he to comment on anything else? Because her past was me, sir.
So are all of your girlfriends virgins before you?
Well, here's where you have to, as a man, do your best to find a woman, if you want to take her seriously, with as little history as possible, if that's the kind of thing that bothers you.
And does it bother you?
Well, it depends.
I mean, surely your best place to go then is high school.
Well.
Oh my God. What is it with, I mean, how could I even be asking that question? I mean, come on. 1,000 men all in a couple of hours or whatever. Once her 15 minutes of fame is over, she'll be singing the different tune. That's, well, could be right. Could be right. I think most people who are delusional are able to maintain a happy appearance. If she had an ounce of reality. Okay, well, that's an interesting way to look at it too.
We have to be careful. I'm under investigation here. But it depends because there's different categories of women.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Everything in life is actually fine if you keep everything in the right place. If you use a fork for forking and a spoon for spooning, everything's fine. It only gets confusing when you try and mix the two up. All men love whores. Men love whores.
We've got good technique.
Of course.
I don't know. What if you got like a new type of food that you've never seen before and it's just different now? Cooking technology has changed and you're just like, oh, damn, well, we used to use forks for this and spoons for that, but somehow the fork might work a little bit better here. We need like a spork now for efficiency's sake.
Any man who sits there and says...
Do you love whores then?
Any man who says he doesn't love whores is a fucking liar.
So you love whores?
Well, if I'm on a boat in Miami, I don't want
Would you
nuns.
prefer a blowjob with your teeth or the mouth? You need someone with experience.
Well, if you want girls who are just a good time, they're not going to be that.
This is short term versus long term. I mean, that's the difference.
Emotionally invested, they're probably going to be sluts. If you're going to go to a party with 20 women, you want women who are just a good time. Good time women are hoes, and men love hoes. But men want the dichotomy because we want our cake and eat it.
Men sometimes love hoes in more than one way.
We want a wife, and we want hoes, and we want both.
It's the Madonna whore complex. And sometimes men want their wife to be both the wife and the whore at the same time. And it's just something that, maybe they can't figure out.
It only gets confusing for a man when he puts them in the wrong category. What will happen is a man will meet a hoe, fall in love with her because he can't control
There you go.
himself, and then try and say, oh, no, she's wifey because he's in love with her because he's an idiot. But if you're me and you can sit and go, okay, that one's a good one. She's wifey. Those are the hoes. They're this. And you just keep everything in its right place. It's fine.
So Bonnie's a hoe.
I don't want
that. I can go with that in the sense of like, back then there used to be lanes, like more defined lanes for people. And it was just like, well, if you're going to do that, then there's the brothel and that's your lane. And then there's the other thing. And there was a defined lane for that. And, there was consequences for certain things. The wall is coming. It's undefeated. Sporks are awful. Okay. She frames it that way because to her, her money is hers and his money is theirs. Okay. So Bonnie keeps the cash from sex work while her husband funds the rest of her lifestyle. She wins both ways without having to pony up. Is that true? I mean, do we know who her husband is or what he does? I'm just saying, I don't know, And if they are legally married and she's making way more money than him, then that changes the dynamic too. I mean, he can leave her tomorrow and get the spousal support. So I'm just saying, I mean, unless you looked at who her husband is and what the deal is, maybe she did marry some guy richer than her. But without those details, it's hard to know. It's the only thing. Sporks are awful, okay. This presenter with the black blazer is throwing me off with his random interjections. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely trying to play devil's advocate, which I'm doing in a way too. But I guess I don't know if this was supposed to be a debate with them, but they're not really debating. So maybe the pushback she's supposed to put on him isn't there. So since they kind of agree, like it's kind of up to this guy to play devil's advocate somewhere in this. I mean, this is me being very charitable. Stack says, this host is fishing so hard for gotcha type clips. Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, I think you pretty much nailed it. Seems like he's winging the podcast. Yeah, I mean, I think he's winging it though, because they're not that far apart on how they, are looking at some of these things. So it's kind of just, a tea and cookies type thing right now. You know what I mean? Tate's crushing it. Midnight Hammer style. Oh my God.
insult Bonnie Blue.
You can't insult me.
I mean, you called her
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think shame's gonna get to her anytime
a
soon.
hoe when I last talked to you.
No, I said she was a whore. And
I said, what's the difference between a
Big
hoe and a
difference.
whore?
well, there is a big difference because whores get paid. And whores are actually a much higher social standing than a hoe. Because hoes are fucking dumb. And they do
Okay, so like a hoe being closer to a slut.
it for free.
Yeah.
Whores make money. So I think she's
I
a
didn't
whore.
know that difference.
Well, now you do.
Now I do.
I always
So-
say people can call me a prostitute, slut, slag, whore, whatever. I don't care. Like, you just can't insult me. Like, I own it. Whatever word you want to call me, whether you
But
say I'm
it's not even
disgusting.
insulting. It's just a factual description.
Yeah.
It's a factual description.
If anything, it turns me on.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's why she's so good at her job.
By the time you finish calling me a whore, I'm going to leave this chair with a wet patch.
Well, there you go. That's why she's so good at her job. I have that effect anyway. But the point I'm making here is any man who sits and goes, "Oh, I hate whores, I hate hoes," that's all a fucking lie. There's scenarios in which they're very welcome and very liked. But there's scenarios in which they're not. So everyone has their standing in life. Everyone has their place in life.
Yeah.
Bonnie, even I would argue, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but you can correct me. Bonnie will have sex with one man, or have sex with a certain type of man, or have sex with whoever, but she'd marry a different type of man. To marry someone is different than having sex with someone. You wouldn't.
You know, and the interesting thing about, again, what's different about Bonnie is like these lanes. We live in this kind of gray area thing where everything's meshed together. You know, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Be a whore today, be a wife tomorrow, then become a whore again, or do both at once. I mean, that's literally what she's doing, right? She is married. She does do this. So be it. In the past, could she have done that? You know, I don't know. Maybe it would have been like time to hang up the towel and see where to go from here, I guess. But that's, you know, ultimately, you know, I think there's different ways maybe the legal system would have looked at either of them, but you're able, or at least she's able ostensibly to have her cake and eat it too. And that's something that influences, you'd say, a lot of women to maybe take a path closer to hers than whatever, you know, tradcons happen to be selling. Corny, LOL. It was kind of corny. On a slight tangent, do you have any plans on writing a book on the dowry and marriage traditions before the rise of the romantic model? Man, you know, it's something that has been on my mind. There was that and like a child support, you know, kind of survival guide thing that I did start writing and did an outline for. And the dowry thing is also something that I have given some thought to, and I'm supposed to be writing a paper on that right now. So a lot of that could translate when I think about it. Like, let me tell you, man, what passes for writing in the manosphere, and this is no shade to anybody, but it's not that impressive. You know what I mean? Like, most of the time the books aren't that long. They don't really have to be. They're more like longer pamphlets. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm really not trying to have that come off in a bad way, but this isn't like some highbrow academic thing. So, I mean, as far as this space goes, like, it is conceivable to write a book that's halfway decent. My problem is sitting down, focusing, and doing that. And even the books in this space, which, you know, are like slightly bigger pamphlets, are still tough to do and take a long time and, you know, sit down and do that. And I respect the people who write them. Yeah, so like in my mind, in the back of my mind, there are 2 books that sit there that are needing to be written. And another thing I do is I refuse AI. I refuse AI's help when it comes to this. I cannot respect the AI writing like that. I just can't do it. If I get the smallest whiff that you used AI to write something, like for me specifically, I wouldn't want to put my name on something that's AI written. That's just me personally. Now, I love the music and I love the visuals. I think it's because I have a particular interest in writing. So that annoys me. You know what I mean? But yeah, to answer your question, man, I should be doing that, and I haven't been doing that, so that's a shame on me. And it would be a good thing. And I have started the paper on the dowry, and I have a whole outline for that, and I have sources, and I've been spending over, you know, almost, you know, over a year, probably almost 2 now, just reading about this stuff and saving sources. And the longer time that goes on, the clearer I see the picture. So I'm almost glad I don't want to haphazardly put something together also. I get the appeal of that. I get why doing that might be, you know, good, but I want it to be a good, genuine piece of writing, I guess you can say. But at the end of the day, I'm just not doing a good job of working hard. So, you know, on myself right there. But thank you for that question, man. I do appreciate that question. What kind of man sits idly by while his wife is behaving in this fashion? Good question. I mean, again, we'd probably have to look up who her husband is or whatever. I mean, probably not that different from most guys out there. Shah, what I'm saying is being your best self isn't about wiping out all the weak betas with the revolver. It's like leveling up your character in the game. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, man. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to delete everyone else's save file. Just max out. I think you are disingenuously arguing right now. If that's what you got from it, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little disappointed in you. But that's okay, man. That's okay. What you're saying, I think is I don't know, man. I think you're being a little purposely obtuse here. I wonder if Bonnie is going the born-again virgin path when she's too old for her current profession, baking cakes and such. I don't think so, man. I think she's going to be... Do you remember that debate that Coach did with Hafiz? And then there was that woman... She was like an older OnlyFans woman or something, and she was married. And I don't know. She had this same kind of resolve like Bonnie Blue does, where she didn't look like she was miserable. Bonnie Blue will probably take something similarly close to that path when she's older. To be honest, I don't know if there's going to be that much instability in that. It'll probably just keep going unless like her husband decides to divorce her. Yeah, I'm against AI music. I'm with the AI. See, that's probably because it's right in your name, DJ. So you love music. So for you and AI music, it just ain't going to mix because that's what you're passionate about. Like I totally understand that. I got a buddy who's a graphic designer. I mean, he is incorporating AI, but it's like, it's just something about like you working on a craft and it's just like, I don't know. And then it's just like this AI kind of cheapens it a bit, but AI ain't going nowhere. It's interesting how he keeps saying the distinction is clear and she seems to agree, yet she sees herself as both wife material and a hoe. That's true, but hey, is she not pulling it off? She's literally a wife and a hoe right now. That's the thing about it, Now, to different people's standards, that might not make sense. But as far as her double dipping, it seems like she's managing to do that in a way. Shah, did she just say she would have effed Hitler to survive? I mean, if that doesn't prove the dual mating strategies Rollo talks about, I don't know what does. Have a good night, bro. Take it easy, man. Have a good night. If you don't want to commit to writing a full book, you can always do a Substack. Yeah, I mean, it seems like what a lot of people do with Substack is they write articles, and then what they do is they coalesce all the articles or something into a book. I think that's what Rollo's book was. It was just a series of posts that he had written for the forums, and that became a book. So that is the tough part, man. Writing is very tough. Coffee Enjoyer says, trying to use more AI myself just to get familiar with it, but I do play guitar, etc. So I don't really go out my way for the AI music stuff. Yeah, I know it's coming. It ain't going anywhere. But it is amazing what it can do. But for writing, like, I just think there's something about your specific voice needing to come out in it. Like if I see AI writing, it's pretty much like an instant. I'm out. I'm checked out. I'm sorry. And that could even be a mistake. It could be some great AI written novels, but I want the human behind that. And to be honest, I'm not worried about AI taking over YouTube or anything like that. I think there'll be some great, like, I love all the Bigfoot stuff on Instagram. I love that. Dude, I heart every one of those. I think there'll be some big money AI channels. But I think there will always be a space for authentic, just purely human done content that isn't AI, supported or helped or whatever. So I don't know. I'm just not worried about it, to be honest. And same thing with other AI stuff. Like AI will take over industries, but humans will adapt and find stuff to do. I'm glad you're taking time on your dowry paper in the books. I'm interested in buying in paperback or an EPUB format if you release. I reckon it would be equal or better than Rollo Tomasi. Man, that's very kind of you to say. Rollo, he's a good writer. He's the guy who can sit there and do that. I'll be honest. My problem is I'm having trouble sitting down and focusing. Dude, most of my evening nights, I come home and I'm reading because I'm just so into this. But It's just like sitting down and writing something and having it be coherent, like a whole book that makes sense from beginning to end, chapter by chapter. This is where outlining and things like that are very important. So, you know, I have put pen to paper, metaphorically, more like fingers to keys. And it is something that I believe needs to be done and has to be done. So, yeah, man, it's on my mind, bro. So I appreciate you, you know, in your words there on that, because it is an important thing, man. If guys are so willing to put up with that kind of behavior, then why are more and more men opting out of dating? Never mind marriage. That's a good question. Well, I mean, listen, I guess if you'd have to look at the numbers of the things, right? Now, most of the guys were putting up with very crap behavior, and it was their wives that left them. At least the ones in the marriage. You know, I've seen guys put up with a lot of stuff. I think at this point, though, the question is are most of the guys leaving or not? If we were going to look at it from this quantitative thing. So I don't know. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe most guys won't and are just kind of done with it. And maybe it's just a minority of guys. Yeah, that's fair. We love Shah, man. Shout out Nasuji. Yo, Nasuji, by the way, man, I'm going to be chilling tomorrow. So maybe tomorrow evening, if you want to do some gaming, if you find the other guys so we can record for the YouTube channel, that'd be great, man. Guys, if you're interested in gaming, please check out my buddy Nasuji's YouTube channel. He just crossed 1,000 subscribers, and he does gaming stuff, and you might even see me on there a few times. So I just want to shout him out, man. Let's see here, Nasuji. Nasuji is my favorite YouTube channel. Damn it. We just ended up back at the Bonnie Blue thing. Let's see. Try to find him. There we go. This guy right here. Oh, dude, you got another 180 subs, bro. You're growing, man. See, that's me right there. 1.1 thousand views. Nasuji's the best, man. He does all his own graphic design. He does all his own graphic design right here. Look at all these videos. The video about me, like, almost croaking from whatever happened with this rattlesnake headband, it was actually Nasuji who edited the video. Maybe I'll show it to you guys later. Oh, my God. But yeah, that was back in 2018, I think. Nasuji made that video for me. Man, thanks, dude. Love you too, bro. Hey, man. God bless. I swear to God, bro. Nasuji and I, we've been tight for a long time. So yeah, please check that out. Check that out if you're into gaming stuff. I think some of the AI music stuff is cool, but yeah, I think getting used to this stuff will only help. It's not going anywhere. Yeah, it's not. It's not, man. That Google Veo is very interesting, but it's even beyond that. There's all these other programs like people are using and they're learning, and it is fascinating. The difference is short-term versus long-term. Too many guys now have wised up that long-term can get you wrecked financially for a long time. Few want to risk that. Yeah, I agree, man. Suvaya, I feel your pain. Writing ain't easy. My own book may never stop evolving and become an actual book. Yeah, I respect anybody who tries to write. It's not easy. And I tried earlier. When I graduated college, like for a time in my free hours, I wanted to be a writer. I even took a screenwriting class. And I mean, I have literally right here, here's, you know, Hero with the 1,000 Faces. And this is all about the monomyth and, you know, kind of how things are written. Not that you need this to be a good writer, but I was just so into it back then that I was trying to read about all this stuff. And I ultimately came to the conclusion that I didn't have enough life experience to write a good character. It's like, how do you write woman characters at age, 23, and maybe you don't have enough? I mean, it all depends on your story and what you're trying to write. But I don't know. After over a decade, I do feel like I have that life experience and that I could put something together like that. But, it's a very tough thing. It's a very tough thing to do. Man, thanks, dude. Heck yeah. Did I miss anybody? All right. Yeah. Get into this.
Just marry anyone, would you? You'd have to.
3 hours and 48 minutes. I might, I don't know, call a little bit earlier or not. I'll be going to Canada next week, so you know we're not gonna have a stream after next week.
Kind of like him.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be
For a
completely
week.
different. Like, I generally have sex with anyone of legal age, but if I'm thinking of marriage, it's completely different.
Okay, so even in Bonnie's mind,
There we go. Short term versus long term.
there are people she treats a certain way and respects in a certain way, and there's people she has sex with without.
And then the question is with technology and with the system that we have now, how much of this do you have to sacrifice? Now, if long term was the way to go and short term was bad, then Bonnie might make a different decision on who her long term choice is. But with abortion and birth control and whatever she's doing, and these different technologies, she can have the best of all this short term stuff while also having her long term stuff on the other side, which she seems to be doing. They broke the social contract, not us. Women no longer believe they should have to honor their vows, so it only makes sense that men would check out. Call it eventually and do a part 2 maybe. I think that's what I'm doing. Someone else sent me another video. It was by FBE Capital. Maybe we can just react to that for fun. It's a little bit more lighthearted. Let me see what that was actually. Oh, it's this one right here. And it looks pretty good. It's Men Please Come Back. I think it's about that New York Times article. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think we're seeing anything groundbreaking on this debate. They both seem to relatively be on a similar thing here. You know, maybe we can do a part 2. I don't feel too compelled to do one. This looks interesting. Men Please Come Back. How Democrats lost the war on masculinity. Democrats spending $20 million to win over men. That might be fun. You know, so let me just put a poll in. Switch over to FBE Capital video. Maybe we can do that. Let's see. Yes or no. In the meantime, I'll just... Oh, you know what? In the meantime, I had this other Instagram thing. Damn it. It was with John Deloney, and it was about kids or something. I'll just save it for the kid stream. I know, you know, for Joker. Joker wants to do a stream about the pros and cons of having kids. So maybe I'll save it for that. 100% say yes so far. That guy does good work. He does. FB Capital, are they partners with Wu-Tang Financial? I don't know. I'm not arguing against you. I checked out 30 years ago. Do it. I'll just leave it up there for a couple minutes. Whew. A little bit more tired today. I was kind of doing stuff all day. But you know what? That's all excuses. We don't stop out here. We keep going. Even if we're a little tired. So let's see. Same here, man. Switch over to FBE Capital video. 100. Oh, well, we only had 3 votes. The hell with it. We'll just switch over. All right, guys, let's move into that. All right, so we'll see what this is.
Do we need men?
Hello, Democrats. Hey, I am speaking.
I need my man
Hey, I am speaking.
3 to 4 times a week.
What the fuck is this? That's daytime TV.
Do you guys really think men can get up here and say my wife is just a whole lot every now and then?
Survey shows 20.
Sufai says I'm heading to bed. Absolutely. Well, hey, I hope your birthday was great. Thanks for hanging out. And you have a fantastic rest of your night there. And once again, a happy birthday to you. Thank you so much.
3% of 12th grade boys identify as conservative.
Men, and especially young men, were moving very strongly into the Republican camp.
But that seems obvious, Jen. So
Yes, it
why
is.
are they not doing it?
No, a lot of the messaging strategies that were developed to men were developed to men by white women. And I think that is a problem.
So I think we have a problem with young men right now, and that they...
Yeah, I mean, I've seen like Legion of Men react to some of his stuff. He always has like really good editing and music and stuff.
Don't respect women, as you're seeing with Vinny. They don't respect facts. They don't read newspapers. They don't understand polls. They don't understand misogyny. They don't understand people of color. And they don't understand that immigration bill.
Because men are useless.
Broadly speaking, I feel like men have proven largely useless.
What kind of example are you guys setting for your son?
The Democratic Party has kind of a masculinity problem.
Is the fault of the Democratic Party in not knowing how to communicate effectively.
Man, I wonder who the guy is going to be that the Democrats put up to win men back. Like, who is this smooth talking, charming, hype man going to be? And you guys don't think it, but I firmly believe they will find that man. They will find that guy eventually, and they will put him up there, and people are going to be like, damn, okay. You know what I mean? We live in a world of very clever arguments. And somewhere out there, that Joe Rogan, of the left or whatever that they're looking for exists. And who knows what they'll put up.
Non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced.
That's definitely where they lost a lot of the guys at, was, having to do with this.
What are these retards talking about? Like,
what the left is doing is attacking America. They're saying that America is systemically oppressive and men are systemically responsible.
Our country should be more fearful of white men.
I hate all white people. I want
They're all
to
rapists.
go die, white devil.
That's like great editing right there. Oh my gosh. They put up Liz Queer, overweight chick to reach men, those geniuses. Again, this is not a communication problem, it's a message problem. Very true. That's true. Good point, Klaus. I'm not sure that guy exists. It's not a messaging issue, it's a policy issue. That's true. But listen, they will figure out a policy or something that will be appealing. Whether or not they'll deliver on it, who knows? I think if you watch politics long enough, it does swing back and forth. And they're pumping a lot of money to figure out how to make it swing back the other way. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, and I think probably a lot of people would disagree with me. They'll say, no, it's going to be like this for a long time on this side, especially for men. I don't know, though. I mean, that's the part about politics that's interesting, is it's all about how do you get power and keep it, or how do you take it back? All the think tanks are working together to figure this out, so we'll be there to see. We'll be there to see what happens. Not being mean, she self-describes in those terms. They have to say it's messaging issue to claim they can get men back.
MAGA equals football and beer. The left equals HR and tofu.
Pete Hegseth was in Germany this week doing squats to like 220 on the bar outside for no reason.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt Boys.
And, the other thing as far as messaging goes is like Trump actually talked to men, like he did go on different people's platforms where Kamala didn't want to, whatever they did was just weird. But at least, importantly, like he was just there on men's platforms and doing that. And it's like, I don't know. The thing I always think about is like Gavin Newsom over here, the governor in California, and he's been trying to do this podcast, and he's trying to figure out how to breach into this podcast thing. And, he's a charmer. He's a charmer. And I don't know, they're all looking at that. I just wonder who they're going to put up. I would be surprised if they did put another woman as a presidential candidate, in the next election.
Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn.
So you're way up.
There it is. Yep, right there.
With cocaine more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie,
Also with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Does it bother you that the news network you work for out and out lied? Just outright lied.
Ivermectin.
Well, I think that's the point. Trump came across as genuine. I don't think that the left can do that. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I'd agree. I just have this thing. I don't know. I can't not saying you're being dismissive, but for me, it's like, it's just not so obvious. Like, I think they can find somebody. And there's a whole nother set of statements or words or whatever that they can say that might appeal.
the list, a drug used for livestock.
Yeah, they shouldn't have done that.
While he was living here.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Yes, boys. After decades of hating on men and supporting trends like all men are trash and we don't need men, somehow the Democrats lost the young male vote. Crazy, right?
Yeah, somehow. The left has their internet mouthpieces like Hassan, for example, but he won't reach men with this message. No, he spent too long catering to everybody else except. So, I don't know. I'm sure there are, definitely some, but there'd have to be there'd have to be a huge change in messaging there. Definitely. And, they were even just paying some of these people like the progressive, victory stuff. They weren't doing it to appeal to men so much, I think. But I don't know. It's an information war in that way. I'm sure it will happen eventually. And, a lot of it isn't just about them offering something that's particularly good. It's about how much can you demonize the other side and can you do it successfully? The problem with the left is that they've used all their demonization fuel and people have just kind of like, all right, we're sort of sick of that. Nobody cares anymore. So it seems like it's kind of between that. How much can you demonize them and who can you put up on the other side that seems appealing? And then also just depends, beyond like all of that, it also just depends on how things go while Trump is in office. It's still another 3 and some change years. If the economy's really bad, like if he's very successful, then that's one thing. If he's not successful and people are just going through a hard time, they're just more likely to vote for the other side anyways. That right there is just kind of standard politics. But how long? That's true. That's the question. Yeah. I mean, you're right. And it could be a while. White women complaining about white men. It's like these women believe themselves to be a different race or something. Peak female logic. Yeah. I mean, I hear what you mean. It's just that's the polarization in action. Destiny 2, but he sank himself with the shenanigans. I haven't really seen him. Well, to be honest, I don't follow him. So he used to be a lot more like all over YouTube. So I don't know if he stopped or I know he's dealing with some lawsuit. Maybe that has to do with it. But he used to always be like all over the feeds. But I have tried to like not watch that kind of stuff. So maybe that's why I don't see him. He's probably still doing his thing. Destiny, the king of cucks. Will Destiny end up in jail or just paying compensation? They'll probably settle out of court and it'll go away. I mean, they got their work cut out for them. Trump is kind of the meme master president. Yeah, he is. The question is can Trump run next time? You think he'll go for a third term? You think he can do that? So if it's not Trump next time, then who is it? So that's important too. Destiny equals white titty. Possibly. That's the thing. They aren't taking back the messaging or the disrespect of men. They think it's just a spokesperson issue. As if The Rock telling men to step up will get guys back. Oh my God. It's always so cringy when they do something like that. Gosh. And it's like, how could you vote? Like Kamala just didn't make any sense. Every time she talked, it was like looking at somebody with imposter syndrome. That's what it always seemed like. It was just like, oh man. Vance. Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be him. I think you're right. I don't think he has the same appeal as Trump, though. Completely different personality. So we'll see. Who knows? Maybe he'll win. I mean, I want to say Biden eventually won after Obama, but, some people might dispute the legitimacy of that.
So by alienating young men, Democrats got to see their worst nightmare come to life, which is Big T back in the White House.
How did we get here? How did we get here?
It's too much winning.
I can't believe this country did this
These videos are kind of like, they don't really get old. Like they're...
again.
And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more.
So this forced the DNC to now go out and spend $20 million to figure out how to talk to men, since they finally figured out they do need
20 million. 20 million seems like, I guess when I think about it, 20 million doesn't seem like that much, but over the next 3 years, I'm sure it'll be a lot more. Jim Jacks My apologies. Women are not crying for anyone. Women don't want to date. Feminism, social media has done serious damage. Everything is polarized now. Women versus men, Republican versus Dem. It's propaganda. We fight, wealthy profit. Very true. I guess the other thing that could happen, if you believe it's possible, is that some third party can come and maybe, maybe the Democratic Party completely collapses in on itself and a new party takes its place. It could happen. You never know. Caesar says, I hope we can be unburdened by what has been. I didn't put that up. I'm sorry. I remember the first time you put that up, and that was one of the Kamala Harris isms right there. That was a Kamala Harris quote. MCD plot twist. Diddy is the Black Destiny. Well, there you go. Diddy did it first. I don't know. I don't know how far. Well, yeah, I guess maybe Diddy did do it first. He's been in the game for a long time. I don't care what anyone says. Trump is hilarious. He absolutely is hilarious.
Men.
To try and get back their male voters, they want to, quote, study the syntax to understand them.
I think it's a waste of money.
Ultimately, I think, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, most guys are going to want to vote Republican. If 4 years goes by and most men still look at their lives and nothing is better, especially in terms of marriage and these kinds of things, I think it's possible for the other side to offer a platform that men might say, okay, maybe this is worth it. The question is what, and will they do it? The bull ring is the first sign of mental illness coupled with a willingness to follow without question. Hence the saying, being led around by the nose. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool tidbit of information there.
Maybe these guys should spend their money on teaching men to not be such sexists.
Geez, I wonder where they went wrong. Please drop a like on the video if you think that Democrats alienated men from the party, and comment down below what you think. So apparently doing back-to-back appearances on Karen's Gone Wild TV.
Oh my God, there it is, Caesar, right there.
Did not help them. Now obviously $20 million is a lot of money. However, personally, I still feel like they could do a lot better.
Yeah, I think so.
Right? I mean, if these DNC Karens want to secure the male vote, they're going to need to...
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to do it. I think they got to put up a guy.
Bring a lot more to the table since it's 2025 and men are not settling. Right, guys? Drizzle, drizzle.
I go on a date with a female and the bill comes and she don't pick up the bill. And she said, oh, you're not going to pay for it? I said, what? Drizzle, drizzle, I'm not going to pay for anything.
If you can't afford the date, just say...
Shout out to the drizzle guy.
So, baby, I know I'm expensive. I am a fine wine. See these grays? Fine wines cost money. I'm going to show up on that date in a $90,000 car. And no, I'm not going to pick you up because my time costs money. Boy math.
Classic. But in all seriousness, the Democrats have really tried everything possible to make it...
There it is. They want to study the syntax. Hello, fellow man, isn't going to work. They need to do a 180 in terms of their talking points. That's true. I mean, that's what they're doing. I think Peter Wright mentioned something like this to me. I can't remember exactly, so I don't want to misquote him. But that's what they're going to be spending money in, man. Imagine like using AI and stuff like that for like advanced pattern recognition about how guys think and stuff like that. Now, we want to believe that we're good enough to know to see through the BS. And I'd like to think following our guts can help us with that. But we're probably going to encounter the craziest propaganda. Like, they got the craziest think tanks trying to get this figured out. I'm telling you. Like, I just don't put it past them. And they got a good amount of time to, like, be in the lab about this. It's possible, you know? Was Obama genuine? Was he genuine, or was he very plastic and just well put together? Like, was that guy real? I don't think Obama was real in the same way that Trump was, but Obama won, and Obama won twice. Like, they can manufacture somebody. I just, I don't know. That's why, I mean, just from what I've seen in the past, Trump came in on this kind of just talking, off the cuff, and people liked it. And he did have this genuine appeal. But that doesn't mean on the other side of that they can't manufacture somebody that can be that good and that smooth, charismatic, and charming. Like Obama was. There's no denying it. He won twice for those reasons. Yo, Caesar, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Another $10 donation. Thank you, sir. Hey, Shah, I heard Brifalt's law come up earlier. I remember a few streams back, you seem to somewhat agree with it. Do you agree with it or no? You know, there's back then I did, but there's something more recently about it that is not, that kind of discredits it. And I think even Brifalt himself said it was never meant for humans, but it was mostly for animals. And I think it was a lot of animals in captivity. Peter Wright actually has a thing on Brifalt's law. Let me see if I can find some of it. Every now and then I'll see him post something on it. Maybe, and I don't want to misquote him, but he has put doubts in it in my mind on that. Brifalt's law is basically used to sneak gynocentrism in from an evolutionary biology pathway. And it's something that is, you know, the science that it rests on is a little shaky, or at least there's reason to have doubt. Here it is, Peter Wright. You know what? Let me find out how to get that to a new tab. Oh, I failed at that. It's control. Okay, you got to hold control. Okay. This is from Peter Wright. I'm going to just take your chat down for a second. Many have applied Brifalt's law to human relationships in a way that Brifalt didn't intend. Brifalt applied his law strictly and explicitly to non-human animals in a chapter titled The Herd and the Family Amongst Animals. In the section describing his animal law, he qualifies that, quote, there is, in fact, no analogy between the animal family and the patriarchal human family. The former is entirely the head of the female instincts, and she, not the male, is the head. So even Brifalt himself is saying, don't try to attach this to humans and say it's the thing. The chapter is 5 pages long. In it, he mentions tigers, elks, lions, zebras, gazelles, deer, monkeys, beavers, lions, birds, and other animals, and only references humans briefly in order to contrast human behavioral patterns from those of animals. Brifalt says, so this is the Brifalt quote, there is in fact no analogy between that animal group and the patriarchal human family. To equate the two is a proceeding for which there is no justification. The patriarchal family in the form in which it exists today is a juridic institution. Whatever external and superficial similarities there may be in the constitution of the human and the animal family, there is one profound and fundamental difference. The patriarchal family is founded upon the supremacy of the male as pater familias, as head of the family. This is not the case in the animal family. It is, on the contrary, entirely the product and manifestation of the female's instincts. So this is the difference between being animals and like human civilization. She and not the male is its head. We may occasionally find the male employed in foraging for the brood and for the mother, while the latter is lying quiescent in the charge of her eggs or brood. But there is nothing in those appearances to justify us in regarding the animal family as patriarchal. On the contrary, the conduct of the group is entirely determined not by the male, but by the female. Now, deciding on how you read that is the important, part there. Because you could say, well, if civilization is decaying and essentially becoming moot, and we're falling back into a state of nature, okay, then maybe Brifalt's law applies in the sense of humans are basically just these animals again. He kind of seemed to mention it. He talked about these ancient of days with, where you're just out on the tundra out there, or the savannah, just bopping people over the head. But, I don't think we're all the way there. I think there is some in between. So, and I do think the manosphere, for the most part, has kind of run with this Brifalt's law the same way that they run with hypergamy. And it's almost like a sacred idea in the manosphere. So I think it's something worth challenging. But I think it's interesting that Brifalt cautions against applying it to humans. So that right there is, here's the other article. This is actually the other article from Peter Wright. Let's see if I could just put that in there. Every person telling you that Brifalt's law applies to humans, let's face it, that's potentially a majority in the manosphere, is selling you lies. Go ahead and just... it's an attempt... You know what? Just while I'm over here. It's an attempt to promote gynocentric simping in males. See, there it is. Brifalt said no such thing. And then, so this is on gynocentrism, and here we have the actual article. So that's an interesting That's an interesting thing right there. So that, in my opinion, casts doubt on the whole thing. So, I mean, I think Brifalt's making this distinction between civilization and no civilization. Human as animal versus human as a kind of civilized creature. And that changes things for him. So in the animal kingdom, yeah, but how much that applies to humans is another question. So fun conversation there. Caesar, thank you so much again for the super chat. Appreciate that. They got to stop taking a dump on men and masculinity. I agree with you there. Skibbity toilet 2028. Yeah, fair point. Alienating all men and thinking changing the syntax would fix it. Delusion peak. Again, I get what you're saying, but I wouldn't put it past them to have one smooth talker. I'm just saying I'm open to the possibility. And I mean, let's be honest, if they can get a hold of the mob and the mob mentality, they've done it before, they can do it again. Now, I think what you're saying, Klaus, and what others are saying is more likely to occur. More than likely, men probably aren't going to want to vote that way. So it all really depends on what they say, depends how Trump governs, depends on who the candidates are. But so far, yeah, Democrats haven't done much for that. Oh, crap. Let me just bring that back up. It's not surprising considering the party is based on female thinking. The late streams here are the best, by the way. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That makes me feel pretty good. Thank you, man. Paul Elam has a good video on it, too. Men are the most sophisticated organisms in the universe. Unlike animals, men invest in our offspring. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of things. So it's like, I think we want to say, well, it's all collapsed to the ground anyways. And so in the manosphere, we're used to thinking that. So in one sense, okay, I can see why Brifalt's law and taking it that way is appealing, but hearing that even Brifalt himself didn't seem to completely want to apply that to humans is an important note, I would say, of this whole thing. Total BS. I kind of take it as he didn't want to give a hardline stance on the issue, which is fine, but that's how it sounded to me. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see that. The animal kingdom is based on specific roles between the genders. Let's see. Mr. Pitts says, the closest they can get to finding a Joe Rogan of the left is Hassan Piker. That's what it seems like so far. I think Destiny himself has went so far into like right politics at this point. I don't know. I just don't know if he's going to be the guy for that. I don't think so. Hassan kind of has this more, at least manly look in the sense of his, that, but I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if he can pull that off, and he's not winning over conservative men anytime soon. Yeah. I agree with you, Mr. Pitt. I don't think he's going to do that. I think they are looking at that. I don't know. They would really have to make all the right noises. And again, I think men probably still won't want to vote that way. It all depends on the platform. It depends on the promises made. They may not keep them, but it might be enough for people to say the hell with it. I've always been open to the idea that it's possible that they can put some platform that might be like, all right, well, the hell with it. Maybe it's worth trying this out. So we'll see. In 2020, it's 2025, and women are still trying to shame men into submission. Despite evolving social dynamics, tension persists. Yeah, they're going to have to try something new. Honestly, as ironic as it sounds, if Democrats want to win men back, the women are going to have to stand down and let the men take the wheel. Ironically. So if it's that important to them, and then, it's up to those guys.
Clear that they do not give a single about men. Check this out. This is the official list of people that the Democrats focused on and were going to fight for during the 2024 election. Basically singling out every possible group.
And to be honest, I think I gotta look at the numbers again, but I think the most recent election turnout wasn't as high as the last one. And even groups like white women, I think they really didn't have them all the way. I think a lot of them voted conservative. And certain things like that. I think black men and Hispanic men, there were something there as well. So they lost a lot of people. And it's like a lot of it was just how bad of a candidate Biden and Kamala were. And the one hand, I'm like, okay, Biden won. So they're like, just do the same thing again. But Kamala was just so bad as a front runner. It was just never going to work. No way.
Could think of, except.
And Biden basically, you know, lost his mind at that point. So that wasn't going to work. I mean, they were just, I don't know what they did or why they did that.
For one, men.
Consider that at the Democratic Party website, there's a list under the heading Who We Serve, LGBTQ plus community, and women, but not men.
Women, seniors, rural Americans. One group that's not mentioned is men.
And more specifically, straight white men. Because if you are a straight guy who doesn't want to debase himself for the feminist propaganda, then they absolutely hate you.
In case you forgot,
they need Joe Rogan, man. They need to make a case to Joe Rogan.
That men are
if they want something, you know, him, and he's a leader as far as the podcast space goes.
And the coddling is for the white boys. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, it's just like anybody who hears this, even listen, I'm not a white guy, but like you just hear someone talking like that, it's like that's not even appealing to me. It's just like I don't care, you know, it's not going to get me off the couch to vote.
Tired of the white tears.
This election is going to be determined by women.
I mean, just at this point, like, I'm already out, you know?
Clearly, the Dems cannot connect with young men, and spending $20 million to figure out how to won't do a damn thing when you genuinely do not care about men's issues, interests, or goals.
Across the board, didn't matter what race they are, males turned towards Donald Trump. Why?
There you go.
Because in so many ways, the party basically dismissed him, and not until the very end decided, oh, I better reach out and see if these guys are worth talking to.
Democrats look at men as just a tool for them to get back into power, even taking it one step further by enacting laws and policies that actively discriminate against men, and again, specifically against straight white men.
Certainly, there have been times where, you know, there's no way we're hiring a white male person.
Just kind of
unspoken.
Oh, man. Giovanni says, it's 2025, women are still trying to, oh, my bad, I read that already.
Spoken. There are times when it's spoken. We wanted to hire somebody in the department a few years ago now, who was half black, but didn't appear half black. And
Michael Giordano, Senior Vice President and Team Lead, 20th Television, the Walt Disney Company. Wow. Wow. I didn't realize this guy was, I mean, I knew it was with someone big, but I couldn't remember it was Disney. Social media has been a godsend in terms of women telling on themselves like they never have before in the past. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny you say that. I was just thinking about that today. I was watching something earlier and I was like, man, like it's just too crazy.
There was a creative executive who was like, we're not, that's not what's going on.
This is completely insane, especially coming from the people that scream they want equality and want to put an end to racism. But in reality, they hope racism never dies since they need it to feed their bullshit propaganda.
And that's true. You know what I mean? Or like, oh, it's only for white men, or you hear that from like that lady that was talking. And it's just the rest of the guys just hear that like, oh, this is a whip. This is just like a dog whistle to try to get you to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to go vote Democrat or something.
But luckily, the recent Supreme Court decision has just put a massive stake through the heart of this nonsense by giving a unanimous decision that reverse racism is indeed racism.
This involved alleged reverse discrimination by a straight woman alleging being passed over for a job because she was not gay. They were tossed out by a federal appeals court that said she had to prove something higher because she was a white straight woman.
Which just shows you how far this extreme left propaganda has corrupted society.
And the other problem with like the left stuff is like, if you were gonna be on the left, like there's no such thing as being left enough. It's like, you have to shave your lion's mane. You got to cut off your nuts. There's like, you just can't be anybody because it's just not going to be good enough. And it's like, I grew up with people, like I've known people that are just like militantly leftist. And it's like so annoying to talk to them. It's like, I'm good. You know what I mean? Like nothing you say, like even if you try to reach a middle ground with them, like that was their biggest problem. Like there was just, you just couldn't be left enough ever. So it was just like, the hell with it.
And this is why it's so important that men start to get political and take voting a lot more seriously.
And again, manosphere and all that stuff, you know, was a big part of exposing the stuff. Like you said, women on social media has just showed a lot about all that kind of stuff. Coffee and George says the left is hyper focused on optics in all the wrong ways. I don't think that sour taste will leave people's mouths soon enough for them. Yeah, that, and it's just like things like just weird things over the years, or like the Gillette commercial. I always think of that one in terms of like just super cringy, and just after a while people are like, it's just kind of gross, you know? Yet there are these same people that prattle on endlessly about racism while simultaneously being racist. You really can't make this stuff up. Yeah, and then, you know, again, so I hear what you guys are saying, because it seems like unimaginable. Like, how are they going to come up with a platform or something? You know, does the party need to collapse and be reborn? Probably. Me personally, I don't know. Politics is a slippery game. You know what I mean? And who knows what they'll come out saying.
Because even when Democratic politicians do talk about men and try to fake concern about men's issues, if you listen carefully, it is still just about helping women.
Vice President Harris had a few words for the men at that rally. Take a quick listen.
Men across America do not want to see their daughters and wives and sisters and mothers put at risk because their rights have been taken.
Yeah.
I see the men here.
You know, I had like so much election fatigue in the last election, and I was just like so happy when it was done. It was just so freaking annoying. And like, I don't know, every time I think anybody heard her speak, it just came off as like imposter syndrome or fake. I just couldn't take her seriously.
Abortion, abortion, abortion. Why the hell would young men give a single f*** about abortion if they can't even get laid?
Are they tired of sex?
It's that attitudes toward sex have shifted.
So no, the average guy is not worried about getting all of these women that he's not f***ing pregnant. But more importantly, if you watch more of this interview, she literally spends her entire time talking about how men can help women and why it's good for women that men vote for a woman. Even though this was all supposed to be about understanding men and the problems that men face.
Think of somebody like Tim Walz. He's successfully threaded the needle of turning the idea of masculinity on its head by showing a deep empathy for women's issues.
We are at a crossroads.
Turning masculinity on its head by showing deep empathy for women's issues. Whatever that means. They claim everyone else is extreme right wing, when in reality most people are probably centrist more. That's exactly what it is, and that's how they drove the centrists away, because it was just like, oh, like you just have to go there and like literally like deny yourself as a human being to be part of them. You know what I mean? It's like you have to go there and I don't know, you know what I mean? Just find a way to get rid of your testosterone or something. And it's like, oh, I mean, you can't even like really even just breathe normally here. So I guess we'll just go the other way then.
We do need a positive,
or just check out, you know,
new vision of what men can be and what men can, and men need to be able to see that. I think that
I don't know what she's saying, but it's just like
men can have a very central, very important role in, again, protecting women.
Oh, there it goes. There's the utility in protecting. See, and that's what it's all centered on, and it's just shame, and men need to be protecting on the other end. You know, this is all stuff we've been over.
So you see, even when the left talks about helping men, they really mean helping men to help women. They simply do not care about actually helping men and enacting policies that benefit men.
Money in politics is the hands of oligarchy.
This is another really stupid word, oligarch. What the f*** knows what an oligarch is?
All right, folks, these are the political strategists here on the Democrat side.
Intersectionality.
They're going to have to trade this guy. I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to need to trade this political strategist in for somebody that's a bit younger. I don't want to doubt an old man's wisdom, but they need someone that can punch into the man's psyche.
Oligarch. What the f*** knows what an oligarch is?
Intersectionality of feminism. People who might not know what intersectionality really means.
Don't use words like intersectionality. The LGBTQ.
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, I think he's getting a little bit.
Really means?
Don't use words like intersectionality. The LGBTQ community. I wouldn't even use the LBGQT plus.
Actually, never mind. Okay, I can see he's trying a bit here.
Whatever it is. LGBTQ Americans. Just call people gay, or lesbian, or trans. It's just used to.
That's their political strategy. Okay, so actually this is interesting. So I may have jumped the gun on this guy, but I mean, if that's really, I don't, if he's really some official guy for them and that's what he's telling them to do, it's interesting. Like, use trans or whatever. Like, listen to this.
Gay, the lesbian, or
use gay, lesbian,
LGBTQ
trans.
Americans just call people gay, the lesbian, or trans. Just use.
I wonder if they actually can do that. Like, can they walk it back? Can they start like that? Like this guy right here, this bald dude.
LBGality, the LGBTQ community.
Like, if that guy takes this dude's advice and starts abandoning that, will that work for them? Can they actually pull that off without having to walk back years of what they did? Maybe.
LBGQT plus or whatever it is. LGBTQ Americans just call.
Like, if that guy right there took his advice, would it work?
People gay.
Their problem is if they start doing that, that's like almost political career suicide. It really is. It's like, if they start using those words and they don't start using the other ones, how do they fight back against that? So that's the tough part. A lot of words say nothing of substance. It's just easy to pick and choose a side that doesn't seem to hate your existence, bottom line. And I think a lot of people did actually like Trump's platform as well. I don't think, like as far as like manosphere issues, truthfully, I don't think there was a lot there, but overall cultural issues and things, there was, you know what I mean? Like, as far as like just the stuff they're talking about with the syntax, there was none of that on Trump's side. So that was enough to appeal to guys. Are they going to help out with, men's rights and these kinds of things? It doesn't really look like it, but there were certain things that were good. And a lot of people that were not happy with censorship or this kind of stuff, Elon bought X and suddenly you could say whatever the hell you wanted. All that stuff mattered, to a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, he's getting the point. He is. Listen to the old guy, but obviously they didn't. After this last election, I pretty much hate the words equity and empathy. Absolutely. I don't think they can. They are in a way held hostage by the extremists. Yeah, and I mean, I don't even know if they could take this guy's advice. I mean, there'd have to be a lot of heads that roll first. Or they just jam that in there somehow. He's basically trying to obfuscate by saying, don't say this or that. All he's advocating is hiding it. That's true. He is. That's true. Yeah, that's, there we go.
Lesbian or trans. Just use the word that is most commonly used among people.
Now, a fair bit of criticism would be, are the Republicans that much better? No.
I'm actually glad he asked that question. I mean, that's kind of just what we were talking about, right? Like, are they gonna, after 4 years of Trump, is, child support or any of this stuff going to be any better? Probably not. But, arguably there are bigger issues. Trump did talk about his digital Bill of Rights, which I haven't heard anything about since he's taken office, but a lot of things have happened. Like, it would be interesting if he actually did do the digital Bill of Rights. Maybe he will. And then there was the greater question of the economy. So things like bringing about jobs, and other people were concerned with immigration and getting undocumented people out of here. That was another thing people were focused on or appealed to a lot of folks. So yeah, there are these bigger issues. I get it. But again, as far as what they're doing for men, that isn't just, well, I don't know, like as far as like actual tangible things for like men's rights or family law, that wasn't much talked about.
Of course not. Since this right here is an absolutely useless Republican who should have been immediately replaced over 2,000 years ago when he first took office. And this warmongering lunatic is another worthless Republican who cares more about foreign wars and foreign interests than he cares about American people. So there are plenty of problems on the Republican side as well. However, if you have to choose between a party that makes mistakes and will argue with you at the table versus a party that literally does not want you at that table.
So I think we have a problem with young men right now.
Our country should be more fearful of white men.
Then be honest, who are you choosing? Because say what you will about David Hogg and how he got drop-kicked from the DNC vice chair position, but he was absolutely right about one thing.
While there are some effective people in our party, there certainly are some who are failing to meet the moment. And no, it's time for them not to seek re-election. Whether that's because they're, too old, for example, or if that's because they just aren't able to meet it. Because frankly, unfortunately, sucking is something that is not limited to age.
Yes, on this one issue, I fully agree with Supreme Leader of Soy here.
I don't know who this guy is.
Since useless politicians should be replaced on both sides. Because for way too long, we've seen literal corpses being pushed down the aisle of Congress to go vote.
I mean, you know, what I hear from that is that he's asking the parties to remake themselves. And in some, I don't know how realistic that is, but somewhere along the line is going to come either it collapses in a new party or they completely remake and rebrand everything.
Vote for their billion-dollar corporate donors and do nothing for the American citizen. However, David got kicked from his position even though he was democratically elected simply because he was a man.
DNC boots David Hogg and another vice chair from their roles. Instead of holding two separate votes, one for a male vice chair and one for a female vice chair, as required by the DNC ran a single combined election for both positions.
Well, him and the other guy could have rock, paper, scissors for who had to be the woman.
Yeah.
Which shows you just how insane the Democrats have gotten. However, the problems of the DNC run much deeper than having ridiculous voting procedures, since there seems to exist a crazy level of self-hatred amongst white female Democrats that just cannot be explained.
The fact that I am dripping with white privilege.
White people, we have always been the problem. Since the beginning of this country, colonizers, oppressors, you choose to continue to live that way.
The Canada reminds me of a funny meme I saw. I don't know if I could find it, but it was just like, I don't know. I don't even know if you guys would like it, but it was just like the difference between a Democrat and a Republican, and it was just two snakes, and then the Democrat one had like little clown hair on it, and the other one was just a regular snake. Let me see. I don't even think I could find it. Snake meme. It was just so stupid. Clown hair. But, you know, that's just the dirty game of politics. Oh, I can't find it. I mean, you know, it's something you got to contend with. I can't find it. I'm sorry, guys.
United States law. White man. How dare you? How dare you?
That was kind of racist.
Privileged white man too. But you know what I'm doing?
You just called me a privileged white man.
You cannot be racist to white people.
This level of self-hatred is just disgusting. So why would any white guy seeing this want to join that side? A side that teaches you nothing but to hate yourself for being white and force you to constantly apologize for your supposed male privilege, even though most men are simply working a 9-to-5 trying to pay their bills. These women on the left seem to be so blind to the very basic concept that no one's going to like being talked to like this. As a matter of fact, when the lunatics of The View get a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, I mean, if these are the people heading the party or their cultural narratives, it ain't gonna work.
They absolutely hate it.
So why do you think that uneducated white women voted against their reproductive health freedoms, the majority of his community?
White women like being called uneducated white women. I think the economy...
See, that was the thing, too. It's like, I can't remember the exact numbers, but it's like Trump won over a lot more, a lot of white women as well. So it wasn't even, you know, the men are one thing, but they couldn't even get the, hey, Peter Wright, welcome in. For what it's worth, Briffault's law doesn't apply to a lot of animals either. Briffault was completely wrong on that score. He was well known in academia to be a one-eyed gynocentrist in his exaggerations, or one-eyed. Yeah, that's the tough part. I mean, it's interesting how much Briffault's law is, I don't know, kind of just taken as sacred almost within the manosphere. So I don't. That's an interesting part there about not also. I guess from what I read in the prior tweets, they named some animals, but so it sounds like there's just a lot more that even that wouldn't make sense for. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, me personally, I'm just sort of done with this whole eggs are expensive, sperm is cheap. It just doesn't even. I'm kind of just sick of that anyways. I don't really care, like, as far as, not about not caring, but it's just like, I think that's been beaten to death. And it's just like, as a guy, are you just going to be a slave to that basically and say, oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're disposable and that's the way it is by nature and so be it. I don't know. And then it's like, okay, then you get a high status guy and all the chicks want him. And it's like, oh, suddenly sperm isn't cheap anymore. And eggs are cheap. I guess it just depends. White women don't like to have their own sons be vilified either. That's a great point. That's another thing. It's the moms. And if you have sons and, you know, brothers or people in your family.
Matters, national security matters. But when you put people in these boxes, I think that's a takeaway from this race.
See, now all of a sudden she cares about being grouped and smeared.
Broadly speaking, I feel like men have proven largely useless.
What an absolute moron.
See, that's the thing too. And it's like the stuff that they're saying is just like, this is just like easy talking points to remember. Like if they're going to insult men, at least like make some better arguments, you know, instead of just the same tired stuff over and over and over again. Does he also have serious mommy issues too? Briffault grew up with an extremely domineering mother. Interesting. And his biographies noted that this skewed all his opinions about animals. See the biographer's added intro to his book, The Mothers. Wow. See, that's some very much needed context. I mean, you know, all the stuff I've ever seen in the manosphere, especially about Briffault's law, it's just like it's just Briffault's law. Briffault said this, Briffault. I've never heard that part before. That's interesting to know. Well, then also he himself pretty much saying it's not entirely justified to apply that to humans. And then going even further than that, the fact that a lot of animals, you know, don't even fit that mold either. So it's just this very reductionist, easy thing, I guess, to hang your hat on, and certain things just go with it. And I think this is something that appealed to the intersexual dynamic side of Red Pill just too easily. I don't know what it is. You know, it's like men will, a lot of guys seem to want to just not be able to leave that thought, or just die on the hill of this, you know, sperm cheat, men, you know, women's eggs, that, and I guess evolutionary biology, gynocentrism. Something about that. Evolution. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. After what I now know, I could never go back to the plantation. Man, absolutely. Yeah. And you know, and I'll be honest, there's sometimes, my bad, I'm getting tired, but there's sometimes where it's like, you know, sometimes enough time goes by and you think, oh, you know what? Maybe it's not that bad. I could figure it out. And then something just reminds you. Coach's show is a great reminder, but literally just last week, I was hearing about 2 other divorces happening with people I know. And I was just hearing the details, and, you know, some of them I know, and I understand what the financial arrangements are, and the whole domestic violence, and this person can't see their kids, and the whole sad story or whatever. And I'm just like, oh my God, like it just snaps you back into it. Like, never mind, you know? They expect us to be traditional while demanding we accept them not be themselves. It really is the epitome of hypocrisy. Absolutely. I mean, there are some animals where male and female have different roles. Really just depends which ones. The only one I can think of are seahorses, where like the guy I think has the pouch for the kids or whatever. Not a big Star Wars fan. Speaking of seahorses.
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks on how to find a dumb lady that loves just tanning. And
I love how this guy is like literally in front of the sea as he says that. Not a big Star Wars fan, but I think this quote applies here. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Very true. Very true.
And so yes, I understand that some people are saying, but Trump or the Republican Party is not giving me everything I want, and of course, that is definitely true. But wake the f*** up, guys. You're never going to find a politician or a political party that gives you 100% of what you want. You'll be lucky to find anyone that gives you 70 or 80%. But what's even more important is that even if the Democrats would align with 50 or 60% of your political views, which I highly doubt if you're a straight guy, then it's only a matter of time before they will turn on you like they did with David Hogg, Mayor Adams, Joe Rogan, Bernie Sanders, Tim Pool, Andrew Schultz, RFK Jr., John Fetterman, Dave Chappelle, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. Do I need to go on, or do you start to see a pattern here? All of these guys used to be on the left of center, and some still are. But more importantly, most were Bernie Sanders supporters, and all of them are now massively hated by the Democratic Party. And so again, it's becoming very clear that American men, especially young men, need to start taking voting a lot more seriously, and they need to start voting hard, all the way down the political spectrum. Don't just focus on the White House, but take aim at everybody from sheriffs to judges, state senators, mayors, governors, members of the House and the Senate.
Let me just see here real quick. I like CGA's line after he covers an egregious story. Putin send it. Yeah, it's like that bomb sound effect. All a man wants is to be respected and loved. If a woman genuinely gives that to a man will crawl over broken glass for her, but women have forgotten that part. Yeah, I mean, hey, man, I'd say they've forgotten a lot. And I get it. Like, listen, man, when you're young and, you know, part of that's a little bit of romantic love. You know, what you're saying there. And I get it. I think when guys are younger too, and it's just like, man, if I was just with that chick, I'd just be, you know, that's all I want, you know, just want to work and then get that chick to be your wife or whatever. But I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't think it's that easy. And I don't even think they can give us that anymore. They really can't. I you know, and I hate to admit it, maybe this is me being black-pilled, but I wouldn't believe it, even if they came to me that way. I wouldn't believe it. Giovanni says, I do not, unfind it. I do not find it perplexing how individuals are choosing to remarry in contemporary society. It has come to attention that Jeff Bezos has also recently re-entered a new marriage. Yeah, he married some like 50-year-old woman too. I'd love to see the prenup on that marriage. That's probably the one thing that we're not privy to. I'd like to think there is one. I'm totally assuming that, but yeah.
All the way until you reach the presidency of the United States. So even though you might not get everything you want by voting Republican, at least you get a seat at the table to discuss and solve real issues, and your son gets to keep.
Oh, that's a good question. You know, okay, 60 to 80%. How about this? As a guy, do you feel well represented by the Republican Party? I mean, I think that's a fair question. Question mark. We can do a yes or no, or we can put options on that. You know what? Put yes, a lot. No, put yes, but only somewhat. I don't know if this, I kind of want to force yes or no, but you know, not really. Not at all. Okay. We'll just see if anybody wants to take the time to answer that. I don't know if that's very well put together, but you know, I think it's worth asking. Forgive me if I'm getting a little tired. We ain't stopping though, because we still got music to listen to. Oh, I find it perplexing. Got it. I probably should have been able to figure that out. I think delayed maturity is a thing, but thanks for putting that in there, Giovanni. I think delayed maturity is a thing happening as well. Looks 30 years ago where people were in their 20s and often don't reach the point till nearing 30s. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that too. Whether or not people want to accept this, there's almost an adolescence 2.0. You know what I mean? It's like, and I hate to say it, but it's like people are still kids, well on, not kids, like they shouldn't be held responsible, but there's like a second adolescence where it's like, especially men, because of how tough things are now, they don't come into themselves until like their mid to late 20s. And so that's challenging, maybe even early 30s. That doesn't mean you should be less responsible for things, but I see that too. It's like a second adolescence, whether you like it or not. That just seems to be the pattern that's occurring nowadays. So I don't know. Part of it's accepting that, hey, maybe you're going to have to be figuring things out for a while instead of sitting there and thinking, man, I'm so behind or whatever. It's like, well, I mean, it just takes longer nowadays. For what it's worth, Paul and I wrote another article titled Brifault, Rules for the Rational Simp. It seems pretty good. Which brought the historical receipts on his relationship with his domineering mother. I'll have to read that. That sounds really good. Rules for the rational simp. The coddling is real. It's not even, I don't even know it's the coddling. I mean, it's just the situation that we're in. You know, especially with what women are doing nowadays and to try to get your footing and whatever the hell the situation is, the cost of housing, all that, you know, wages haven't kept up with that. And it's not about making excuses. It's just the situation. So you have to try and figure things out. And it's just, unfortunately, it takes a longer time. I don't really know if that, I mean, it could be coddling to some extent, but I think a lot of it's just a changed environment. And then, you know, people aren't getting married young. All that's gone. But for a long time, I mean, people are still growing up with those expectations. And now we've seen enough, at least a good decade, maybe even 2 decades of people not really being able to live up to that. So it's just like, well, it looks like we're staring at a new pattern here, unfortunately. Thanks for sharing that, though, Peter. It sounds like a really good article.
His dick. This was why Democrats lost the war on masculinity. Please drop a like on the video and subscribe to the channel for more videos.
Okay, well, maybe we can see a little bit of some of these comments here, huh? This is FBE's message pinned. Men need to vote even harder all the way down the political spectrum. Hold everyone accountable from sheriffs to judges, mayors, state senators, governors, members of Congress all the way up to the White House. Force them to embrace masculinity again. Amen. I never ever understood why men vote Democrat. They blown $2 billion on her campaign, but all men are worth $20 million to them, so 1%. That's a good comment. This is what you are worth to them. What is a woman? I think of a man and I take away reason and accountability. I am German. Okay. This was exactly what I talked about with my work colleagues when Trump won. I told my work colleagues that that I checked the website of the Democrats and it seems like they support everyone except for men. Me as a man, I wouldn't vote for a party that does not represent my interests. Why should I? Can't argue with that. I got then asked something along the lines of, yeah, but as a man, we have to be considerate. And if we were Americans, we needed to support the cause, quote unquote, whatever that happens to be. The cause of what? Sacrificing ourselves so we can be more and more taken advantage of while simultaneously being called useless. There are more and more women's networks in German companies where women are pushed in the workplace and can connect to higher ups and learn a lot about how to succeed. There is no such thing for men. When I told some coworker about it, she told me men don't need to be pushed. Hey, look, we got It's Complicated channel in here left a comment. We'll get to that after. There are more and more women networks in German companies where women are pushed in the workplace and can't connect to higher ups. So it looks like women are getting like preference for mentorship or something. And learn a lot about how to succeed. There is no such thing for men. When I told some coworker about it, she told me men don't need to be pushed. It's like they play it out as if women were the little helpless creatures, when in reality it is men who are struggling socially and losing connection to society and getting more and more lonely. You are not right-winged, a Nazi, or a woman hater if you want basic level of respect. This guy's right. Why aren't women across America concerned about their sons and husbands and brothers and fathers put at risk because their rights have been taken? Very nice. Because they don't care. I've cut ties with my own family over this bull crap. I'm sorry you had to do that. Christ be with you and know that men support you. Their rights never existed. A young man alienated for years with no support, no help, and hate speech. If men have no respect, those who work hard then can go away. FB, thank you for making this video. It's picking between 2 bad options, but at least one doesn't hate me for existing. Black Republican here. Okay, ran away not when Trump came on the scene, but in 12. Okay, that's interesting. Wasn't going to vote for Obama a second time. I personally love me some Trump. Who would have thought we would be here now? All men are under attack for being men. Let's stand up with the right morals, the right party, and defend what's right. Okay, let me know when the WNBA has a testicular cancer awareness campaign. Oh man, that's good. Karen is only nice to you when she wants something from you. Oh gosh. If a nose ring, dyed hair detected, their opinion is rejected. All right, one more. I'm from, oh damn it, this one's hella long. I'm from Poland and I see that more and more young men here are turning to the political right and it's not a coincidence. The right supports entrepreneurship. The rise of internet and access to global markets, easier to start a business or invest. Number two, at the same time, many of us are waking up to how biased parts of the system are. Family law, oh, there you go. Family law often works against men. Divorce can ruin a man's life, both financially and emotionally. Also, the values that men naturally relate to more are often found on the right. Personal responsibility, strength, discipline. Truth is, the left stopped representing men when it started attacking them. That's true. Yeah, and I mean, that's really, you know, one of the things that I think they did. I don't know, I guess looking back in Obama's time, like, yeah, there was the woman stuff. I don't know if they were attacking men a lot. Maybe they were, I just don't remember. A lot of it was healthcare or this or that. And maybe if they focused more on on class differences, they might stand a chance. That's probably why Bernie was so popular. But then they decided to focus into let's get a woman president. And by doing that, it's like, well, men are bad. Stand with her. And they went way too far down there, you know, to be appealing, I guess. Let's go and get some music on. 4 hours, 54 minutes. Sorry, I'm just getting a little fatigued, guy. Let me end Let me end this poll. Probably my fault for skipping dinner. Damn. Yeah, I'll just play these two. I'm gonna upload the songs this week. I'll make sure to do that. Let's get some smooth jazz going. This is a fairly new phenomenon and it won't last as much as the postmodernists wish it. So, probably right. I think they really cranked it up when they realized Trump could win the first time. That's probably what it was. You're right. I mean, and that's where the whole grab him by the, you know, pussy came. And then it became, oh, this guy hates women. And that was their attack against him. And then they just couldn't abandon that. And that was them shooting themselves in the foot. They probably could have beat Trump if they just ignored all that. Like, I don't know, if you really think about it, if they just ignored that and said, okay, just don't talk about it, even whatever, it probably wouldn't have created that big of a backlash like for him. But, you know, in his first election, there was a lot of things people liked about what he was saying. And the media just was trying to demonize him so much, it just worked in his favor, you know? So yeah, I think you're correct, Coffee Enjoyer. Title IX under Obama was a hot button topic. I can't even remember. Let's see. Oh, got it. I see. Yeah, I mean, 2014 was when a lot of that stuff blew up. I feel like that's when the pronoun stuff started to, like, hit its thing. And then, you know, Jordan Peterson started getting big because he stood up against that. That's another thing, too, that's true. That's what started pushing people away. And then back then, Jordan Peterson was, like, the boogeyman. First, Joe Rogan was the boogeyman. Like, they chased Joe Rogan away from the Democrats by making him the boogeyman. Then Jordan Peterson came out of nowhere and he was the boogeyman. The Red Pill subreddit did not like Jordan Peterson. They thought he was a guru grifter. I mean, hell, they're probably right at this point looking at what happened with Jordan Peterson. And then, you know, then you got Andrew Tate and he took it further. And, you know, now it's like, here we are. Yeah, I agree. Coming in smooth with the camera angles. Thanks, man. I'm definitely fatigued. Dude, I can have another camera angle. I sometimes think about doing it, but I don't know. I think about doing other streams sometimes too, but just off of YouTube. I used to do Twitch a lot more, and then I was like, man, I just stopped because I stopped playing video games. But part of me wants to get back into it more. It's just all time, you know? And somewhere in between that, I got to be reading about the dowry and writing a book. And honest to God, though, I mean that. So it's like playing games is kind of hard to do. 3K soon, you got this. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's right. God willing. It's thanks to everybody here. Klaus says, great stream as always. Have to go now. Good evening to everyone. Thank you, man. Thanks for everybody that hung out, man. This is a long stream. I hit the super card for Klaus. I appreciate, all the super chats and the comments, and it's great to have people participating. That makes it fun for me. And 5 hours is a long time. That's a lot to ask people to hang out. So thanks for hanging out for so long. Next week, we won't be having the stream because I'm leaving Friday to Canada. So I'll be there. I'll be in Calgary that weekend. And then I'll be coming back the following Friday. So we'll have a stream that next Saturday. I'm gonna get a Canada vlog for you guys, just like we did Cairo and Istanbul. So that should be fun. And I also want to get another video for you guys done before I leave, and it's about dowry. So we'll do that. And then I'll also post the music up for you guys. So before I leave to Canada, I'll make it a goal to post the music up, at least these 2 songs, so you can jam out to them. Thank you. Peterson is like a stuck clock that's right twice a day. Yeah, he just... post Daily Wire, Peterson was never the same. Yeah, gaming is objectively a waste of time. Nice to relax on occasion. Yeah, it's hard for me to justify, and I don't want to come off like that. I do love gaming. It's just tough for me to get into it when I got other stuff on my mind, I guess, So, but every now and then I like playing games with people. So like Nasuji and I play, but we don't even get to play that often. He's a busy man, And I play sometimes with some other folks, I've been into the CRT stuff just because that's a pretty cool thing. But even with that, the truth is I don't get to play it that much. Mostly I'll have friends come over and I'll watch them play it just so that they can play it, Solid one tonight. Thank you, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it, bro. I feel like I was a little exhausted, I guess, but we made it the 5 hours, so that's what matters. I do as well, but it's true. I was thinking about video games, bro, and my parents used to say the same thing. You should be studying. But what's so crazy about the world is that they made the world around the stuff that people liked back then. It's like, what if you told your parents that no, someday there's going to be these sites like Twitch or YouTube where you can be a professional gamer and you can make millions of dollars playing video games. Your parents would have never believed you. You probably would have never believed it. But somewhere as kids, as a generation, we liked video games so much that it became an actual avenue to do something that you could potentially do something with. I'd never imagined that as a kid, but it happened, I'm picking up a new monitor on Monday. That's sick. What kind of monitor are you getting? You mean just a gaming monitor, right? Probably, I'm guessing. I can't help but think of CRT TVs with everything. Let me see if I can find the rap song after this. That's cool though, man. That should be fun. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. It's all stuff to do and try out. But yeah, I've just been going through the retro game collecting. I've been buying games and barely playing them because I'll see them on eBay for pretty cheap and I'll be like, I'm getting this now. OLED. That's pretty sick. Yeah. A lot of games I do play are games where it's I've played them in the past and I don't have to think to play them. So or if I'm on the phone with somebody, I'll pull up Tetris on the CRT. So There's nothing really crazy going on. But what's hard for me to do is sit and play like a whole story game. Like, I've tried to play games that will take like 20 hours to beat, and I haven't been able to finish them, you know, which is, it's just hard to do. And then by the time I pick the game, like, so I'll learn how to play the game. What is that? Oh, there's another song. By the time I try, what'll happen is like, I'll learn the game. And then like there'll be this big break between when I get time to play the game again, and then I forgot how to play the game. So then I don't usually go back to it. It's like I can't remember all these buttons. World is crazy anyways, let's be honest. It is, yeah. It's upside down. It really is. I was just talking about that with my buddy today. I was gonna bring my buddy on stream today, but I just streamed for so long that, you know, it's a big investment if he wants to sit here. But I thought about setting up another camera with my buddy today and just reacting to this video. But maybe one of these days we'll have a guest in here. Maybe one of these days we'll do a call-in show. That'd be cool. People can be like, Shah, you're a nutcase. Dowry's never coming back. Even though you said it's not coming back, but we're still gonna tell you it's never coming back just because we want to do that. We just need to let you know that. Oh, it's all good, bro. I'm just chilling. Well, don't mean to keep you, man. Feel free to end whenever. I'll do it right after this song. And then I'm gonna eat. And thank God it's Sunday. I'm just so happy it's Sunday tomorrow. Well, it's Sunday now, actually. Just past midnight. Shout out to Dan the Man, Mr. Pitt, the other folks who've made songs. I'm excited to go to Canada. All right, legends. Well, thanks for coming in. We made it through another one. We had fun. And again, grateful for everyone's participation. Hope everyone has a good night or a good rest of the day, wherever you happen to be. And we'll reconvene in 2 weeks, but I'll try to get you guys some content in the meantime.